We are live at Collectible for tonight's Facebook record sale. Thursday night, metal night. No more tears, tears, tears. No more tears, tears. Crack in the window is a light in the sky. Down, dun, 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 down, dun, dun. No more tears, tears, tears. Who's around the corner? Everybody cornered me. I hadn't had time to look. Who's all here? Is Ed still here? Jill? I'm here. I'm already live. I walked in, everybody surrounded me like I was gonna get. Is Ed already gone?
Oh, yeah.
I missed the birthday boy?
Yeah, he's gone.
Okay. Glad to see you. Glad to have you on board. A lot of boxes, a lot of puzzles. We're live. We're selling. Golly, look at all this stuff. No more tears, tears, tears. The light in the window is the crack in the sky. No more tears. Five-ish. Tanner and Seth was cornering me on the same thing. They's like, why do you do that? Just go live when you're supposed to go live. And I'm like, hey, you gotta get my monster. We're live right now, Tanner. I'm about to Otis there. No more tears, tears, tears. No more tears. Ed's cupcakes. The light in the window is the crack in the sky. Is he live or dead? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I don't have a trash bag. If you yeah, I need to probably go get a trash bag. Hint, hint. Yeah, that's all full of autographs. Actually, let me go do that while I'm sharing it. Aussie Chadbourne. Moose told me he shed a tear yesterday. 2 days ago, yeah. I was like, well, when I woke up and started listening to Flying High again, I'll have to say I felt kind of the same way. I got a little water in my eyes. I come here to get a trash bag, so I'm not throwing trash on the floor again. Oh, you're going to do it? Oh, okay. All right, okay. I'm sharing the feed while I'm doing it, everybody. Big, 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 big night. Big, 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 big night. Huge night. Massive. It's the Aussie. It was going to be the Aussie tribute show. And now it's turned into the Aussie Hulk Hogan Chuck Mangione tribute show. Gotta love us some Chuck Mangione. He pops up almost every night in the bins. No more tears. No more tears. Okay. Come on now. Dun, 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 dun. All right now. Won't you listen? Facebook Live. When I first met you, didn't realize Can we get the lyrics of Sweet Leaf on the screen, Craig? Can't forget yours. There it is. Sweet Leaf. Collectible maniacs running wild, mean, Chad? In what way? Oh boy. When I first met you. Oh, that's a Hulkster saying. I'm sorry. I didn't catch that at first. Hulkster's pre, a lot of that's pre my, for sure, my generation. I mean, I was into wrestling when I was a kid during the Attitude Era. So. No. I used to be into Stone Cold Steve Austin. All right, everybody. Let's get everything shared aroni here. Shared aroni. I might order a pepperoni pizza. And John's found some Aussie for us. Great. The Prince is live and well at Collectible. His spirit may be gone, or he may have left this earth, but his spirit's going to be strong tonight. All right now. Top 5 Aussie songs. All right, I'm almost done sharing. Sharing is caring. It's Ed's birthday. It'll be Jill's birthday in 3 months and 4 days, and bark at the moon. Dun 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 dun. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Bark at the moon. Dun 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 dun. Almost done sharing. There it is. All right, that's all done. All right, I've been holding this trash bag in one hand, so I have a place to throw my Slim Jim wrappers tonight. I was throwing them on the floor last night. And my mom would probably say, I didn't raise you like you lived in a barn. All you gotta do is put a trash bag in the trash can, son. I didn't raise you like we lived in a barn. What do you think, we live in a barn? I didn't raise you like we live in a barn. Huh? I live in a van down by the river, that's right. You'll have plenty of time for writing papers when you're living in a van down by the river. I hear you're not using your papers for writing, but for rolling doobies. Here's you, here's me. Here's Otis, here's Tanner. Oh, is that Bill Shakespeare over there? Is that old Bill Shakespeare over there? Record delivery.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. 4 crates of goodness.
Yeah, there you go.
I see Journey.
You do.
Sock and Journey. Okay. I've got good news. There's not really any bad news. I don't really have any bad news. I've just got good news. Good news is tonight we're about to have an epic show for about the next 6 hours. There's going to be nothing. Actually, longer than that. No, about 6 hours. About the next 6 hours, there's going to be nothing but metal auctions being sold here on this page live right now. 6 full hours of nothing but metal greatness.
These are going to go on the front counter.
Okay. Can you put these on the front counter too? We need to get this in a sleeve before that tears anymore.
Okay.
Since it's a $500 record. The good news is, ooh, that was a great neck adjustment. Tomorrow, we're going to have Metal Night Part 2. I'm going to go ahead and say that right now. And you may say, Chad, what are you talking about? Metal Night Part 2. We hadn't even started Part 1. The reason I'm saying that is because one of the largest orders I've probably ever placed of metal, hardcore, and punk records got held up and won't be delivered here until tomorrow. I bet we'll have 10 full crates of metal stuff. Seth's already got enough stuff ready on top of the hardcore and punk records that Paul said he's found for tomorrow. We're probably going to do Metal Part 1 and Metal Part 2. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, we're going to have back-to-back nights of greatness here, big shows. So I want to go ahead and let everybody know there's going to be another huge show follow this one tomorrow. And we hadn't even got started with this one because today's delivery of new material is almost exclusively puzzles. So there is a lot of stuff over here. It's probably another 150 puzzles. A third of them we already have waiting lists for. And we'll be showing those in between crates. So we're going to have a lot of stuff to go through. I just don't have a lot of new sealed vinyl to show you as well. How many crates of new vinyl? New stuff? 0. How many crates of new vinyl am I going to be going through tonight? Probably a dozen. We're probably going to go through every crate of new vinyl that's in the store just because I didn't have a brand new delivery. There is a ton of stuff over here, though, already. Like new stuff. Okay? So let's get started. Here we go. These are auctions we have ready for dot. Let's pick out the first couple. Let's do Quiet Riot. Megadeth will be part of that delivery tomorrow. Megadeth will be part of that delivery tomorrow. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, there's 100 Megadeth picture discs supposed to be here. All the other metal and hardcore and punk records I ordered. And like I said, it all pretty much got held up because they had to deliver. They shipped all these puzzles first. There's 100 or more puzzles over here, maybe 150. So there's that. All right. Now what we're going to do is keep auctions going all night. And we've got metal all night tonight. Metal galore. I don't know if Paul's marked anything either. So this is about to be an absolute epic show. This is about to be an absolute fantastic show. I've got metal CDs. I've got this and that. No, tonight, you don't want to go anywhere tonight. I'm just saying we're going to do this again tomorrow. I want to let everybody know that right now before you left the chat. I want to let everybody know right now before you leave the chat that you need to be prepared and come back here again tomorrow, because I know a lot of metal people only tune in on Thursday nights and then I don't see them again for a while. And I'm like, nope, not tonight. Well, I need you here tonight and tomorrow. So let's go grab that first crate. I'm going to have to do walking a lot of back and forth because that crate's all the way up here. Let's go grab it right quick. Let's do it. I got my 4 crates of vinyl all the way up here. I don't know why I did that, but here they are. And let's get started with this one. There's Paul, there's Seth. You got Tanner, Otis, happy birthday Ed, Mom Julie. There's Otis. Otis, you want to help me carry this crate? Let me strap it to your back. This crate weighs, whoa, he just ran right through my legs. Big excited dog. All right, here we go. Famous Monsters is about to be put up for auction. I'm officially looking at the chat, and I'm officially ready to get going, okay? Here we go. We got Quiet Riot. This is condition critical. What time is it? 6 o'clock, right on time. An 84 USOG Carrollton, original under sleeve, VG++, a $20 start. This is an 84 USOG Carrollton, original under sleeve, VG++, a $20 start. Quiet Riot, condition critical. That's now up for bid, $20 start. Next is Malice in the beginning. Malice is a 1985 Euro OG pressing with the original under sleeve. The vinyl's in EX condition, and this is going to go up for a $30 start. Quiet Riot already has a bid for $20 with Dustin Whitaker. Thank you, Dustin Whitaker. He is in on that one. Where's my other few autographed CDs I had right over here? Here we go. I'll put those up in just a second. Let's pull up tonight's video. Make sure everybody's done me a video. Do me a favor and hit a like button on the video. Make sure you've done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. Make sure you subscribed on Facebook. Make sure you followed on YouTube. I need your help, okay? I need your help. Need your help doing that. Please, please, please hit the like button. Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's been cleaned. No. But it was already pretty clean, I think, when Paul was just looking at it. Let's jump over here. We have Malice already at $50. We got Quiet Riot at $30. I'm pulling up our group right now. Every morning at 6 a.m. I post a new vinyl recap. And tonight we had 4 full crates of stuff. We were slammed with new arrivals yesterday. I mean, we're going to have a great show just re-showing what didn't show last night. Here's some stuff that already sold I'm going to be looking for. Bill Wither, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, Chris Cornell Sticks, Queensryche, Nirvana, Pink Floyd, Metallica, Pink Floyd, Dave Matthews Band, Alice in Chains, Pink Floyd, Rammstein, Saxon, Pluto, Rob Zombie, Exodus, Smiths, Joe Bonamassa, and Saxon. So here we go. Quiet Riot's at 38, Malice is at 55. And so, Pink Floyd, this is the Sound of Philadelphia, live. I think it's 1973, $44.99. They're doing Dark Side of the Moon and Echoes. And the first comment was Cecil Grosskopf wants both Pink Floyd. So this is sold to Cecil Grosskopf. He gets one. The next person was Jeff Hilton. He wants both Pink Floyd. So that's sold to Jeff Hilton. And then the next person, John Labate, L-A-B-A-T-E, he wants both Pink Floyds. So they all get one each. And then George Jones wanted both Pink Floyds. So we got a waiting list going already for a record tonight. That's Pink Floyd, The Sound of Philadelphia, live, 2 LP gatefold, $44.99. George Jones is first on that waiting list. George Jones is first on that waiting list, okay? If anybody else wants one, they'll be back in next week, okay? Jeff Metcalf has the Malice at 56. The high bid on Quiet Riot right now is 40 with James Hicks. That's where we're at right now. Next is Cannibal Corpse. I still got 3 copies left. So already somebody on a waiting list for Pink Floyd. If anybody else wants one, let me know. These Cannibal Corpse are available. Hammer Smash Face. This is on splatter vinyl, $39.99. There was nobody who claimed any live, so guess what? Those 3 are available, $39.99. If you're new, you can buy. Just comment CC for Cannibal Corpse, or you can comment Cannibal, or you can comment Cannibal Corpse. That means you're buying it. $8 in limited shipping, okay? Tim Floyd also wants on that Pink Floyd wait list. Like I said, those will be back in next week. Right in front of that is the Smiths, and this one is The Queen is Dead. One of these did get sold. That is sold to Stephen Parton. Smith's Queen is Dead. And then Stephen also put M-E-A-T. What was Meat? Meat is Murder. Okay, so Smith's Queen is Dead and Meat is Murder. Okay, those are Smith's albums. So there's one Smith's left if anybody else wants it. Tim Floyd gets a Cannibal Corpse. Now, Malice is still getting bids, 48. However, Quiet Riot may be done. Terry Gearhart has that at $45. I got Tool Fear Inoculum. That's a triple LP. Everything in here is new and sealed. This is $76.99. $76.99. And Pink Floyd, How I Wish You Were Here. This is the 1975 album remastered, $36.99. $36.99. We have Depeche Mode, Songs of Faith and Devotion. Depeche Mode is $33.99. That's available. Depeche Mode, Songs of Faith and Devotion. $33.99. So Malice, it's up to Jeff Metcalf if he wants back in. Now, Quiet Riot's a final call. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be this. It is Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. This is a 2018 or 2020 U.S. reissue. It's a reissue. This is going to go up for a $1 start. Aussie, Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. That's going to go up for a $1 starting bid. Next thing we have is Nirvana. This is Nevermind. I still got 2 copies of that. Nirvana is $36.99. And then over here we got Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime. I still got 2 of these. Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime. This is a 2 LP, $44.99 for Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime. Jerry Stonewall's Joni Mitchell. You got it. Operation Mindcrime is $44.99. That's a 2 LP. Black Sabbath has bids for $5 and now $30. $1 start. Hey, it doesn't matter if we start it for $1 or if we don't start it for $100. It's going to get to around the same price anyway. It doesn't matter. I usually don't do a $1 start because it's going to waste a lot of time, believe me. Over here, Quiet Riot. So this is officially sold in to Terry Gearhart for $45. That is sold to Terry Gearhart for $45. Thank you on that. Over here, we have Depeche Mode. That's sold to Tim Floyd. Thank you. Songs of Faith and Devotion. I have 1 Depeche Mode left if anybody else wants it. Over here is Malice, and I was waiting for Jet Metcalf. I was going to make sure he was done on this. The last bid on it was Alonzo Breezy Brinslow Jr. for $58. Over here is Black Sabbath, and the last bid was William Hargett, and he has that for $35. It's a 2018 or a 2020 UK reissue. We have Yes, This is Fragile, the Steven Wilson remix on green vinyl. That is $33.99 for Yes, Fragile. $33.99 on that. And Pink Floyd, The Wall. I Have Become Comfortably Numb. Run, 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 run. This is $49.99. There's that. And we have Weezer, the Blue Album. Weezer is $33.99. That is $33.99. Weezer, the Blue album. I have those available. Also over here, I have Smith's Meat is Murder. This is sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you, Stephen Parton, on the Smiths. That completes his comments. I've got one Smith's left if anybody else wants it. Right in front of that is Rage Against the Machine, Killing in the Name. That is Rage Against the Machine 20th Anniversary Remaster, $33.99. Now, what about Malice over here? I lost Jet Meth Claff. I'm going to have to go ahead and sell it. Malice is sold to Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. for $58. He just set out. Okay, I'm glad you did because I just sold it to Alonzo. That's so. Black Sabbath is at $50 with Brian Call. Never Say Die, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Next auction is going to go up right now. And what is that? That is going to be Vinnie Vincent Invasion. And this is All Systems Go. Shrink Wrap and Hop. It's a 1988 USOG. It has the inner sleeve. It has the shrink. It has the hop. It's VG++. All Systems Go is going to go up for a $30 start. There's the original inner sleeve. Very nice Vinnie Vincent. It's now up for bid. Over here, Incubus Light Grenades. Incubus is $34.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. Are we all done on Black Sabbath? Final Call to Brian for $50. And Queensryche is sold to Jason Widener. And he wanted Queensryche Frequency Unknown. I've got one copy of Queensryche Frequency Unknown left. It's a 2 LP red vinyl if anybody wants that. Anybody else on anything in here? Final Call on Black Sabbath and Vinnie Vincent is at $30. That's an opening bid with Michael Thrower. Michael Thrower's in. Michael Thrower's in. All righty. Let me be looking up this CD right quick. I got a few signed CDs over here again. I think we can go ahead and sell the rest tonight. Let me check the JSA here. We got AX 17623. And this is signed by James Rivera. James Rivera. And this is Hellstar, Dracula. I never can say that. Nosferatu. Exactly. Sold, signed by James Rivera. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. It is JSA authenticated. And it's signed, and that's a $35 start, okay? Let's go back over here. Cameron Lingefeld wants Incubus Light Grenades. Thank you on that one. I think we're all done on Black Sabbath. This is sold to Brian Call for $30. Thank you, Brian. Vinnie Vincent now has bids for $30, and now it has another bid for $35. That goes back over here. And then about the Aussie box, I honestly hadn't even looked at it. Paul's got it ready. The Aussie box we have tonight is brand new. It was never really used. It was basically kept sealed. So it's all mint. The number on it, I'm looking at it right now. It is number 2254. And we're going to be putting up that for auction about 8 o'clock. About 8 o'clock is when that's going to go up for auction night. 8 o'clock. That's a premier marquee item tonight. Everybody, good luck. Okay? Over here, Megadeth probably won't be in until tomorrow. Next thing we have is Huge Metal. If you missed my announcement, Huge Metal delivery coming in tomorrow. Huge Metal delivery, Seth. Huge Metal delivery coming in tomorrow. So I've already told everybody, consider a Metal Night Part 2 tomorrow. Metal Night Part 2 tomorrow, okay? We hadn't even began tonight. You can count on a Part 2 tomorrow. Cannibal Corpse, there's 2 left. It's $39.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then how much is Meat is Murder? That's $33.99. New and sealed. Everything in here is new and sealed. $8 in limited shipping. Jump right in. Welcome to the Collectco family. Vinnie Vincent's at $37. Once you join, you can never leave. Or once you leave, you can never join. They're over there. Maybe right in front of where we keep the Discog stuff. Next is Twisted Sister, You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. Twisted Sisters, a 1983 Euro OG. Original on her sleeve plus insert, an EX copy. Twisted Sister has this, an insert with it. Very cool. It has an original on her sleeve, a nice jacket. We're going to put up Twisted Sister for a $30 star. Vinnie Vincent has bids for $38. This is pronounced Nosferatu. Nosferatu. Thank you. I got to hear the phonics every time. Nosferatu. Signed Hellstar CD by James Rivera. $35 start. All right, so Cannibal Corpse, Meat is Murder. Smith's Queen is Dead, $33.99. Tool Fury Inoculum, $76.99. I've got those available. Also, Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here for $36. Depeche Mode, Songs of Faith and Devotion, that's $33.99. Nirvana's Nevermind's $36. Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime for $44. Yes is $33. Pink Floyd The Wall, $49. Weezer, The Blue Album, $33. Rage Against the Machine 33, Incubus Light Grenades 34, and the last coins rack there, Frequency Unknown, Red Vinyl 2LP, $39.99. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. If not, I gotta go get the other crate right quick. I've for some reason stacked them all up front. Let me go do that. Twisted Sister already has bids for $30 and $35. And then Jeff, the signed CD was a $35 start. Sorry, signed CD, $35 start on that. Vinnie Vincent's not signed. No, the Nosferatu CD is. That is signed, JSC authenticated. All right, let me bring this right over here. Thanks everybody for tuning in for Metal Night. Big new delivery, boxes of inner sleeves. Let's see. Let me cut through here. Oh, there's more stuff, Ed. Well, they were right there. They were right there last night when I, they were right here. They might have took them to the back. Did you ask Paul? Ask John. That's the next person. All right, let's go up here and see what's going on. We have so many supplies in this building, sleeves and whatnot. We can't sometimes even find what we're looking for. And I still have not found what I'm looking for. Push the needle and boom, boom, boom. Dance on deadly skin. Dum, dum. Slam. You know it's no return. Boom, boom. All right, here we go. So first thing we have is Twisted Sister, Brad Waits, $35, final call. OG Euro, hop sticker, inner sleeve insert, nice vinyl, $35 on Twisted Sister. That is a going to once, a going to twice. Vinnie Vincent, 41, Vinnie Vincent, 45, Vinnie Vincent, 45, Vinnie Vincent, 46, Vinnie Vincent, 47, Vinnie Vincent, 47, Vinnie Vincent, 48, Vinnie Vincent, 49. Nobody bid on Hellstar. This is going to go up for a $35 buy now. If anybody wants this, it's signed. It can be bought for a $35 buy now. It is signed by James Rivera. I'm going to put that right over there. No bid, so it's a buy now. Now, first thing, Jerry Stone just told me he wants one. Yes, Amelia. Beautiful. Mo5 One Step, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, $134.99. $134.99. Amelia. That is sold to Jerry Stone. I've got one left. I got one left. Also, we got one FKA Twigs. We had a wait list for this last night. U6UA. That's $33.99. Jet Metcalf said he will take the signed CD for $35. Thank you. That's sold to Jeff Metcalf, $35 on that. And then we have this. We have Ultraviolence. This is Lana Del Rey, $39.99 for Lana Del Rey. Vinnie Vince is now at $50. And we have one copy of Metallica. Now, this is already sold. We sold a bunch of these last night. This is, and we've had waiting lists pretty much nonstop. This is Metallica live at Market Square Arena. And I only have a volume 1 left. It actually comes as a volume 2. So what we're going to do is we're going to sell, who wanted it? Let me find them here. This is LaBeatty. Let me find his comment. Yeah, Metallica Live, sold to John LaBeatty. And let's make sure he gets on a waiting list for Volume 2. $44.99 for a Volume 1, $44.99 for a Volume 2. He's going to buy this one. He wants on a waiting list for Volume 2. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We got a request for Nasty Savage. Coming soon. Coming soon. Over here, we have Pink Floyd, the Division Bell. I've got these available for $49.99. Pink Floyd, the Division Bell remaster. Vinnie Vince is now at $50. Twisted Sister, Brad Waits has it for $40. Going once, going twice. Brad Waits has that going once, going twice. I got Nile here, signed by somebody. Let's look it up right quick. I'll find out. Also, we got Incubus. Here's another Incubus Morning View. Incubus is $34.99. Incubus Morning View. Incubus, $34.99. Morning View. That is available. And over here, we got Chris Cornell, First Ever Hits Collection. Chris Cornell, his First Ever Hits Collection, and this is $44.99. And we have a request for Euphoria Morning, so both these are still available. That's Chris Cornell, a great compilation. Music from Soundgarden, Temple of the Dog, Solo Career, Audio Slave, more Soundgarden, $44.99 on that. All right, I think we're done on Twisted Sister. I didn't see any other bids, and that was done. So Brad Waits gets Twisted Sister for $40. That is sold. And then Vinnie Vincent back here. What happened on Vinnie Vincent? That last bit over here was Michael Thrower out. Stuck 73 has it for 50. Hammers up. We are about to sell it. We are about to sell it. Man, look at all these cool picture discs we got over here. Let's go ahead and knock one of these out right quick. Check this out. A King Diamond picture disc. How cool is this? Let's go ahead and show it. and take a look at it. King Diamond, a 2017 limited to 2,000 picture disc worldwide, a 10-inch single with live tracks. King Diamond is going to go up for a $20 star picture disc. Really cool item there. That's now up for bid. In front of that is Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger. Soundgarden is $33.99. And we have Bathory under the sign of the black mark. Bathory is $36.99. Under the sign of the black mark, $36.99. Rage Against the Machine, Renegades. Rage is $29.99. I still got those. And Rob Zombie, American-made music to strip by. Rob Zombie's a 2LP, $39.99 for Rob Zombie. Vinnie Vincent's officially sold, and that's sold to Stuck73 for $50. That is sold, and we got metal auctions all night long. Here in a minute, we have the one and only Lionel Richie. He will be making an appearance live here during the live stream. And anytime I say we've got metal auctions, he'll come over to the mic and say all night long. So I hope y'all ready for that. Next thing we have is Judas Priest, and this is Judas Priest Stained Class. This is a late 79, early 80 U.S. reissue. It's a super nice copy, EX or better condition. It's a nice copy of Stained Class. Judas Priest is a $30 star. There's that, there's this, there's this. Those are available over here. We have Jim Berg on Bathory under the sign of the black mark. Freddie Milford on Rage Against the Machine. That's sold to Freddie Milford. King Diamond 22, King Diamond 23. We have a request for Abigail and Sabotage. Remind me of those two titles again. Zombie is not music on vinyl. No, this is, no, they do not do this one. It's essentially like a compilation, 2LP. That's $39.99. We have the Smiths, Market Hell. This is live in Hamburg. The Smiths, $34.99 on that. Rob Zombie's $39.99. American-made music to strip by. 2LP. Yes album, the Steven Wilson remix. Blue vinyl for $33.99. There's Rage again, Evil Empire. Rally Round the Family. That's $29.99 for Rage. And then Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things. And I think this did get claimed. Yeah, so did Tim Colino Jr. Thank you, Tim Colino. Judas Priest is at 30. King Diamond over here. Cecil Grosskopf has it for 25. Cecil Grosskopf has it for 25. Going once, going twice. And Judas Priest is now at 30. Let me pull up the JSC authentication on this CD. We got AX 17629, and this is signed, a Nile signed CD cover, insert booklet, and it's signed by two members, okay? They didn't help me out there much. Nile signed, I don't know by who, but it's a signed CD booklet with the CD, of course. That's going to go up for a $35 start. That's now for another signed CD, okay? Finishing up, another copy of Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things. That's $39.99, and here's Depeche Mode, Music for the Masses, $33.99 for Depeche Mode. Also, Queensryche Empire, that's available for $38. And then Alice in Chains, Live at the Palladium, 1982. Alice in Chains is $29.99. All right, looks like we're done on King Diamond. King Diamond picture disc sold to Cecil Grosskopf for $25. Judas Priest has one bid for $30. A beautiful copy of Stained Class, and that's a final call for $30. That CD I just put up, that CD is a $35 star. Carl Sanders, guitarist, vocalist. There we go. Thank you, John Mincemoyer. That is signed by Carl Sanders, guitarist, vocalist. That's one of them. Probably that silver one up at the top. It looks like a K. Next auction, Armored Saint. Armored Saint is a 1985 USOG with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus. A $20 start on Armored Saint, Delirious Nomad. It is an OG with the original inner sleeve. That's going to go up for a $20 start. Okay, next thing is track list on AIC. Sick Man, It Ain't Like That, Put You Down, Wood, Sunshine, We Die Young, Real Thing, CSR, Believe the Freak, and Man in the Box. Amazing, right? And then over here we have Melanie said she'll take a Rob Zombie. There's that, okay? Now let's run through these one more time. The other Nile signature appears to be Dallas Toller Wade. Thank you, John Mincemoyer. Now, Armored Saint already has a bid for 20. Now, Judas Priest has a new bid for 31. One more quick read through here. Joni Mitchell, his Jara, Mo-Fi, Ultra Disc One Step, $134.99. FKA Twigs is $33.99. And we have Lana Del Rey Ultra Violence for $39. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, that's a 2LP gatefold, $49.99. Incubus Morning View is $34. And Chris Cornell, his first ever hits collection, Cornell, $44.99. That's a 2LP. And then this is Judas Priest. So who was the first bidder at 30? Terry Gearhart. Terry, let me know if you want back in. Feel like that high bid's at 31 now. He's back in at 35. Also, we had Soundgarden Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger for 33. One battery left for 36. There's my Rage. There's Rob Zombie. There's the Smiths. There's the Yes album. Don't forget about the other Rage Against the Machine. Also, Dave Matthews Band. Freddie Milford wants a Pink Floyd Division Bell. I have a few left if anybody else wants one. Depeche Mode, Queensryche, and then Alice in Chains. What a great track listing. Put You Down. Sick Man. All right. Armored Saint, $21. Nick Galetti already has it for $25. Nick Galetti already has it for $25. So, William Thornton, you're out. Anybody else before I go get the other crate? We're going to keep this pace going just for the warm-up stuff here. Big puzzle night. About a week and 2 days ago, we had the epic big restock surprise delivery of puzzles. We sold out of virtually everything. We had a huge waiting list, and guess what? The rest of them are here, and we're going to start knocking those out tonight. So probably just in pure volume, we're going to sell a lot of stuff tonight, right, Tanner? Who's around the corner, Jake? It's Jake, because he didn't say anything. That's Soda Noah Cowell, Alice in Chains. What battery? Under the sign of the black mark. Battery is under the sign of the black mark. $36.99 on that, okay? Display the auction, stand up. Well, it kind of, I'd have to zoom out the camera. I've tried that before, but it would cut off. I think it would cut off a lot of the top of it. I mean, you could see them a little bit better, but I've thought about it. Also, it's kind of hard to keep them balanced, maybe. I honestly don't like wedging anything on the jackets, but I know what you're talking about, but it hadn't worked the times I've tried in the past. It's never worked too well. It's kind of hard to constantly pick them up. Plus, I leave stuff out behind of them sometimes. So, I don't know. I kind of like leaving them flat. Is Joni Mitchell a 2LP? I don't think so. I don't think they made that a 2LP, but I'm not really for sure. Armored Saint, Judas Priest. Okay, let me go do this right here. Batteries available if you decide you want it. Let's go get that other one right quick. Amazing stuff just in this warm-up recap so far. Let's go up front and grab this. We sail through endless skies, stars shine like eyes. In between little breaks, I'm singing Black Sabbath stuff. Endless skies. That's Planet Caravan. We sail through endless skies, stars shine like eyes. And what a wild song that is. You got that entire album, you just got that outlier there. It's the most creepy, amazing song I've ever heard from Sabbath. We sail through endless skies. Okay, here we go. Armored Saint, $34. Terry Gearhart, he's done on Priest, and he was the one that bumped it. So let's sell Priest to Terry Gearhart for $37. We'll do a buy now on Nile, autographed, 2 signatures, $35. Joni Mitchell is a 2LP. Joni Mitchell's a 2LP, 45 RPM. There you go. Yep. One step, 45 RPM. Nile can be purchased for a $35 buy it now. Nile is available, $35 buy it now on that. Hope everybody that's already bought the Paranoid Hi-Fi from us, if you've already bought those for a while back, we sold like 100 copies, I think. Hopefully everybody's been rocking out on those this week. Armored Saint, Delirious Nomad, if you've got them in the mail by now. Nick Galetti's at $34. Kristen Driscoll, it's all up to you. Kristen Driscoll, it's all up to you. Okay, I'm about ready to start officially taking requests. You know, not maybe on anything crazy, but we can start bumping some stuff up. Here's Quiet Ride, a Japanese pressing. Quiet Ride is Metal Health. This is an 83 Japanese original, near mint minus and pristine with obi and insert. This is going to go up for a $45 start. A beautiful copy of Metal Health here. This is fantastic. Come on, feel the noise. Bang your head. There it is, 45. A beautiful Japanese pressing there, okay? Let's go ahead and show this. This is Exodus, Tempo the Damned. And now we're getting into some more stuff here that's already pre-sold, but let me figure out who wanted Exodus here. If you know for sure you want to go ahead and get it either way, comment right now. Exodus is $36.99. $36.99. This one's actually still available. That is Tempo the Damned. Tempo the Damned, that's $36.99. $36.99. Also, we have Led Zeppelin 2. Ramble On. This is $33.99. 180 gram remaster for Led Zeppelin and Styx, their newest album. This actually did get claimed by Darren Wortman. Thank you, Darren Wortman. That's so to you. That was my last copy. And we have Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys, Part 1. This is Halloween, $33.99. Halloween, $33. Joni Mitchell's $134.99. Over here is Witchcraft. Witchcraft is $39.99, limited edition colored vinyl. All right, so let's go ahead and see what would happen over here. Armored Saint got a new bid for $38. Nick Galletti says he's done. So Kristen Driscoll has that for $38. Next thing was Quiet Ride has a bid for $50. Quiet Ride has a bid for $50. And then we're good to go there. So let's go ahead and show Dusty Springfield. This is Son of a Preacher Man. $33.99 for Dusty Springfield. And Pink Floyd Animals. There's Pink Floyd Animals. That's $33.99. And Pestilence. We still got Pestilence here. Testimony of the Ancients, the iconic landmark album within progressive death metal recorded by Scott Burns and Moore Sound Studio. $33.99 on that. And here is Exodus. This is Shovel-Headed Kill Machine. Exodus Shovel-Headed Kill Machine is sold to Brian Thurman. That is sold to Brian Thurman. Also, Brian Thurman wanted Rob Zombie, and that was from the previous crate. I just now seen that comment. So that last Rob Zombie did get sold. I'm glad I seen that right now before I sold it to somebody else. So Brian Thurman also wanted Rob Zombie. So thank you, Brian Thurman. He also got Exodus Shovel-Headed Kill Machine. And then we have Winger. Winger's on green vinyl, $33.99. Also over here is Armored Saint Delirious Nomad, and this is sold then. Armored Saint is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $38. Are we done on Quiet Riot? One bid for $50. A near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. And Quiet Riot is going to be a final call to Terry Gearhart for $50. That Michael Jackson Funko is still available. Let me figure out where I laid it. Michael Jackson, I've got 2 Funkos here. We had one of each last night. And we have one of each. We sold one of each last night. We have one of each left. Troy, MJ's $14.99. New one here, kind of in a silver sparkle suit. And Elvira. And those are $14.99 if anybody wants them. I've got them right there. And now, first is Michael Salazar on Exodus Shovel-Headed Killing Machine. Okay, Michael, I'm going to put you on a waiting list if that's okay. That was my only copy. And like I said, it did sell to Brian Thurman. So let's put Michael Salazar on a waiting list. Let's also put Anthony Riddle on a waiting list. And Anthony Riddle gets the other Exodus too. And that just got claimed as well by Michael Salazar. Well, somebody already beat you to Shovel. Anthony's on a waiting list review. Then Anthony wanted this one. Now you're on a waiting list for both of them. If you don't want to be on a waiting list, let me know. They'll be in next week, okay? They'll be back in like Monday, Tuesday. And you'll get tagged for them then. Michael Jackson Funko, that is sold to Troy Robinson. And then that is sold to Troy Robinson. And we'll put Vladarchek on a waiting list, okay? I've got one Elvira left if anybody else wants that. I'll put that right behind Gene Simmons. Foreigner also sold to Brian Thurman. Brian Thurman also on the Foreigner. So that completes his comment. He wanted Rom Zombie, Exodus, and Foreigner. That's sold to Brian Thurman. Thank you. And then over here, we have Quiet Riot. And Quiet Riot did get a new bid for $55 with Gregory Roberts. So I think Terry Gearhart, just FYI, you've been outbid. All right, next thing we have is, let me find the next crate of stuff, great stuff that Paul got ready here. Paul and Laura, I'll say, they both worked on these auctions to make it all possible. Let's go ahead and run a Prince of Darkness. We've already sold a Black Sabbath album. Here is Aussie, Bark at the Moon. Had a lot of people ask for this one. This is OG, Bark at the Moon. It's an 83 Pittman with the original under sleeve. It's VG minus. Aussie's going to go up for a $20 start. Aussie $20 star. 83 US OG with the original under sleeve. About a VG Plus cover. Hope everybody sees our new graphic up here. Man, I've woke up 2 nights in a row, or 2 days in a row, because I wake up in the afternoons to just tragedies almost. Aussie and now Hulk Hogan. I was like, golly, I don't know if I want to go to bed tonight. Wake up to something crazy again. I don't know. So there's Aussie. He's up for bid. Over here is Quiet Riot. It's at 60. This is Napalm Death, and this is Harmony Corruption. Napalm Death is available. Napalm Death is $38.99. Also, Alter Bridge, Pawns and Kings. Alter Bridge is $33.99. Alter Bridge, and this is $33.99. I have one of those left if anybody else wants it. And the new Tyler Childers. The new Tyler Childers album, Snipe Hunter, comes out tomorrow, $39.99. We've got 2 left. That was a huge pre-order. We've already tagged all those. And then Mazzy Star, Among My Swan. Mazzy Star, and this is $36.99, bone-colored vinyl. Over here, we got Quiet Riot, and the last bid on Quiet Riot is $60 of Terry Gearhart. I think the bump was Gregory Roberts, so Gregory, let me know if you want back in. And then Bark at the Moon, 25, 20, 35, 25, 40, 45, 50. Aussie, 27. Quiet Riot, 65. $65. And then Jim Stafford on Alter Bridge. Thank you, Jim Stafford on Alter Bridge. Also, we have the new Joe Bonamassa. This is on blue vinyl. There was a claim for this. Joe Bonamassa. And Joe Bonamassa is sold to Jeremy Merck. Thank you, Jeremy Merck. That is sold to you. Greg Preston, I will put you on the waiting list for Alter Bridge. That was my final copy of that. I'll put you on the wait list if that's okay. Michael Salazar on a wait list for 2 Exodus. And let me show y'all what's left in here one more time very quickly, okay? We've almost sold a whole crate of vinyl just selling stuff live here tonight. Lots of waiting list already. Quiet Ride has a new bid, and that's with Gregory Roberts at 65. So whoever was the high bidder, just FYI, you've been outbid. Bark at the Moon's always been a tough album to get. It was out of print for years, which blew my mind. They finally got that album in print now. Over here is Gerald Whitworth on Joe Bonamassa. Greg says no waiting list for Alter Bridge. Anthony Riddle, you got one of the 2 Exoduses. You're on a waiting list for a shovel-headed killing machine. I've still got Led Zeppelin 2 for $33.99. We got Halloween for $33. Witchcraft is $39. Kind of surprised I still have those. Dusty Springfield's $33. We have Pink Floyd for $33. Pestilence, same price. Testimony of the Ancients. Wingers on green vinyl. Napalm Death is $38. New Tyler Childers $39. And we have Mazzy Star $36.99. Joe Bonamassa $29.99. Queens, let's see. Quiet Right, $70. Aussie, $82. That's where we're at right now on those. All right. Anybody else? I got one more crate, which I've got a lot of stuff already sold in there. Saxon, Pluto, Rammstein, more Pink Floyds. You're going to see that in 1 second. Yeah. Halloween is part 1. I'm going to try to check on part 2. I think they're out of stock, or I would have them. I've had a lot of people buy part 1, and they're like, Chad, man, I need a part 2. And I'm like, let me work on that. Let me go ahead and step up here and get the last crate, okay? Last crate. Dun 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 dun. Finished with my woman. Ba-dum dum. Boom 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 boom. That bass line in the back from Geezer. Boom 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. I need someone to. Pa-da-da. Boom, 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 boom. Pa-da-ba. Okay. We sold a Joe Bonamassa, and Greg Preston also wanted one. Did I already pull one for him? Who got one? We know we sold one in the video. And then I need to pull one for Greg Preston, too. I don't think I've done that yet. I don't think I've officially said one sold to Greg Preston. And that was the last one. So new Joe Bonamassa, that was the last one. All right. He's out, so final call on Quiet Riot for 75 and final call on Aussie for 85. Aussie's now at 92. Let's keep going here. So first thing we have, a monster. And Cameron Lingefeld wanted a Mazzy Star. All right, Cameron Lingefeld on a Mazzy Star. You got it. There's been some big pre-orders announced. I never did get around to posting the Rhino Hi-Fi today. I will tomorrow. Things have been, as usual, just crazy the last 24 hours. But the big pre-order for the indie exclusive Buckingham Nicks is up. And then the restock of Megadeth Countdown to Extinction should be here tomorrow. I emailed him. I said, hey, I'm not getting any of my metal stuff delivery. Can you promise it'll be here tomorrow? He says, tracking showing tomorrow. I checked the tracking. And so we should have basically Metal Night Part 2 tomorrow. Both auctions and lots of crates, okay? Plus, Paul's here right now working on some stuff. John made some delivery of classic rock and stuff. We'll be going through those later tonight, of course. Well, we're going to have new stuff. Just sit back and relax. Fun night ahead. In memory, tonight's show, I guess we can dedicate it to a lot of people. Hulk Hogan, Aussie, Chuck Mangione. A lot of people tonight. All right, let's get started. First is this really cool music on vinyl reissue of Pluto. I meant to ask Paul about this record, see if he knew much about it. Pluto was $39.99. And there was a claim for it. Paul Conway wants a Pluto. OGs from 72 UK sell for a few $100s. That is $39.99. And then over here, Quiet Riot. Quiet Riot is officially sold to Terry Gearhart for $75. $75. Aussie's at $105 with Tom Sullivan. Think on the Quiet Riot. Let's start going 3 wide with our auctions, okay? These are autographed CDs that I have not put up yet. I'm going to be doing that in just a second. I've got a few more left over here. Let's go 3 wide. Let's go 3 wide with our auctions. If nobody wants Elvira, probably going to keep 3 things going all night. Tonight's a big night for auctions, okay? I'm going to be showing a lot of stuff in the bins, but you're going to be hearing me call out bids all night long to keep up with all the stuff we got going on and all the stuff I want to get through tonight. So here's the next one. Bon Jovi is an 85 USOG, 72 PRC original pressing. Has the original on her sleeve, 7,800 degrees Fahrenheit. That is a $25 start. Aussie's at 105. Harold Ackerman, it's back to you. And then our next auction is going to be a picture disc. And check how cool this is. These are always very cool. Wasp, it's an 85 UK original picture disc. Blind in Texas. How cool is that? I wish they'd make stuff like this again today. They do make picture discs, but not these like lathe cut type deals. I think that'd be really cool if they started making some stuff like this again. 7-inch single PFC gassing on the sleeve. That's very common for these. Shouldn't affect back playback. Wasp is a $15 start. Most people just collect those though anyway. So there's that. Final Call on Aussie, that's $105. There's 1 Pluto left. I still got Extreme 3. Extreme 3 is $54.99. That is a double LP for music on vinyl, $54.99 on that. We have Blind in Texas. That already has bids. Bon Jovi already has bids. And then Bill Withers. This was my last copy. MoFi sold to Romy Lucy. Thank you, Romy Lucy. If anybody else wants one, that's a great MoFi pressing. That's just the 2 of us. That's Bill Withers' greatest hits. Right in front of that is Dave Matthews Band, Under the Table and Dreamin'. And I believe Dave Matthews Band is still available, $39.99. Yeah, we sold Remember These, Remember This, or Remember These. Nirvana Incesticide was my last copy. And that's $49.99 for Nirvana Incesticide, 45 RPM. So to Corey Fager. Thank you, Corey. He claimed that over in the video this morning. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'll have it next week. Tom Kelly on Extreme 3. That's so to Tom Kelly. Thank you on that, Tom Kelly. Over here is Aussie, Bark at the Moon. And Aussie is sold to Tom Sullivan, 105. Thank you on that. Now we have Texas at $40. That is with Jeff Metcalf. And then over here is Bon Jovi. And right now we've got Alicia, and she has that at $30. And Blind in Texas is at $40. All right. And then over here, let's go ahead and knock out a box set. Who wants to rock with Dokken early tonight? How about the complete studio album box set? Wow. Breaking the Chains, Tooth and Nail, Under Lock and Key, and Back for the Attack. It's a 2023, limited to 2,500. Everything's EX or better. Dokken, box is still in partial shrink. $85 start on Dokken box set. Now up for bid. Right in front of Dave Matthews Band was Motorhead, self-titled. Motorhead is $29.99. That is Motorhead, $29.99 for Motorhead. I've got 2 of those. And Rammstein, and this is Shinzuit. Now, the problem with Rammstein is William Warner put Rammstein, but he didn't put which one. William Warner put Rammstein, but he didn't put let me know which one. William Warner, are you happen to be watching right now? Because there's 2 Rammsteins. There's Shinzuit and there's Rice. So let me know if you're watching, William, which one you wanted. Chris Cornell, Euphoria Morning. I have 1 copy left, and that's after I tagged this one to Clifford Umstead. So thank you, Clifford Umstead. That would be sold to you. And now I have 1 Chris Cornell left for $33.99. So Bon Jovi, the most recent final call on this, there was 2 people at $25, okay? Dustin Whitaker bid $25. Alicia bid $25. And that is at 25 of Dustin and 25 of Alicia. And that's at 25 and 25. So Alicia, you're actually out. You're actually out. You tied him, and his bid came in first, okay? Now Wasp is at $42, and Dokken does not have a bid yet. We're looking for an $85 start. T-Bass Energy wants Chris Cornell. So did T-Bass Energy. Thank you on that. In front of Chris Cornell was Pink Floyd Live. Now, we had a lot of people double up on Pink Floyd's. Cecil Grosskopf, he wanted both Pink Floyd Lives. He gets that one. The other person was Jeff Helton. He's already got the other one. He gets this Pink Floyd Live. The other person was George Jones. He wants both Pink Floyd Live. So far, we've only got him 1, and that's this one, the Brighton Dome. We're going to put him on a waiting list. Excuse me, hold on a minute. John LaBeatty was first, okay? And he already got one as well. Okay, so now, George Jones, you get this one. Okay, Brighton Dome. You're on a waiting list, George Jones, for the Philadelphia. They've already got your name down. And that means Sean Lee Hooker, you're also on a waiting list. So 2 people on a waiting list for this, okay? 2 people on a waiting list for this. Pink Floyd, Brighton Dome. I've sold the 4 that I had. I had 4 people double up, and that means that Sean Lee Hooker, you're first on the waiting list. Anybody else, okay? Anybody else on Pink Floyd, Brighton Dome. Great bootleg. I think that was the first time they ever played Dark Side of the Moon live in concert. It's an unofficial bootleg 2 LP. So we already have 2 people on the wait list, George Jones, and then I'm going to take down names live tonight. Those will be back in next week if they're in stock, okay? Let's go down the line here and see what happened. The first thing was Alicia already bid 30 on Bon Jovi, okay? $30 on Bon Jovi. I'll take it. Was 44. Susie also wants a Pink Floyd. Doc in 85 with the record guy. And then Doc in 87. And then Gerald Whitworth on Pink Floyd Brighton. Okay, so 2 more people. Dawkins at 90. Bon Jovi's at 35. Bon Jovi's at 35. Doc at 90. And now the Wasp picture disc at this moment. The Wasp picture disc is at $44 with Kathy, okay? Bon Jovi order bids are kind of out of order. Right now, they're at $35. That's the high bid. Next is Motorhead, the very best of, Louder Forever. Motorhead is available. It's a 2 LP for $38.99. Essentially, a Motorhead greatest hits. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube? I'd greatly appreciate that. In front of Motorhead is Bathory self-titled, $36.99 for Bathory self-titled. And this is Soundgarden, the A-sides, essentially a Soundgarden greatest hits. It's a 2 LP, $46.99. Jan Gunther also on a Pink Floyd waiting list. That's for Brighton Dome. That should be 3, 4, 5 people on that. And in front of Soundgarden was the other Rammstein. And I'm going to wait to hear back from William Warner on which one he wanted. Right now, there's at least 1 each left of those, okay? So Dawkins at 91. Dawkins now at 95. Now another $95 bid. And we have Wasp. And Wasp was with Kathy Dumas at $44, okay? And then Bon Jovi still at $35, going once, going twice. Yes, Tanner. Yeah, that'd be great. And then wherever you want me to put tonight's sold stuff, because we've almost got a full crate already. We got Blackstone Cherry, Magic Mountain. Blackstone Cherry's a 2 LP, limited to $1,500 on gold and purple marble vinyl. That was new, $54.99. First time ever on vinyl. White Line, the best of White Line, 2 LP music on vinyl, $56.99. And I really need some people to buy some Saxon, Dogs of War. Saxon, Dogs of War. I know we sold at least one here. I know I sold at least one Saxon here. Let me double check and find the names on that one. And the first person on that one was Paul Conway. Yep. Thank you, Paul Conway, on that. And then Edwin Riviera. Thank you, Edwin Riviera. Anybody else wants a Saxon, just let me know. I did miss one claim. Brian Call wanted that Alice in Chains live. Let me go pull that right now for Brian Call. I did not pull that out of the video yet. So let me go do that. And that was my last copy. All right. And that is now sold. Thank you, Brian Call. Okay, time to end some auctions as well. Let me swap out crates right quick. Let's, I'll just put this one right here on top for right now. That's all sold stuff, Tanner. Wherever you want to start the stack. That red crate right there is a crisscross sold crate. We love crisscrossing records. Holy moly. All righty. Now, Nasty Savage. I'll go find it right now. First thing we got, though, is Bon Jovi. Bon Jovi, this is sold to Alicia. And if Alicia, one of the two, Bon Jovi, $35. That is sold to you for $35. If you're a first-time buyer, which I'm almost positive are, just say, yes, first-time buyer, and I'll let you know. Over here, we got Wasp, Blind in Texas. The last bid on this was Kathy. Kathy Dumas, you get Wasp for $44. Thank you, Kathy. That's sold to you. All right. And now we have Dawkins. And Dawkins at 100 with Brad Waits. 100 with Brad Waits. Also, I see the record guys watching and want to give him a shout out. We actually bought some records from him, one of the big collections. He contacted us, and I want to thank you, record guy, for that opportunity. And just so anybody else is out there watching, we buy records, okay? You can sell as part of your collection. You can sell us some of your collection. You can sell us all your collection. It doesn't matter. Some people we've went and seen recently, they've picked out like, you know, 1,000 really good records that maybe they just want to get rid of. It'll be quite a bit of money sometimes. Maybe you just want to thin out some stuff. Get a hold of Paul. He can get you on the calendar for our next trip, okay? So there's that. Dawkins at 100 with Brad Waits. Ron Cornwell wants a Pluto. Thank you, Ron Cornwell. That is done, all right? Now, welcome Alicia. I'm really bad with names, but just so you know, welcome. And the high bid right now on Dawkins at 100 with Brad Waits. And let's put up some other new auctions, okay? Pluto is sold. Let's put up another auctions. We have a major request for Nasty Savage. Let me see if I can find it over here. That might be a good one. All right, there it is. Oh, man. Kind of early to be putting something up like this, but I'll try it. Hopefully all the metalheads are already watching. And we have a lot of requests for Aussie Black Rain. Yes. All right. First thing here is Nasty Savage Jeopardy Room. Nasty Savage is a 2024 numbered brown vinyl with insert. Currently none listed for sale. Limited to 150. None listed for sale. Nasty Savage is going to go up for a $75 start. For us to come look at a collection, probably at least 1,000, couple thousand. It's either got to be really good stuff or just a lot of quantity. We prefer just really good stuff and a lot of quantity. $75 on Nasty Savage, starting bet on that. Dawkins is out with him, and he said, great experience. Thanks, Chad and Collecco Gang. There you go. So we bought a lot of really cool stuff from the record guy. Memorabilia, records, autographs, and we got a lot of cool stuff over here. I was going through some more of it last night. I don't even know sometimes what we buy till Paul brings it back. I do have several really cool Stones items over here from some of our Rolling Stones fans are going to like. I hadn't even posted them yet. I think Nasty Savage, $85. Okay. And then Dawkins is at 100, and that's a final call. Let's see. Let me jump back here. Heading out, Paul? Okay, I just got those. Yep. Thank you as always. One second, please. Okay. Dawkins sold for $100. Dawkins is sold for $100 to Brad Waits. Nasty Savage is one bid right now with Alonzo, $85. Going once, going twice. Nasty Savage, one bid, $85. I'm about to sell it. $85, 2024 brown vinyl, numbered, $85 of Alonzo. It is a final call. Okay, there's that. Let's get back to another auction right over here. And the next thing I have is this. I have, let's see what's going on with this crate. I think I had another cool picture disc. Yep. Here's King Diamond, a 2021 OG Euro, limited 666 hand-numbered picture disc. This is number 656 to 666. It's an 8-inch single. King Diamond. King Diamond is now up for bid, a $35 start. $35 start for King Diamond. That's now up for bid, okay? That is now up for bid. Also, Nasty Savage and Alonzo has that for 85. I want to make sure we're done because I think there was 2 or 3 people who requested that. Just want to make sure we're done, okay? Here's what's left in here. Pluto is $39.99. Right behind that was Dave Matthews Band for $39. Motorhead was $29. Rammstein Schunzut is $44.99. Motorhead, Everything Louder Forever, $38.99. Bathory was $36. Soundgarden, $46.99 a 2LP. Don't forget about Rammstein for $44. Blackstone Cherry was $54.99. White Line was $56, the best of White Line. And then Saxon, Dogs of War, music on vinyl, limited 1,000, $38.99. All right, next auction going up right next to that is going to be this right here, King Diamond Abigail. And King Diamond Abigail is a 2014 limited edition blue vinyl. It's a reissue on blue vinyl. Whoops, we already got a King Diamond. Hold on a second. My bad. Shouldn't grab that one. We already got a King Diamond. Let's do another Judas Priest. Here's Judas Priest Screaming for Vengeance. Judas Priest is going to go up for bid. It's an 82 OG Terre Haute, original under sleeve with merch insert. It's around a VG Plus copy. It has the merch insert and the original under sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on Judas Priest Screaming for Vengeance. Nasty Savage over here. The last bid was Alonzo at $85, and that is sold. Nasty Savage is sold to Alonzo for $85. Thank you, Alonzo. That is sold to you. Let's put that away. Now King Diamond's at $45 with Justin Deckelman. Brian Campbell, you're out. And then Pink Floyd, or excuse me, Judas Priest up here. I just introduced that one. I'm going to take this off the table before it keeps falling over. And now the starting bid on Judas Priest was $15. Yep. And there it is. There's that, there's that, there's that. Now let's take this off the table and let's find something else over here. What do we have? What do we have? Okay, there's that. Let's see what else I can get into right over here. Whoa, yeah. All right, next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be Honeymoon Suite. Honeymoon Suite is a 1984 USOG club with the original sleeve, VG Plus. Honeymoon Suite is a $10 start. Honeymoon Suite is a $10 start. Kind of another quick warm-up auction there, even though we're already pretty hot and heavy tonight. Already pretty hot and heavy tonight, it seems like. But we'll go ahead and throw that up for a $10 start. Got the Aussie box set to run tonight about 8. That'll probably be one of the marquee items. Let me go ahead and grab this crate here. I'm about to start getting into some of our puzzles. Hopefully we got our puzzle buyers on tonight. Big restock. I'm about to go get my laptop because there's a ton of waiting list. I already got a bunch pre-sold over here. Already got a bunch pre-sold. But here's our next crate of new vinyl here. Probably tonight, I'm probably going to run through the complete new vinyl inventory at least once. At least once. We have a lot of new stuff. A lot of it's miscellaneous and whatnot. So I'm about to go over here and really start figuring out what came in. First, I'm going to go grab my laptop and a bottle of water before I pass out. Got to get that right quick. Welcome, everybody. I thought Paul was leaving. Oh, he's leaving now. Oh, there's Otis. Hey, Otis. What are you doing? He's up here looking out the door. Otis is up here looking out the door. You want to follow me to the back? It's cool. A dog will follow you around just right next to you. Otis is up there staring out the front door again. He's imagining pastures and roaming through dandelions and lilies and sunflowers. He's ready to go home, Tanner said. Yep, he's at the front door. Like, I'm one of the few people who probably don't want to be trapped in Collectible all day. We'll leave all that up to Chad. Otis wants to be running through the pastures. He loves it here. Tanner says he loves it here. Otis, is that true? Well, of course, Chad. I love Collectible. That was actually Otis talking. I don't know if y'all just heard that, but that was actually the dog that said that. All right, here we go. Let's pull up my spreadsheet here. Let's get started. More stuff coming at you. Hope everybody's ready. Big auction night. I'm going to do everything I can to completely focus on tonight's auction so we can get a lot of these open. What the heck happened to my monitor? Is everybody can still see me? There's no screen up here anymore. Is this GoPro on? I guess it is. I can't see anymore up here. Test 1, 2. That's weird. Okay, there he goes. Must have timed out or something. Okay. Let's go back to the top. So I left off. Brian Campbell bid $50 on King Diamond. So here's what happened. We was at King Diamond 45, King Diamond 36, Judas Priest 15, Judas Priest 16, Judas Priest 20, Judas Priest 15, Judas Priest 16, King Diamond 50, Judas Priest 25, Judas Priest 25, Judas Priest 40. And we have Judas Priest out, okay? Nobody bid on Honeymoon Suite. It can be picked up for a $10 bot now. Not spending any more time on that one. $10 bot now on Honeymoon Suite. Last bid on Judas Priest that came in, which is the high bid, and that's Chris Bocci at $40. And Judas Priest is a 1982 USOG Terre Haute original inner sleeve and merch insert, VG Plus condition. It is inner sleeve insert, VG Plus jacket. King Diamond over here, the second or third King Diamond item of the night. A 2021 limited edition hand-numbered picture disc. It's an 8-inch single lathe-cut picture disc. And the last bid on King Diamond that came in was Chris Bocci at $50. Going once, going twice. On that, there's Judas Priest. And Honeymoon Suite is sold to Dennis Cole for $10. Thank you, Dennis Cole. Then John Smetzer. Then Tom Sullivan. All right, there's that. Our next auction is going to be Black Sabbath Volume 4. Nice. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Great song. 72 US Terre Haute OG. The photo book is attached inside of the gatefold. It does have some writing on the cover. VG. Laura says nearly VG Plus. OG green label. $30 start for Black Sabbath 4. Here it is. So it has the photos attached. There's Geezer, there's Aussie, there's Black Sabbath, there's Bill Ward, there's Tony Iommi. Does have somebody's name written right up here. It is an OG Volume 4. $30 start on that. Kristen Driscoll, you were fourth on Honeymoon Suite. Now King Diamond's at 55 with Brian Campbell. Who outbid you? Did somebody outbid you? I don't think anybody outbid you. And now Black Sabbath already has a bid for 35. In here, we got Black Flag damaged. Black Flag is $29.99. Also, Disney Ultimate Hits, Volumes 1 and 2. That's on green and blue vinyl. Disney is $29.99. And a Perfect Circle, Eat the Elephant, Perfect Circle is $39.99. Let's go right over here and grab a puzzle. Otis, where are you at, Otis? There you are. Let's grab a couple puzzles here because there's some waiting lists for these. So let's see who was on the waiting list for these puzzles, Otis. He's probably wondering why I keep saying his name over and over and over. First puzzle tonight is Iron Maiden Killers. Very nice. These are jigsaw puzzles. These are 500-piece UK import, officially licensed puzzles. I've got Iron Maiden Killers. Let me check my waiting list. Last time these were pretty much wait list for all the Iron Maidens and Metallica. This one is Killers. And there is Iron Maiden Killers. There is Steve Weaver's on a waiting list. So thank you, Steve Weaver. One is sold to you. I got 2 extra Iron Maiden puzzles. These are 500 piece. They measure 18 by 18 once they're assembled. They are $24.99. So Iron Maiden Killers. One sold to Steve Weaver. He already was on a waiting list for one. And now I've got 2 extras if anybody else wants one. King Diamond, the last bid. Brian, who bid against you? I'm going to look one more time. If not, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you for 50. You bid 55. I don't think anybody bid against you, though. So unless there's an invisible bid, and if you're an invisible bidder, you probably need to speak up immediately because he's about to get it for 50. And now Judas Priest. And Judas Priest is sold to Chris Bocci for $40. Black Sabbath already at 55. That's an OG copy of Volume 4. Gatefold style jacket with the photos attached. We got Scott Arnold at 55. Harold Ackerman at 55. Eli's now at 60. All right, let's go ahead and put another auction in the middle then. Next auction I have here for you is going to be this. It is going to be Motley Crue. Let's go ahead and do this one. Girls, girls, girls. An 87 US Carrollton OG Club, still in shrink, VG++ EX minus condition. And this is going to go up for a $35 star. There's the original inner sleeve. Covers and shrink, a nice OG copy of Motley Crue. $35 start on that. Brian Campbell gets King Diamond for $50. Thank you, Brian Campbell. Let's put that away. Thank you on that one. All right, and then he bid 55 again. You got it for $50. I think you keep tying or bidding against yourself. King Diamond was sold to you for $50. Motley Crue's now for bid, and Black Sabbath is at $65. Next, we have Modest Mouse. This is a long drive. Modest Mouse is $33.99, 2 LP. Another Perfect Circle. This is Emotive. It's $46.99. Ghost, if you have Ghost, Ghost is $33. And then Taylor Swift, $19.89, 2 LP, $33.99. Fish, Billy Breeze is $44. And Foo Fighters, Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP. Foo Fighters, $39.99. Right over here, Motley Crue getting lots of bids. Black Sabbath getting lots of bids. Let's go ahead and put up another King Diamond, and this is King Diamond Abigail. King Diamond Abigail is a 2014 U.S. limited edition blue vinyl, 180 gram with insert, near mint minus, a $35 start. Over here, Static X. Static X is called Shadow Zone. It's on gold and green vinyl, $44.99 for Static X, and we have 311. That's that new reissue, a 2LP anniversary edition with bonus tracks, $46.99 for 311. Our next puzzle was Metallica and Justice for All. This is a 500-piece puzzle. Metallica. This is $24.99 and Justice for All puzzle. And if you want one, let me know. I should have some extras here. Metallica puzzle, 500-piece puzzle. And there's two people on a waiting list, Steve Weaver and Brandon Jones. So Steve Weaver gets one for $24.99. Brandon Jones gets a Metallica puzzle for $24.99. Does anybody else want a Metallica puzzle for $24.99? The last bid on Motley Crue that came in was Alicia at $45. And then over here we have King Diamond. It was a $35 start. We have bids for $35, $35, and now $40, and now $40. And then Black Sabbath. The last bid on Black Sabbath, Scott Arnold's out, Mike Sharp's out. The last bid was Harold Ackerman at $80, going once, going twice. What was the Ghost? It's called If You Have Ghost, $33.99 on that. Who asked? That was asked by Haley Creeder and then Cameron Lingefeld. The Static X was called Shadow Zone. First time it was on vinyl in the United States, $44 on that. Billy Joe, Stormfront, we didn't start the fire. That's $33.99. Do you have the Voodoo Lounge puzzle? I have one Voodoo Lounge puzzle left. Yep. One Voodoo Lounge puzzle left. I do. $24.99. Right in front of Billy Joel was Typo Negative, 20th anniversary edition. Life is Killing Me. Typo Negative is $69.99. It's a 3LP, green and black vinyl. $69.99 on that. Motley Crue 46, King Diamond 45, 50 on that. I think that means the hammer's up on Black Sabbath. And Motley Crue's Greatest Hits, $39.99. We have Motley Crue Girls, Girls, Girls. Here's a brand new copy for $33. Also, Shout at the Devil and Too Fast for Love. Those are all $33.99. All right, so Black Sabbath. Let's go ahead and sell that then. It is sold $80 to Harold Ackerman. Thank you on that one. And then what is Motley Crue? What is the King Diamond? Good questions, because they're still getting bids. And if you want to bid, I recommend doing it right now. First thing we have is this. And this is Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls is a 1987 USOG club copy. It's a nice copy, still in shrink. VG++ EX, Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. And the high bid on Motley Crue right now is MT Matt at $51. King Diamond Abigail, a 2014 U.S. limited edition blue vinyl, and that's at $52 with Stephen Tinsley. $52 on that. Let's go back up to the top. And the next claim was Jerry Stone says he'll take the Voodoo Lounge puzzle. That's sold to Jerry Stone. That was my last one. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. And then William Warner wants a pack of Static X and a pack of inner sleeves. Okay, that's a good combo. Get William Warner a Static X. Make sure he goes for a pack of inner sleeves. Jason Jones, which of the Motley Crues do you want out of here? Greatest Hits, Girls, 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 Shout for the Devil, or Too Fast for Love? He does want a Motley Crue Greatest Hits. And then William Warner, I'm glad you're watching. I don't know if you've replied to my comment yet, but you commented Rammstein on the video earlier. You might have already replied to me. But William Warner, there was two Rammsteins. There was Shinzut and Rise Rise. Which of those two did you want, okay? Which of those two did you want of the Rammstein? I hadn't pulled those yet for you. King Crimson, 3 of a Perfect Pairs, $29. Seraphim Goals, $39. And Scorpions, Love at First Sting. That is $33.99. Our next auction is White Snake. Slide it in. White Snake is an 84 USOG. It's a Frankenstein. The disc is definitely a Columbia disc, but the jacket does not say club. Original inner sleeve, VG++, or excuse me, EX++. It's a really nice copy of White Snake. That's a $20 star. Covers in VG Plus condition. The disc is a club. There's no club markings on the jacket. All right, next comment, we got Brandon Jones from Motley Crue. King Diamond has a new bid for $60. King Diamond's on blue vinyl. King Diamond's a 2014 U.S. limited edition blue vinyl. Chase Arnold has it for $60. Now Nick Galetti has it for $61. Now White Snake has a bid for $20. Now King Diamond $65. Motley Crue's Greatest Hits. Motley Crue's Greatest Hits is $39.99. The Motley Crue OG. The last bid that came in on the Motley Crue OG over here was a final call to MT Matt for $51 for the OG over here. We have one Greatest Hits, plus we have all this one. He wants the orange and white stripe cover. William Warner wants Rise, Rise, Otis. Rise, Rise, Otis. That is sold to William Warner. Let's go ahead and give that. Rise. Let's go ahead and tag that for him. Thank you on that. So that's so to William Warner. I still got that Static X if anybody else wants one. Thank you, William Warner, on that one, okay? Still got Metallica puzzles. Still got Iron Maiden puzzles. Let me go grab the next one over here and see if there was a wait list for it. No, I don't think I've had this one. I don't think I've had this one, Otis. This one here I have not had. I don't know either if ever or in years. You know, because some of these I've been ordering since 2019, 2020, 2021. And that's Iron Maiden, Stranger in a Strange Land. 500-piece puzzle, Iron Maiden, Stranger in a Strange Land. $24.99. I've got 3 of those available if anybody wants one, okay? Now, King Diamond, so those are still getting bids. Now it's at 70, and then White Snake just has 1 bid for $20 with John McPatriot. We're about to sell it. MT Matt gets Motley Crue for $51. That's sold to MT Matt for $51. All right, tonight's show is, you can see our graphic up in the top left. Rest in peace, Aussie. Hulk Hogan, also Chuck Mangione passed away today. Man, big artist. You can just tell when we go through bins how many Chuck Mangione records are laying around. Oh, my gosh. And then Jerry Stone wants an Iron Maiden puzzle. I had a feeling that was coming, Otis. Jerry Stone wants an Iron Maiden puzzle. Otis said, thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Jerry. That is sold to Jerry. And then over here, we got Danny Thomason also on an Iron Maiden puzzle. That's sold to Danny Thomason. That's some cool artwork there. Eddie's in like a futuristic robot bar. Pretty cool there. That's pretty cool. And now that's sold out. Dwayne Sevilla wants the last one. All right, so those 3 Iron Maiden puzzles are gone. The only 2 I've shown tonight is Killers and Injustice for All. Killers and Justice for All. That's the only other 2 I've shown tonight, okay? King Diamond still getting bids. All of a sudden, White Snake has new bids. And we have a billion requests for Aussie Black Rain. And I'm not for sure where it is over here in the crate, but I'm going to go ahead and put it. We've probably had more requests for Aussie Black Rain than probably any other record tonight, I would say. I'd say there's been more requests for this right here than any other record. Here's Aussie. It's a 2022 US with 3 bonus tracks. It's going to go up for a $25 start, okay? Now, anything else? Probably about to go through the first crate of some vintage stuff. I think Tanner's got it stacked up right there. And tonight, it's heavy on the auctions. We always call it Thursday Night Metal Auction. Tomorrow, we're going to go ahead and announce there's going to be a Metal Night Part 2, mostly because a delivery got held over. For the next 6 hours, there's going to be nothing to metal auctions. Tomorrow, you're probably going to see a lot of... I've got new vinyl over here, too. Okay, I was about to say, I think Ed has some new stuff over here. Let's go ahead and go through new vinyl. There may be some over here. Not priced 2 crate. Okay, never mind. Well, there is some stuff over here. And there's a lot more coming tomorrow. But yeah, there's some stuff over here I got a price, Tanner. Oh, no. I better get this done right now before Tanner leaves. There's two things here Ed needs prices for. And then here's all this. So let me figure out. We got new vinyl right here. Let's go ahead and knock out a crate that's priced. Some of this stuff might be stuff Laura ordered. And, oh, the Megadeth Picture Disc RN. Okay. The Megadeth Picture Disc RN. Great. So we can go ahead and show those tonight too. Let's get that out of the way right now, okay? It's going to take a while. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Sorry. There is so much stuff over here. I guarantee there's more new vinyl that's laying around here that I don't even know where it is. There's boxes of vinyl. There's boxes of toys. I just literally found 6 crates of new vinyl. I didn't even think anything was in today. I didn't think we got any deliveries other than puzzles. And there's literally 6 crates of new vinyl over here. Shows you how much stuff is piled up in this back room. There's a whole crate of Japanese. There's more toys over here. There's Funkos. Here's a whole nother 3 crates of puzzles. Had no idea. Had no idea. There's 3 crates over here that still need prices. There's a Lore crate over here. So, yep, that just goes to show you how much stuff is packed around here. About time for a new warehouse. What do you think, Tanner? There's so much stuff I don't even... It takes everything I have just to figure out where to walk, okay? Here we go. All right. Here we go. So, Aussie 60, Aussie this and that. Okay. So, where are we at? Aussie's at $75, White Snake's at $30, and then King Diamond. The last bid on King Diamond that came in was a final call to Chase Arnold for $75. Brian Campbell has not set out. Brian, it's all up to you, okay? It's all up to you. Or a closed grocery store. Yep. As long as it's close to my house. or we'll just have to buy something and build it. It's got to be close to my house. Otherwise, we would be starting really late. If I had to do any kind of longer commute than I do now, these shows wouldn't get started till 10 p.m. I like waking up knowing I'm 5 minutes from my store. All right, let's go through these Megadeths. All right, so this is one of the biggest new surprises I've had in a long time. And we've pretty much already sold about 100. It's going to take me a while to read through these. We'll keep other stuff going on. I'll probably have to pause. But we better do it right now live. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty difficult to keep up with everything that's going on here, right?
Another exodus.
No, we just took a wait list tonight. Yep. Okay. Brian said he bid 76 on King Diamond. Okay, that never did show up on Restream. So there's a new bid for $76. Chase, you're out. That never did come through on Restream. Aussie's at 80 and White Snake's at 30 with Brad Waits. Where's our empty crates at? Do we have like a stash somewhere? Because are they around the corner maybe? Can't believe I just found all that new vinyl. I was about to say, well, we're about to do OG stuff for the rest of the night. And which wasn't originally the plan, but yeah, I'm going to have to basically empty some crates here. I know it's bad when we start putting records in BCW boxes. All right, let me just put these right here. There's about 4 crates over here I was using for a table. I'll just flip these over. All righty. Aussie, $85. King Diamond, 80. Jetstream wants a Scorpions from the previous crate. You got it. That is sold. Sorry. Sorry for the dramatic long pause. Trying to get the pre-order pulled up and everything. And there's that. And then Aussie, 90. White Snake, 32. White Snake, 34. Okay. A lot of activity. A lot of questions. I'm going to answer them right down the line here. All right. First thing is King Diamond. We're now moving this to a final call again. Brian Campbell, I've lost you again. Chase Arnold has this for $80. Just so you know you've been outbid. Blue vinyl, we're about to sell it. Brian just bid again at 85. Brian just bid again at 85. White Snake. So Chase, you're back out again. White Snake continues to get bids. $34. Aussie continues to get bids. $95. 2022 US with 3 bonus tracks. No condition notes. This was probably one of the biggest surprise restocks of the year so far. Had no idea they were about to make more of these. Luckily, I had 100 on back ordered. And tonight, before it's over, we're about to sell 100 of them, okay? First thing, let me show it to you. If you know for sure you want one, right now's the time to claim it. These are real, they're official, they're Megadeth Countdown to Extinction picture disc. The only way this album's in print, it's a picture disc, Countdown to Extinction, $39.99. These are $39.99. The first one I'm going to give to is Hiram Aponte. If you know for sure you want one, now's the time. There's been a post up in the group for about 24 hours. I've been begging people to go over there and comment to lock in your request and taking names live. We got one for Mark Morris. We got one for Eric Fisher. We got one for Mark Morris. We got one for Eric Fisher. We got one for Bobby Cantrell. We got one for Nick McDonald. And these are Eric Fisher, Bobby Cantrell, and then Nick McDonald. Nick McDonald, that might be a new buyer. And then over here we have Scott Corcoran and Brooks Vaughter. Scott Corcoran and Brooks Vaughter. Thank you, Scott Corcoran. Thank you, Brooks Vaughter. Also over here, we got Craig Ruth and Darren Wortman. Thank you, Craig Ruth, and thank you, Darren Wortman. And then over here, we got Matt Algram and Antonio Villanueva. We got Matt Algram and Antonio Villanueva. Let me pause there on Antonio. And the first thing we're going to do is say King Diamond has a new bid for 90. Brian Campbell, you've been outbid. White Snake now is at 36. It's still getting bids. White Snake was at $34. Now it's at $36. And now Aussie. The last bid that came in on Aussie was Michael Thrower at $95. And he had outbid somebody because it was at 90. But now it's at 95 of Michael Thrower. Going once, going twice. New bids on all those auctions. As soon as everybody says out, or if you want to keep bidding, that's fine too. Mike Hilton and Dean Tefford. Mike Hilton and Dean Tefford was next. Also, Eric Beck and Chase Arnold. Eric Beck and Chase Arnold. There's 2 more sold. John Howard and Chris Keller. John Howard and Chris Keller. There's these and there's these. And this is sold and sold. John Howard, Chris Keller. Kenny Case Jr. and Autumn Betts. Kenny Case Jr. and Autumn Betts. There's 2 more sold. Chris Smith and Justin Deckelman. There's one for Chris Smith. There's one for Justin Deckelman. Chris Smith, Justin Deckelman. Thank you. Shane Devers wants 2. There's 2 for Shane Devers. Thank you, Shane Devers. There's 2 for you. And then we got one for Scott Markheim, and we got one for Troy Shark. There's one for Scott Markheim. There's one for Troy Shark. Let's pause right there. And then over here we got Glenn Kesey and we got Caleb Howell. There's one for Glenn Kesey. There's one for Caleb Howell. Let me pause right there and see what happened on White Snake. Brad Waits is out. White Snake is sold to Greg Smith for $36. Brian Campbell, do you want back in on King Diamond? Chase Arnold has it for $90. Michael Thrower has Aussie for $95. That's a final call again. Next auction is going to go up right now. Candlemass. Candlemass is Ancient Dreams. Candlemass is an 88 USOG with insert VG. Mark on one side will cause noise, $25 star. So we've graded a VG because of that. Now up for bid. Next over here on the Megadeth, we got JP Kane and we got Jeffrey Walker. JP Kane and Jeffrey Walker. There's 2 more Megadeths sold. Also, we got Dwayne Sevilla and Tony Riddle. There's Dwayne Sevilla. There's Tony Riddle. There's 2 more sold. Also on the Megadeth, Shannon Mashaka and Jamie Butler. Shannon Mashaka and Jamie Butler. Also, Jeremy Rourke and Sean Druin. Jeremy Rourke and Sean Druin. There's 2 more Megadeths sold. Also, Paul Shizzle and Oso Adventure. Paul Shizzle and Oso Adventure. Those are sold and sold. Also, Randy Jr. Tabron and Carla Brecky. There's Randy Jr. Tabron. There's Carla Brecky. John Labate wants 2. JONLABATE. There's 2 for him. Let's make sure he gets 2. Also, Kevin J. Reese and Wes Wilts. Kevin J. Reese and Wes Wilts. There's 2 more sold. Let me pause right there to update these auctions. King Diamonds now at $95. Brian Campbell, you've been outbid again. Michael Thurr, you've been outbid on Aussie. Aussie's at $96 with Nick Bargeron. King Diamonds at $95 with Chase Arnold. Candlemass has 1 bid for $25, going once, going twice. Next is Brad Waits and Buddy Cordova. There's one for Brad Waits. There's one for Buddy Cordova. Also over here, we have Paul Brothers and Michael Miller wants 2 of them. Paul Brothers and Michael Miller got 2 of them. So there's 3 more sold. Paul Brothers and Michael Miller. Also, we got Greg Preston and Darren Wallace. Greg Preston and Darren Wallace. There's 2 more sold. Also, Sean Holford and Michael Rudolph. Sean Holford and Michael Rudolph. There's 2 more sold. Also, Rob Fordham and Kristen Barnett. Rob Fordham and Kristen Barnett. Also, Josh Brown and Jerry Stone. There's Josh Brown. There's Jerry Stone. There's 2 more sold. Right behind Jerry was Brandon Jones and Bob Reiger. Brandon Jones and Bob Reiger. There's 2 more sold. Jan Gunther and John Durden. There's 2 more sold. Jan Gunther and John Durden. Also, Brandon Jones and William Thornton. There's one for Brandon Jones. There's one from William Thornton. We got Troy Sager and T-Bass Energy. Troy Sager and T-Bass Energy. There's 2 more sold. Right behind T-Bass was Stephen Weaves and Jason Widener. Stephen Reeves and Jason Widener. Was there any more bids? King Diamonds out. That's sold to Chase Arnold for $95. William Thrower, do you want back in on Aussie for more than $96? Chad can show the camera the Candlemass defect. 1988 USOG with insert. VG, mark on side B will cause noise. Mark on side B will cause noise. He's talking about that right there. It is literally a fillable mark on side B. It will play through. It will cause noise. That is that. Let me introduce another auction. I'm almost done on Megadeth, and I'll go through questions and bids one more time. But the first thing we have is a monstrosity here. Okay, let's go ahead and knock this thing out right now. We have Michael Thrower bid $97. That did not come through on Restream. That did not come through on Restream. So now he's bid $97. So that means Nick Bargeron, you're out. Here's our next auction. Black Sabbath vinyl collection. Holy moly. Where's the sticky note for this thing? Black Sabbath vinyl collection. A 2019 OG limited to 3,000 box sets, numbered 519 to 3,000. 9 LP set. All the classic Aussie era Black Sabbath album plus a compilation of mono singles from that time period. It has all the extras. Almost all the LPs are EX or better except Sabotage, which is VG+. It has a weird bubby label on side B, likely just 2 labels smushed together. The Black Sabbath box set is a $250 start. That is, those albums has all these extra items, but it's everything from self-titled to Never Say Die. It also includes a LP of mono singles and lots of tchotchkes. That's now going up for a $250 start. I'm not done with the Megadeths. We also got one for Glenn Butch Rhodes. We got one for Danny Thomason. There's 2 more sold. Also one for Lily McCurry and one for Ron Duffield. There's one for Lily McCurry. There's one for Ron Duffield. Also over here we got Curtis Nelson. That's King Fluffy 79 on YouTube and Twitch. Curtis Nelson and Rafael Riviera. So there's 2 more sold for them. Curtis Nelson and Rafael Riviera. Mark Steele and Michael Carpenter. There's one for Mark Steele. There's one for Michael Carpenter. And then we got one for Shawn Mankel, okay? There's one for Shawn Mankel. Now, I've got these and I have almost another half crate still left. So let's go way up at the top. Let's go way up at the top. And those are all from the post over here. That was all from our group. Make sure you're in Whole Lot of Records. If you're like, where's Chad reading all these names from? Good God. That's our group that I preach about every night. I'm up here in the pulpit saying, join Whole Lot of Records, join Whole Lot of Records, join Whole Lot of Records, get in on the pre-orders. And everybody's like, where is he reading all these names from every night? Whole Lot of Records, that's where they're coming from. So we had Aussie at $95. Now, the first one was Noah Colwell. And since then, in my peripheral vision, I've also seen him comment about 7 other times. He really wants one. Noah, you got a countdown to extinction. Next was Jason Thomas. Now, if you've already heard your name and you've commented live, let me know, or you will have 2 on your invoice, okay? There's one for Jason Thomas. There's one for Todd Fisher. There's one for Brian Thurman. There's one for Matt Marco. There's one for James Hicks. William Thornton said, I had a post. I've already read off your name. Chris Bocci gets one. And now over here, we have Nick Galletti getting one. There's Noah commenting again. Susie Breedlove got one. Rhino pre-order will be posted tomorrow, Jerry. Dean Teffer gets a Megadeth. Shakedown gets a Megadeth. There's Noah again. I don't think you want 3, right, Noah? And then Kelly Gabney got a Megadeth. Kelly Cook got a Megadeth. D. Kong 52 got a Megadeth. All right, now let me pause there because I have a whole, about another handful. I stopped at D. Kong. I stopped at D. Kong. Let's go back over here and see what's left in this crate. All right. Let's see what's left. I told everybody we was going to sell out all 100 copies. I think we're going to, it looks like. That's amazing. Mustaine should have had this album in print years ago. He's missed out on thousands of dollars. Okay, and then next was Noah Colwell again. I don't think you want 5 of them, right, Noah? You just want 1, I think. I think Noah just wants 1. I said I wanted Megadeth. I don't know if he saw it. And then there's Noah. He wants 6 of them. Noah wants 6 of them. Brian Barwick on Megadeth. Now Noah commented again. Noah wants 7 Megadeths. And now Michael Salazar gets one. There's one for Michael Salazar. And then Noah Colwell commented again. That's 8 Noah wants. Then he commented again, that's 9 he wanted. And then over here we have, yes, he just did one for me. And then over here, Matt Marco on one. And then, yes, there's a list from last night too. MT Mac gets one. MT Mac gets one. And then Shakedown wants another. Shakedown wants another. And over here we have Black Sabbath at $250. Okay, these are back in print, $39.99. As of yesterday, they were on Discogs for like $180. So they're back in print, $39.99, official pressing. Tanner, have you got to the part last night where we had a wait list for Megadeth Countdown to Extinction? Live claims? Okay, Tanner hadn't even got to that part of the sale last night. So if you claimed one last night, let me know right now. MT Matt was one of those. Hopefully I got everybody. If not, I'll make sure some other people get them, okay? So, GenCast wants one. Sam Squatch wants one. Thomas Baumhart wants one. I've already got more ordered, but I think it wasn't too many people. John Kaiser wants one. Henson wants one. Javi Soto. We're sold out. All 100 are gone. All right, so what we're going to have to do is take a waiting list, and I guarantee I am human. I am human. I am human. I guarantee I messed up something during all that. There's no way I got that 90. I bet I was 99% though. I guarantee I miscounted or I said somebody's name wrong at least once. Okay? So we're going to tag to right now. Everybody got one until Dwayne, Stephen Lewis, and Greg Smith. Okay? Brandon Johnson. I said Brandon Jones twice. I probably meant to say Brandon Johnson. I'm sure I did. I know. So, what we'll do, Tanner or whoever watches this sale tomorrow, they will do this very meticulously. They will go through this list. They'll start from the bottom like I did. They'll probably make sure they got everybody's name and all these people are first. Tanner will probably make sure everybody that requested one last night. Okay? And then everybody here. So Brandon Johnson, Brandon Jones, and then Dwayne, Stephen Lewis Jr., and Greg Smith, y'all will be first on our waiting list, okay? That was a big deal. I'm glad I went ahead and knocked those out. Big deal there, okay? We've sold 100, and we already have a waiting list. Okay. Now, what I'll do, we'll take names right now. I'll go ahead and see if I can order more. If I can, and we miss somebody, and I've already said your name live, I'll try to get them and maybe even hold your order until they come in. If not, they'll go on the next invoice. I have a feeling these things are coming back in print, and they'll be available, just like Euthanasia. Y'all remember when I had Euthanasia came in? Man, we sold like 100 Euthanasias the first time those came back in stock. And now you can get them anytime, anywhere. They're in stock right now. I think I have a couple here. So let's take a waiting list. I'm sure I made some sort of error, but I think everybody's going to get one except for those 5 or 6 people that I just said goes on a waiting list. Dwayne, Stephen Lewis Jr., Greg Smith, Michael Ruttman, and Gerald Whitworth. Okay? All right. Back to normal scheduled programming. Okay? Back to normally scheduled programming. Let's start right over here with Aussie. This has been up for a long time. 100 Megadeths just sold. That's worthy of an air horn almost. Yes, I've been waiting for that forever. I knew we would whenever they come in. That's why I had 100 on back ordered. I was like, I have a feeling I can sell them. I should have had, looks like I should have had about 150 on back ordered. Because I guarantee if I still had some in stock, people would be claiming them. Some people don't like the waiting list. Aussie. Brian Campbell did go out, I believe. And way up here, let me make sure I get this right because it's got to be sold. It's Nick Bargeron, or is Michael Thrower. Yeah, Michael Thrower. Nick Bargeron gets that for $98. Thank you, Nick. That's so to you, okay? And I have an entire crate. It's full of Megadeths and 3 sold auctions. Let me go ahead and swap out. And then I'm going to give updates on all the other ones, okay? I am not going to sell Black Sabbath, John Robb, until I give the details. I promise. I promise. Okay? Otis, don't be chewing on the grass.
Uh-oh, Chad, did you just sell a bunch of Megadeth? Uh-oh, that was a bunch of Megadeth, Chad.
There we go. Okay. So, Euthanasia is also $39.99. Euthanasia is also $39.99. Sorry for the Megadeth delay. That was epic, though. Thank you, everybody. Man, I wish some other stuff would come back into print. I even tell my distributor, I'm like, hey, I've got some records. If you can get word out to press them, I know I can sell a couple hundred over the course of 30 days if we can just get them in print. Now, I'm going to apologize on Candlemass because it's gotten buried. I honestly don't remember. I think it just got that one bid because it had a defect on it. And if I can find, yeah, it was Stephen Tinley. Stephen Tinley, he gets that for $25, okay? And let's go grab some euthanasias for Javi and Jerry, and I'll go show those. Before I do that, though, let me tell you about Black Sabbath one more time. Okay, here's Black Sabbath, and Black Sabbath is the vinyl collection. Here's the lid to the box, okay? It's a 2019 limited edition numbered box set, all 9 Black Sabbath Aussie albums, all 9 Aussie Black Sabbath, plus a disc and all the extras. And this has a high bid right now. Let me see what's going on here. Whoop. Smack the camera. There's all the extras. Posters and a 45. That is up for bid right now. We're going to put it right there. And I'm going to put all the discs. And Laura says everything is beautiful. Everything's nice. Except for Sabotage. It's VG+. But it's nice. That's a huge box set. The last bid that came in, we're talking 9 classic Black Sabbath Aussie era albums. $315. Everything is EX or better except Sabotage, which is VG+. And it has a weird bubbly label. Looks like it may have just a small issue with Sabotage. Other than that, everything's fine, okay? Somebody want to see the Candlemax on defect. I did show that to David Baber. Yeah, I think he's passing. All right, here we go. New auctions. And yeah, let me go see what's going on with the euthanasias. I think there's at least 2 or 3 up here. Let me see what I have. Maybe I have enough for everybody. So, for some reason, Megadeth keeps 2 big albums, 90s albums, in print just as a picture disc. They don't press them on vinyl. One of them's Euthanasia, and one of them is Countdown. So, I have 2 Euthanasias. One's going to Javi. Jerry, if you want one, it's yours. If not, then it goes to Jamie Butler, okay? So, that's up to Jerry Stone if he wants one. This might be Laura stuff. It is. Some of it is. Let me wait on that, okay? Because I may have, she sometimes likes to put all that together. I might go ahead and show some of it tonight, but there's another crate I can go through, okay? And then Black Sabbath is at $325. Jerry does want Euthanasia. Jamie Butler on a waiting list, and anybody else. If they're in stock, which they were, they should be in tomorrow. All right, let me grab a new empty crate. And what we might have to do is I might pull up a price sheet here like we were doing the other night. I might price some vinyl here on the fly, okay? I have never seen, no, Cryptic Lightings is out of print. You can't even back order it. It's completely out of print. Let's put up some more auctions, okay? Black Sabbath is still getting bids. Next is Metallica, Kill 'Em All. This is a 1988. 1988, so it is a reissue. Excuse me, an 88 pressing. It's in VG condition with the original inner sleeve. Kill 'Em All. $65 start. $65 start. Rob says I'm a near mint pristine guy. Well, but boy, this thing's pretty dang close. These here, this is probably one of those box sets because of the sleeves they probably use. A lot of these modern type records, I'm telling you, it's hard to get them near mint. Even if you open them brand new, because some of the sleeves, it looks like these are in MoFi sleeves or anti-static. Hopefully they're all like that. No, see, they were originally in these. Laura's probably put them in those. See these kind of sleeves? It's really hard to get some modern records near mint nowadays that's been stored in those. They're really bad inner sleeves. It's pretty difficult to find. I mean, I open stuff all the time. I don't know about y'all, but it has sleeve scuffs immediately. It immediately has sleeve scuffs, so it's like hard to find a pristine copy. Black Sabbath at $350, and then Euthanasia, Danny Thomason also on a waiting list, okay? There's that, and then we have a request for Sabotage. Metallica's up for bid. Tom Harris wants on the Megadeth Countdown to Extinction waiting list. Yes. Okay, so a lot going on. Metallica, Black Sabbath up for bid. Let me go grab this other crate. I got to get my laptop. I'm going to ask Tanner to do me a favor. Can you bring me a price gun? One with really good, a lot of stickers and a lot of good ink. And I'm going to go ahead and show our next puzzle. Let me bring those a little bit closer. I'm about to add a third auction. Should be 3 metal auctions going all night. I can take care of it. Ed says here is Wow, some of the metal showed up. Some of it showed up tonight. Is this Ed's? Okay, I'll put it back on his desk. Hey, we got some good stuff showed up tonight. Not all of it, but a lot of it. Oh, Otis, almost took out your paw there. Looks like he's ready for a nap. No, probably the opposite of a nap. Ed, not priced. 2 crates need price sheets. Sorry about that, Ed. Happy birthday to Ed. If you hadn't seen the post, legendary Hatchet Ed's birthday today. Let's go over here to my emails. And y'all are about to get very excited because it's going to be unveiling of new vinyl one at a time. It's going to be unveiling of new vinyl one at a time. This could get very, very fun here. All right. I wonder if this will let me. All right, that's great. Perfect. Ed, I've stolen your price gun. Please don't take a hatchet to me. All right. Here we go. Dead Kennedys, second album, Plastic Surgery Disasters with 36-page book. Dead Kennedys is $24.99. Any new vintage arrivals or just new vinyl? Both. Both. Black Sabbath is at $3.75. So let's see where I missed. Danny Thomason on Euthanasia waiting list. Sabotage is on deck. Tom Harris on Countdown to Extinction waiting list. Black Sabbath $3.55. Black Sabbath $3.60. We have a request for Mean Streak. Brad Waits wants on Euthanasia waiting list. We have Metallica info, Black Sabbath $3.75. Dead Kennedy sold to Robert Barnett. Okay? First thing is Metallica, Kill 'Em All. No bid. It is a final call, an 88 US specialty press. If you're looking for a vintage copy of Kill 'Em All and don't want to spend the big bucks on a true OG, this is probably your best option right now. A VG 88 reissue, no bid, a $65 start. We got a request out the yin yang for this right here. Misfits, Famous Monsters is now going up for bid. Misfits is now up for bid. A 2022 unofficial on lime green yellow vinyl. That's going to go up for a $30 start. $30 start. Metallica, no bid. Misfits is now up for bid as well, okay? I have one Dead Kennedys left for $24.99. One Dead Kennedys left for $33.99. Now, speaking of the Misfits, I got a record you can buy right now. And this is $34.99. And this is the Misfits Collection. Misfits Collection, $34.99. I have 2 of those. I have 2 of those. I had more new stuff show up than I thought was going to show up. There's still a ton on back order. Oh my gosh, we're going to have a lot of stuff tomorrow too. $29.99 for this. What is $29.99? I'm about to show you. It's DRI Crossover. DRI Crossover. Remastered and restored crossover by Dirty Rotten Imbeciles. $29.99. Update. Metallica, Black Sabbath, $365. Henson has it for $375. Everybody else is out. Metallica 65, Metallica 70, Misfits 32, Misfits 35. In the crate, Tom Sullivan got a Misfits out of the crate. That was the first one. Tom Sullivan, he got a Misfits out of the crate. There's DRI for $29.99. I had more new vinyl show up than I thought was going to show up. Hey, that's always good though. More show up than I thought was going to show up. They got this stuff out fast. I kind of complained. I said, hey, can we get this stuff here a lot faster? Because I have like hundreds of people, possibly thousands throughout the night, are going to hop on and say, Chad, where's the new vinyl? Where's the OG stuff at? Where's the new stuff? Coheed and Cambria. Coheed and Cambria, 20th anniversary, black vinyl, transparent black vinyl, $38.99. Black Sabbath 376, Black Sabbath 380. The Metallica is up to one person. 2 people, Dean Tedford and Jeff Brinley. Corey James has it for $70. This Misfits was a $30 start. This is out of print. This is out of print. The high bid is with Chris Bocci at $35. It's an unofficial on yellow vinyl. Final call. Coheed and Cambria, $38.99. I have those in stock right now if anybody wants one. This is also $38.99 from the best of my memory. I ordered 2 and they only sent me 1. And this is Saigon Kick. I have 1 for $38.99. Black Sabbath, $381. Dean's done on Metallica. Looks like we're about to sell that, the Corey James, for $70. Now the Misfits is $38. OGs of that, of course, man, anything. I used to have a music on vinyl pressing when it was in print. Then it went out of print, and it was extremely expensive. That's a good one, even for a bootleg. Just saying. It's an unofficial, made very well. This right here is something that I didn't think was going to come in tomorrow. I'm probably going to be saying that a lot. $29.99. Turnstile, nonstop feeling. Turnstile is $29.99. Nonstop feeling, $29.99 for Turnstile. I don't think I've ever had that before. Misfits, 38. Misfits, 40. Misfits, 38. Misfits, 30. Brian Call on Saigon Kick, sold to Brian Call. Natasha Pickett on CC for Coheed and Cabria, sold to Natasha. Misfits, 45. Misfits, 42. Metallica out. Misfits out. Misfits 40, Misfits 46, Black Sabbath 380, Misfits 60. Put down Mark Steele for a Saigon Kick waiting list. Mark Steele for a Saigon Kick waiting list. Mark, that actually might be here tomorrow. What's the bid on Black Sabbath? $390. The Misfits is at 60, and now we can sell Metallica. It was really just down to 2 people, and Metallica is sold to Corey James for $70. Nice. I figured any kind of vintage copy of that, even in VG, would sell for over $100. But that's done. Now the Misfits is at 60. Black Sabbath is at $390. Another auction coming up in just a second. First thing I have, though, is this right here. I have this. Let me not say anything. I'm bad habit of saying what it is before I even have it priced. And then that can really mess up the order. So let me just keep my mouth shut. Blah, 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 blah. Let me not say anything. And some of these, I'm like, where the heck are they? There's a lot of stuff on this invoice, and unfortunately, they don't keep it in alphabetical order for me. Here we go. This is called Rites of Spring, End on End, $29.99. Rites of Spring, End on End is $29.99. Black Sabbath, $400. Misfit, $62. And then how much was Turnstile? $29.99. There's Rites of Spring. That is now available, $29.99. I've got 2 of these here, and how much are these? This is what? And who, and what did you say, Chad? And I have this here. This is, can I say, this one's also $29.99. And this is Dag Nasty. Can I say, Dag Nasty's $29.99. Black Sabbath, Chris Gardner, $400. Misty, I think it's up to you. Now the Misfits is at $65. Let's get a third auction going. Savatage, Hall of the Mountain King. Da-da-dun, da-da-dun, da-da-dun. This is an 87 USOG specialty with the Atlantic inner sleeve, VG++. Savatage, Hall of the Mountain King. A $65 start on that. Savatage, $65 start. Next is going to go up right now, and you may say, what else could you possibly be putting out tonight, Chad? This has already been an absolute insane, crazy show, and we're just getting started. No way you have already more stuff to be putting out. And I'm like, yes, there's a lot more to put out. A whole lot to put out, including this right here for $38.99. And this is what? Carcass. Carcass is $38.99. Swan Song, Carcass, $38.99. Up at the top, Black Sabbath was at $400, a final call. Misfits was at $65. David Smith put Day, and he wanted a Dag Nasty. That is sold to David Smith. Misfit, $68. Savatage, $75. Justin Deckelman on a Turnstile. Savatage, $85. David Smith got a Dag Nasty. Misfits out, Savatage, $80. So I think, was Misty done? I think it was up to 1 person on Black Sabbath, unless she already had set out. That's Misty. Misty, I'm going to make sure you did say out. Big auction, $400 on Black Sabbath. We're about to sell it. Savatage is already $95. Kelly Gabney wants a Carcass. Okay, there's that. Did I get Misfits out of the grate? Did I not pull that yet? Dead Kennedys? I guess not, because I only had 2. Tom Sullivan gets Misfits out of the crate. I don't guess I officially pulled that for you, okay? There's that, and then over here, let me go ahead and show this one right here. I haven't had this, and we do have a waiting list for another album similar to this, but this one's a little bit different here. Let me try to find it right here. Okay, let me wait on that one. Okay, never mind. Moving right along. We'll go ahead and show this right here. $29.99. This is $29.99. And this is Hatebreed, the Concrete Confessional. Hatebreed's $29.99. The Concrete Confessional, $29.99. Let's go back to the top and see what happened. So she's out. We sold a carcass to Kelly Gabney. And then over here, we have Savatage at 105, Savatage 90, What Misfits, Savatage 96, What Misfits is up for auction, What DRI, Chad, did you say DRI? Price on Carcass. Carcass is right here, and Carcass is $39, $38.99. That's Swan Song, $38.99. Ivan R. asked. And then right behind him, Cecil Grosskopf said he'll take a copy. There's one left. Savatage 105. Chad, can you tell me more about the DRI? Savatage 106, Savatage 111, Savatage 111. How much is Carcass? What is the price on Carcass? $38.99. Savatage 125, Savatage 115, Savatage 126. More info on the Misfits auction. First, though, Black Sabbath is sold for $400. The Black Sabbath Complete Studio Album Collection and Extras. The winning bid on this was $400. This is now officially sold. Let me put it back away, and let's slide it in here, and this is gone. Thanks, everybody that bid on this. It is officially sold. I'm going to put it away. I'm going to put it over here in the box, in the crate, and that $400 winning bid went to the following person. $400. That was sold. Black Sabbath box set is gone. Thank you. And that is sold to Chris Gardner for $400. Let's go over this one again. Misfits, Famous Monsters. Misfits is a 2022 Euro unofficial. The last bid that came in on the Misfits, if anybody wants to bid, now's the time. The last bid on the Misfits that I see on my screen is Cameron Lingefeld at $68. If anybody's in higher, now's the time, okay? Savatage. This is Hall of the Mountain King, an 87 USOG VG++. VG++. Let's jump back up the top and figure out what was happening. There was a lot of questions, a lot of claims, a lot of requests. Carcass, and then David Smith on Hatebreed. We sold 2 Carcass, 3 people asked the price, maybe 5 people asked the price, and guess what? There's one still left for $38.99. John Oliver wants a turnstile. Now there's only one turnstile left. And then now we have that, and I think we're done on the Misfits. I want to make sure. The last bid that I said a moment ago on the Misfits was Cameron Lingefeld at $68. $68. Cameron Lingefeld, $68. He's about to get it. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Aussie, Diary of a Madman. Here we go. Oh, no. Oh, no. Here we go now. An 81 US Terre Haute OG. The disc is super clean. EX++ near minus. You're going to blast your speakers out listening to that. There's the original on her sleeve, a $35 start. And it does have a little bit of ring wear on the cover. We'll have to grade it VG, maybe VG+. But overall, the disc is beautiful. Aussie's a $35 start. We got BK over on YouTube, gets the last Carcass. Carcass is sold out. I've got 2 crates of hardcore and metal over here. I'm basically pricing on the fly. So give me just a few seconds. Some of them I can look up faster, typing them into my server here, honestly, than anything. So otherwise, I didn't know. I mean, sometimes I think I have filled out all the prices. I order hundreds, if not 1,000 titles a week, and I think I price it all for Ed. Sometimes I show up and I'm like, holy crap, there's 4 crates over here. He don't have the prices. And then I either have to do it on the last second because I don't know what they're shipping me until sometimes the day before. And it just, by the time I get here, we don't know. But here's Lydia Lunch, Smoke in the Shadows. Lydia Lunch is $33.99. Lydia Lunch, $33.99. We've already showed several hardcore. There were several in here that fits that genre I've already showed. Just want to make sure everybody is here with me. What do we have here? Let me go ahead and check on this one right here. This is... And then... These are $44.99. This is Metal Warrior, the crushed souls of our enemies. $44.99. Metal Warrior, the crushed souls of our enemy. $44.99. I actually have 2 more of these. Let's go ahead and show it right here. So this is done, and this is done. Metal Warrior, the crushed soul. Was this a special request for somebody? I don't know if I actually ordered that, so I don't recall seeing that one, honestly. So there's that. And then over here, Misfits is sold to Cameron Lingefeld for $68, okay? That's done. And then over here, DRI is $29.99. I still got those. DRI crossovers, $29.99. Savatage, $175, $176. And then the last bid on Aussie that came in was 2 bids for $45. James Hicks and Jeffrey Sapia, $45 on that. Jeremy Bryant wants Lydia Lunch. Now there's one Lydia Lunch left if anybody else wants that. That is available. Just saying. That is available. Thanks, everybody. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook, like button on YouTube? Looks like, as always, we got quite a few people watching. That's always amazing. Right now, I'm showing, wow, 396 people on all platforms. That's amazing. 396 tuning in tonight. That's amazing. Here's the Ramones at 33. We're done on Aussie. I haven't heard back from Jeffrey Sapia. James Hicks has it for $45. Now Jeff Harris is at 50, and Savatage is at 180. Savatage is at 180. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is Tesla, and that's the great radio controversy. Tesla is an 89 U.S. specialty with the original on her sleeve, VG condition. This is going to go up for a $25 start. Steven, are you done on, I haven't seen you say done on Savatage. The last bid that came in was 180. Tesla's a VG copy for a $25 start. There it is. Now for bid. Now all of a sudden Aussie's getting new bids. There's the Ramones. Hey, ho, let's go. And I have two of these. They're $33.99. It's Overkill, The Years of Decay. Overkill, half-speed master on red marble vinyl. Overkill is $33.99. I've got two of those left. And then this is $44.99. And this is Ronnie James Dio. And Ronnie James Dio is Holy Diver. And Holy Diver is the 2LP Joe Barresi remix, $44.99. He's out, so that means Savatage is sold for $180 to Cindy Yarborough. Thank you on that. Tesla already has about 300 bids, but with that being said, Jeff Harris has Aussie, and now Jeffrey Sapia, 57. There's that. There's Tesla. And then over here, somebody asked me a question again. It was FYI, there'll be a Scorpions live album coming home for November. Yes, I've seen that too. I posted the Scorpions compilation already. It's up for pre-order. And then next over here is this. All right, here's this. And oh man, I forgot about that. We still got these over here to do. Oh my gosh, hope everybody has their schedule cleared. You've told all of your kids to go to bed and leave me alone. And you're tuned in for Thursday Metal Night. You're ready to buy. And here's the Misfits Earth AD. $34.99 on the Misfits Earth AD. That's available. Next over here, let me look this record up. I think it's $29.99. But before I show it, I'll make sure it is. It's $29.99. It's Sleep Volume 1. Sleep Volume 1, $29.99. Here we go. Here we go, $29.99. Let's go back up to the top and make sure I didn't miss anything. Let's add another auction. Right now, Tesla's at $48. Aussie's at $60. Jeff Harris, you're out. Jeff Sapir, you're out. James Hicks bid $60 first. And now, next thing I have is going to go up for bid right now, and that is going to be this. Without further ado, we have this going up for bid. And you may say, what? What could you have up for bid? Cradle of Filth. Here we go. This is getting asked about up the yin yang. 2017 white with red splatter, limited 1,000, both in original on her sleeves. $125 start, near mint. Scott Dwallow on Misfits Earth AD. That is sold. Stephen Tinley is itching to bid on Cradle. Stephen, just go ahead and bid $300 and we'll wrap this thing up. Scott Dwallow on Earth AD. That is sold to him. All right, and now let's go through this whole crate. I've got a whole crate marked here. Now I can officially go through it and read them off legitimately, okay? But first, let me go ahead and show you this right here for $33.99. The Aussie box set is in about 10 minutes. We've already sold the Black Sabbath box. The Aussie box set's in about 10 minutes. Music from Star Trek Saga, blue vinyl, Star Trek, $33.99. $33.99, okay? And then I've got a few more in here, but they're damaged and it's a single. So let me pause there. Now, let's go through this whole crate in one big lump sum now. We've pretty much already sold half of it on the fly. Now, let me officially read through what's left here. Kelly Volodarchek on Star Trek. There's now one left, okay? Let's go back to the top with Aussie. So I remember saying Scott got Earth AD, Tesla 50, Aussie 65, Cradle of Filth 125, Aussie 77, Tesla 52, Tesla 52, Tesla 55. Tesla. is the Great Radio Controversy, original under sleeve, a U.S. specialty retail copy, original under sleeve, OG retail copy. It has 2 bids for $55. John Kaiser came in first. Aussie's OG, really nice disc, a VG Plus cover. Disc is near mint. And we have Aussie at $77. Cradle of Filth has 1 bid with Steven for $125. I'm about to sell it for $125. So, all new vinyl. Let's go through it and see what we got in here. Dead Kennedys. Plastic Surgery Disasters, $24.99. We sold 1. There's 1 left. The Misfits Collection, $34.99. We've sold 1. There's 1 left. DRI Crossover. We still have 2 left. Restored Remastered, $29.99. Over here, Coheed and Cabria, the second stage Turbine Blade. Black transparent vinyl, 20th anniversary. We sold 1. There's 1 left. Coheed, $38.99. Turnstile, Nonstop Feeling. Turnstiles, $29.99. We've sold 2. There's 1 left. We have Rites of Spring. Rites of Spring, that is $29.99. I have 2 of those left. Dag Nasty, $29.99. We sold 1. There's 1 left. Hatebreed, the Concrete Confessional, $29.99. Clear of Red Splatter. We sold 1. There's 1 left. Smoke in the Shadows, Lydia Lunch, $33.99. We sold 1. There's 1 left. Let me pause there. Tom Sullivan has Aussie at $88. Tesla's now at $73. Tesla's now at $73, and nobody else bid on Cradle of Filth. That's sold to Stephen Tinley for $125. That is sold to him. It's gone. See you later. No more. Boom. Pow. Bing. Gone. Next is Poison, Flesh and Blood. Poison is a 1990 U.S. original club copy. This is an OG club copy of Poison, Flesh and Blood. It has the original on her sleeve. It's a tough album to find. It's EX or better. Poison's a $65 start. That's now up for bid. That's now up for bid. There's a lot going on right now. We got Aussie up for bid. We got Tesla up for bid. We got Poison up for bid. We're going through a crate of brand new releases here. Next thing, no other claims so far, right? Let's keep going. We have Metal Warrior, and this is the Crushed Souls of Our Enemies. It is a double album with 36-page book, $44.99. Now Tesla's at $78. Are we done on Aussie? Tom Sullivan has it for $88. There is 3 Metal Warriors left. The Ramones, their debut. Hey Ho, Let's Go. Blitzkrieg Bop is on there. Remastered from Rhino. Also, Overkill, Years of Decay, $33.99. Poison was a $65 start. Brad Waits bid $65. Paul Catwich bid $50. Brad Waits has it at $65. I've got a couple Overkill still left. Red Marble Vinyl, Half-Speed Master. Dio, Holy Diver, $44.99. Joe Barrisi Remix. Kelly Vlodarchek on the Ramones. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Also, Misfits Earth AD, that's $34.99. Sleep is $29.99. And we have Star Trek, music from the Star Trek saga, $33.99.99 on Star Trek Saga. Okay? Aussie is at $90, and that's a new bid. Poison has a new bid for $66, and Chris Bryant put Ram. And Ram was Ramones to Chris Bryant. Poison $68, and Aussie $93. Really awesome when I won the Brian Jonestown Massacre, but no one ever invoiced and actually sell it to me. Okay, well, there's some kind of major problem then. 1 or 2 things. You got an invoice and you have no idea you got it. It went to your junk folder, or you never did contact us and give us your email address. I'll look up your name right now. William Seth. I have no invoices from a William Joseph Seth. So let me pull this up over here. William Joseph Seth, your invoice was canceled. It was sent, it was viewed, and it didn't get paid, and we had to cancel it, along with all of your Fangoria magazines. So evidently you wasn't getting invoices, or somebody was opening them and not telling you about them. So we had to cancel some invoice. I think we never did hear back from you on some stuff. I'll pull up your name over here in messages and see what happened exactly. So make sure you reach out to Ed if you ever have a problem. If you're not getting an invoice, you need to contact us immediately. That was a long time ago. That was like a month ago, though. And you've got to say, hey, I bought something and I didn't get an invoice. Otherwise, Ed is probably reaching out. And somebody was opening those emails, though. They was open as viewed. And Ed sent you multiple reminders over here in messages. So there's this. There's that. He sent you another one. He sent you another one. And they were open. Somebody's opening up your messages and not telling you about it. Somebody's opening your messages and emails and they're not telling you about it. So son, wife, daughter, kid, cousin, co-worker. Somebody's got access to your messenger and your email, and they're not telling you about that stuff. Or you're opening it and have short-term memory. We have Tesla at $83, Poisons at $70, and then over here, Aussie, the last bid over here on Aussie is $93 with Tom Sullivan, okay? Just so everybody knows, if we send you an invoice, we can see when you open it, we can see when you viewed it, etc., etc. Aussie over here, the last bid was $93 with Tom Sullivan, okay? And then over here is Tesla. The last bid on Tesla over here was Josh Jones at $83, and then Poisons at $70, and then Poisons at $72. Everything's still getting bids. Anybody else want anything else in here? If so, just let me know. If you want anything else in here, you got to let me know. We sold out the Ramones. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Might go ahead and mix it up and do a check condition bin. If so, then I'm going to do another crate of new vinyl. Boy, we got puzzles at the Yin Yang too. Let me go ahead and show this one. I don't think we had this one last week. We got Whiplash, 500-piece Metallica puzzles, $24.99. We've already resold all those Fangoria magazines. I remember that last week. I remember you buying those, and we never did get payment because I remember Ed. I was like, dang, I hate having to resell miscellaneous stuff. Miscellaneous stuff, we're trying to turn and burn. And I remember selling all those magazines, and I was like, well, it doesn't look like he's going to pay for them. And we never did get payment. All right, these are Whiplash puzzles. I haven't had this one. Whiplash, Metallica. This hadn't been in a while. I've got 4 of them. Whiplash. If you're trying to collect all the Metallica puzzles, I've got them right here. This is $24.99. Shane Devers says I'll take one. Sold to Shane Devers. Whiplash, 500-piece puzzle. I've got 3 left if anybody else wants one. Shipping is about 7 to 10 days probably. Maybe 12. I don't really know. I can text Ed and find out. Okay, 7 to 10 days right now. Aussie, Poison, Tesla. Where are we? Final call. Tesla, $87. Antonio, it's up to you. Aussie, the last bid on Aussie. Claymore went out. That was a final call again. Aussie, Tom Sullivan, $93. I think we're done. Now Tesla's at $95. And then Poison. The last bid on Poison was Travis Woods at $72. The bidder before him was Brad Waits at $70. I'm hoping Brad Waits is done. I would love for him to bid again, though. And then over here, it's close time for the big Aussie box. It is. Chad, I'd love to see those Fangoria sometime. I've already resold them all. They've already been resold. Tesla's at $95. Poison's at $75. Poison's not sealed. No, it's not. And then Stephen Tinley is itching to bid on a Morbid. I don't even know what that is, but I'll find it. Let me swap out crates. Let's go through some vintage stuff. I think that was the 9th consecutive crate of new vinyl, including all the Megadeths. So there's that. Let's see what we can got over here. And when I come back, I think I've already done some final calls. We're going to sell some stuff, okay? Let me put this stuff away. And I think I have another whole crate, maybe 2, that I'm going to have to price on the fly like that. Not a problem at all, though. Not a problem on those. Those need to be tagged. Contact crate company. Yeah, Tanner has reached out to the crate company. I think we're waiting for a response. So let's go through some vintage OG type stuff. And these are all going to be check condition. It's going to be classic rock, pop, soul, jazz, funk, pop, jazz, metal, easy listening, lounge music, elevator music, thrash, death metal, cryptic metal, goth metal, melodic metal, groove metal, Nat King Cole, Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, ZZ Top, Outlaws. You never know. You might even see some Marvin Gaye, Diana Ross. It could be anything, okay? Let's go right over here. First thing, I do not see another bid on Aussie, so this is sold to Tom Sullivan. Flying High, again, this is sold, and that's sold to Tom Sullivan over here, and that's sold to Tom Sullivan for $93. $93. There's that. Done. Let's put that away. Thank you. Should have probably an Aussie or Black Sabbath album running pretty much for the duration of the night. We've got a bunch over here. Just bought a huge metal collection. First time I got to see Paul, one of the reasons I was a few minutes late, yes, we can blame him, okay? First time I got to see him in person since he got back with this huge collection, and he was showing me. So one of these collections we got is like 5,000 pieces of metal. I mean, I hadn't even really got to show y'all a lot of it. It's crazy. You know, it's just like, I don't even have enough time of the day to even talk about it. So just make sure you're tuned in and you're following all of the hot pictures, okay? Tesla's at 97 with Josh Jones. VGOG, Poison. Tesla's at 105. So Poison, I did see Travis Woods go out. Brad Waits has it for 80, and that's a final call. No CDs tonight. No cassettes tonight. It's vinyl, 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 and a few miscellaneous. If I do some kind of CDs or cassettes, it will be after midnight. It's going to be in about 4 or 5 hours from now. New check condition stuff, let's go ahead and do that. Plus, I got puzzles. The only puzzles I've shown so far, let me get them restacked, so let me bring them over. Here's the only ones I've shown so far tonight. Killers and Injustice for All. Let me get them all turned the right way before my OCD freaks out. Iron Maiden, Metallica, and more Metallica. And we sold out of Strangers in a Strange Land. Iron Maiden puzzle, Strangers in a Strange Land. All those are available right now. And I'm about to redecorate the back with them here in just a second, okay? There's that. Tesla's still getting bids. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. All right. And what I'm going to do, how about this? It's going to take up a lot of space. Let me slide. There's only one no bid. It's a Nile CD. It's autographed. Nile. It's $35. I'm going to go ahead and lay that over here. And this Aussie box is going to take up a lot of space. So, Paul, I text Paul. I said, Paul, can you go through that box? And he did, one of the last things he did. And it's the original version. It's complete, and it's all near mint, okay? It's really hard for me to show it, but I think if you're going to be bidding, you already know what it is, right? If you're bidding, you already know what it is. So, we might go to the overhead. I'm not going to get it all out. I'm just going to show it to you, okay? I got to make room for it first. So, let's see how it looks from the overhead camera. Might move it right back here, yeah. All right, so this is Aussie. See you on the other side. $1,500 start. It has, let me go back to the other camera. Let me get this slid down there. Okay, so you can kind of see what it looks like from the top view. It does have the Flexi, and I think if you play this, it does some sort of 3D, but it has, as you can see, it has a Flexi disc right here on top of it. Right there, there you go. There's a better view. Now, we just took this out of plastic. It's brand new, okay? And yes, it is the, it's really hard to see. Yes, it is the signed version. It's kind of a monstrosity, okay? Let me see if I can pan the camera up for a second. Yeah, okay, so it is the signed version. There's Aussie. It's number 2254. $1,500 start. The last one we sold for $2,600. It all has the posters. Each album is pressed on unique colored vinyl. So let me go ahead and show you, like Blizzard of Oz. They're all on unique colored vinyl. All the jackets, nice. It's brand new. Like, we just took the plastic off of it. We just took the plastic off of it. Very nice. Signed edition, the first edition, number 2254. So this is the volume 1. Okay? That is available. It's a $1,500 start. Good luck to all those that will be bidding. I kind of don't like that tassel sticking out, but there we go. All right. Let's set it right back here. And there's the flap on the back. And we have the original shipping box for it, okay? And that's probably how we'll ship it. We'll probably ship it in that shipping box. We'll probably ship it in that shipping box inside of a box, okay? $8. Here we go. Poison is sold. Poison is sold to Brad Waits for $80. Aussie has one bid for $1,500. Going once, going twice. And we have Tesla, the Great Radio Controversy. Tesla, the Great Radio Controversy. The last bid. The last bid was Antonio Villanueva at $110. Josh Jones went out. This is sold to Antonio for $110. This is the original colored vinyl signed version, the first one they did. Next auction. As soon as I restack these puzzles again. Okay. There's Aussie. Next auction is going to be Motorhead Orgasmatron. Motorhead Orgasmatron is a 1986 OG with the inner sleeve VG++ or EX, so a nicer copy, a $40 start. It has an original inner sleeve, Motorhead, a $40 start. Also, right next to Motorhead is going to be Axe Nemesis. Axe Nemesis is a 1983 Euro OG with the original inner sleeve, EX condition, a $15 start. Now, what we're about to do, we got 3 auctions now. The next thing, I can go through this crate really fast. It's vintage stuff. This is my forte through and through. Everything in here is sticker price, new arrival, vintage check condition stuff. Like I said, it could be anything in here. If anybody new is watching, welcome to Collectco. Everything in here is first come, first serve. For example, if you want to buy Elvis, it's a 68 US OG Indianapolis press, VG Plus, $49.99. You just put Elvis, and that's a commitment to buy it. If you want to bid on Aussie, you see how people's doing it. They're putting Aussie and they're placing their bid. Back here are 2 other auctions. Those are also up for bid. Easy peasy. We'll invoice you on Monday. You get 1 invoice a week for everything you buy all week. Right now, give us 7 to 12 days to ship your order, okay? Our very long-time customer, Tony Murphy, he's now on staff with us. He just started helping us ship this week, and we've got another person, Tanner told me, starting next week. That should get us closer to getting caught up on shipping where it's not such a backlog, okay? Next is Billy Joel the Stranger. Billy Joel is VG Plus, and Billy Joel's VG Plus for $9.99. Next was Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. VG Plus, $14.99. Aussie is signed, yes. Aussie comes with a signed certificate. The reason this is very desirable, there's 5 or 6 albums in here that's never been reissued. The tribute album, Osmosis, a lot of really good stuff in here that's never been reissued. You can only get it through these box sets. And they just did another version. I think y'all remember us getting those. It was such a big deal. And that was the second version, and we were selling those for over a couple grand. This is the original edition, and it was pretty much like new when we got it. This is Grateful Dead, VG Plus, $36.99. This is History of the Grateful Dead. Also, Frank Sinatra, Strangers in the Night, VG Plus, $9.99. Also, Traffic, and this is VG Plus, $19.99. Traffic, that's their self-titled album. Chad needs a drink of water, so let me pause right here. I'm going to start mixing in some puzzles in between this crate too. And this is a bottle of Dasani water. I need it, okay? I need a bottle of Dasani water. We got some really cool stuff in a collection that Paul went out basically on a 10-day buying trip. And he brought back some really cool stuff. I'm going to tease some stuff right now. Some stuff that's going to be for sale very soon coming up. And some stuff that I want to show y'all something. It's probably the greatest, probably one of the coolest and neatest items that we've ever had. It's going to be a really tough decision for me to let it go. I don't think I am. But I'm going to show y'all some stuff that's coming up in the near future just to show y'all the insane level of collectability of some of these records we just got in. We got an OG Rat signed by Stephen Pearcy. We have an OG Pantera Power Metal. This is an OG first pressing near mint in shrink. That's going to probably be sold next Thursday. We have a Rat signed by Stephen Pearcy again. Another one signed by Stephen Pearcy. And there's a Mick Mars. And now let me show y'all something that if I let this thing go, it'll be a it'll be a very tough decision, okay? But I want to share something with y'all. When Paul told me we acquired this, I was like, you've got to be joking. I want to see it in person before I believe you. OG Metallica Ride the Lightning, signed by Kurt Hammett, James Hetfield, Lars Ulrich, and Cliff Burton. An original Ride the Lightning signed by everybody, including Cliff Burton. I was like, there's no way. I've got to see it. It's real. One of the greatest, probably, pieces of rock and roll memorabilia that's ever come through here. I was impressed with the Ramones when we had it, but man. An incredible item. So, you know, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. That's hard to replace. That's hard to replace. I wanted to share that with y'all. And I think y'all have already seen some of the other pictures. There's a lot of more signed stuff like that. OG metal, just incredible amounts. A lot of stuff, obviously, that's going to be for sale in the near future, okay? So, crazy. Okay? Let's get back up the top. Sorry for the break there, but I had to go get some water, and I wanted to show that to y'all. I knew everybody'd be watching about right now. Viewers have surpassed 400 and, wow, what's that say? 433. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Let's call out some bids and get some records sold. First thing we had over here was Axe at $16, Motorheads at $55, Axe is at $20, John Durden on FS, and that's for Frank Sinatra. Thank you, John Durden. That's so to you. Billy Joe is an OG. It does have an old retail sticker on the corner. Looks like an old Goodwill sticker. But yeah, that's a first label. That is original. VG Plus, $9.99. Aussie 1860, Axe 17, Aussie 1875. And then over here we had Aussie at 1880, Aussie at 1900. Over here we have, let's see here. We got John Durden, you got Sinatra, yes. And then, oh no, Metallica is 5 digits. It's not 3,000. It's not 5,000. It's a 5-digit record. I told Paul, I said it would take 5 digits for that thing to be gone. Yeah, it's thousands. It's a lot more. It would take that kind of money for me to consider it. Alabama 40-hour week. Alabama's VG Plus $9.99. Yes, close to the edge. EX $17.99. EX $17.99. That is, yes, close to the edge. It's hard. Like, I think right now there's a signed Kill 'Em All that they're asking $15,000, $20,000 for, which is a crazy price. But, yeah. We have Steve Miller Band Book of Dreams. VG for $9.99. Steve Miller Band Book of Dreams. VG $9.99. That's available. We got Alicia on Alabama. Everything in here is first come, first serve. Right now, the Aussie box set, the last bid on the Aussie box set that came in, Matt Marco went out. The high bid on Aussie as of right now is, the high bid on Aussie is George Samberez at $1,900. $1,900 on Aussie. That's the high bid right now for the Aussie. See on the other side box set. $1,900. Do you have any orange ultraphobic? Nope. That was a website exclusive. They're only shipping black to us indie stores. Okay, Axe Nemesis. The last bid on Axe that came in was a final call. Jay Jameson has the Motorhead at $60. Motorhead's at $60 of Jay Jameson. And then over here, Axe Nemesis. I want to make sure we're all done. The bids got kind of out of order because of the break I took. So I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. I'm about to sell this Axe. And Axe is at Jeff Harris for $20, okay? About to sell that, all right? There's that, there's that. And here's this. Now, also we have Eagles Live. This is VG Plus, $26.99. Does it have a poster with it? Eagles Live, does not have a poster. No, gatefold jacket. It does have one of the two original on her sleeves. VG Plus $26.99. Also, George Benson, Bad Benson, that's VG Plus $14.99. And over here, the Rolling Stones, December's Children. This is VG Plus $34.99. This is Red Label Mono. Red Label Mono, VG Plus $34.99, okay? There's that. And now over here, Motorhead has a new bid for $63. Axe has new bids for $21.22. Aussie details and is Aussie sealed. Aussie's not, Aussie is pretty much like new. It was in a plastic baggie. You know, it looked like it was brand new. It was in a plastic baggie and we took it off. And we wanted to look at everything to make sure it's okay. Everything's near mint. Everything's there. Has all the posters. It's signed. It has the signed certificate. Okay? It has a signed certificate. So it's all there. Okay? It's all there. Now, Axe is at 23. Axe is at 22. So, yeah, and I always make this announcement also when we have a lot of people watching. I always want to let everybody know that we're always looking for stuff to buy. It can be something really high end. Just send us a message. We're looking to buy, obviously, record collections, but also any kind of memorabilia, okay? I'm personally interested in autographs, like if you have anything signed by Metallica or Led Zeppelin or Rush or any of these bands, I'm interested, okay? So just send us a message on that. Now, we have the Earl Scruggs Review, and this is VG Plus $12.99. Right in front of that was King Crimson 3 of a Perfect Pair, VG $14.99, and the Rolling Stones Metamorphosis, VG Plus $24.99. Allman Brothers Win, Lose, or Draw, VG $12.99, and Alive and Kickin', Tighter and Tighter, VG Plus $12.99. So right now, this is about to sell. I'm going to make sure everybody's done. $1,900. That includes an Aussie autograph. It's a final call. George Samberez has it. I'm about to sell it. I'm about to sell it. Okay? I'm about to sell it. George Benson. So did John Smetzer. We're going through a new vintage check condition bin. George Samberez also wants Alive and Kickin'. Great song on there. These are check condition titles. Axe, The Hammer's Up. Buddy Cordova. Haven't heard back from Jeff Harris. Hadn't heard back from John McPatriot. Hadn't heard back from Danny Thomason. And then over here's Motorhead. And the last bit on Motorhead that came in is a Ken Crooker at 63. I don't think I've heard back from Jameson. Okay, haven't heard back from Jameson over here. Next thing is Eddie Floyd. Why don't you knock on wood, a mono white label promo, VG condition, a mono white label promo for Eddie Floyd. Why don't you knock on wood? We have Blue Oyster Cult Secret Treaties, VG Plus, a quad pressing, a quadraphonic pressing, $39.99. There's a new bid on Aussie, $1,925. We're not done. Eddie Floyd sold to Brent Robley. I was also making sure Oh So Adventurous said out too, because I think he was either bidding or asked about it. So Aussie's at $19.25. John McPatriot on BOC. Axe has a new bid for $30. Jay's out on Motorhead. This is sold to Ken Crooker then. We got a billion auction still to run. Motorhead sold to Ken Crooker for $63. Now Aussie's at $1,950. Now Axe is at $30. Now Buddy Cordova's out. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody's bid. Always make sure y'all say out. Outlaw's bringing it back. VG Plus $19.99. What's the Motorhead? Already sold. Shades of Ian Hunter. It has a huge saw mark on it. The Ballad of Ian Hunter and Moth the Hoople, a 2LP. VG Plus $19.99. And over here, we have Atlanta Rhythm section. VG Plus $14.99. Do you buy vintage guitar picks? Yes, I do. Aussie's at $2,000. We buy anything music related, we have it. We have it. We want to buy it. We want to sell it. Axe, Aussie's at $200. Let's go ahead and introduce. There's a big request for Morbid. I don't even know what that is, but I'll find it. I got Queensryche, Yngwie, King Diamond, Rat, Guns N' Roses, TNT, Merciful Fate. I got Wasp, Motley Crue, Aussie, Black Sabbath, King Diamond, Aussie, Black Sabbath, Aussie, Y&T, Judas Priest, Ram It Down, Black Sabbath, Twisted, Aussie, Y&T, Quiet Riot, Aussie, Morbid. Morbid, just Morbid. Not Angel, not Carcass, anything. It's a 2011 German OG Black Metal Death Metal Limited 2000 booklet, $65 start. $65 start. That's now for bid. Morbid. That's now for bid, okay? Aussie's at $2,100. Howard Ackerman, you're out. And then we have Aussie 2100. And then over here we have Heavy Cream. VG Plus $24.99 for Heavy Cream. The Best of Wilson Pickett, VG $16.99. Leon Russell, VG Plus $14.99. Gene Simmons, VG $19.99. Gene has just an original inner sleeve. $19.99 on Gene Simmons. Charlie Daniel Band's High Lonesome, VG Plus $17.99. And Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $17.99. Morbid has a bid for $65, and that means Axe is sold. Axe is officially sold to Jeff Harris for $30. Aussie's at $2,150. Ramniak on Gene Simmons, that's sold to Ramniak. That's done. Morbid has one bid for $65, going once, going twice. Motley Crue Leather Records will not be sold tonight. That will not be sold tonight. The Pantera will not be sold tonight. Those are going to be featured auctions for next week. We're going to clean them, research them, get them advertised and promoted. Those were in the ad saying we bought a collection. Not all that stuff is necessarily going to be sold tonight. That's like 15,000 records, all mostly metal and high-end stuff. That's going to take us the next 3 months to sell. So if I ever post an ad saying, here's a new collection, not always all that's going to be for sale immediately. We don't even know where some of it is. It's still buried in tubs. We are here in a warehouse with about 100,000 albums, and it would take us months just to get everything, out and processed and cleaned and researched and prepared for auction. But no, not tonight. But that's a huge one. That will be up next week. That's a big one. Stephen Parton on Marshall Tucker Band, that sold. Aussie's at $2,200. Chris Bryan on Leon Russell, that is sold. And then next is Jerry Rock on Gene Simmons. That was second. Aussie $275, Morbid $75, Aussie $2240, and Ghost is on deck. Yes. And then Aussie $2200, and then Aussie $2250. We have Family. This is a 1970 white label promo. EX. That's one you won't see too often. $32.99. $32.99. We have REO Speedwagon, VG Plus $24.99, and Richie Havens Alarm Clock, VG Plus $14.99. Over here is Tom Fogerty, and that's a 72 German, VG Condition $14.99. Future's bright here, yes. Make sure you're watching every night. I've already said we're probably going to do a part 2 Metal Night tomorrow. Probably already going to do a part 2 tomorrow. I need to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, here we go. Water. I'm dizzy too. I'm dizzy too. I'm very dizzy. I'm thirsty. I'm dizzy. I'm hungry. I'm disoriented. I don't really know who I am. Who are you? We have Aussie 250, Aussie 280. We have Aussie 2,300. And then we have Aussie 2,340. What is Morbid at? Morbid has a new bid with Justin Deckelman at $75. You're out, Steven. It's at $75. $75 is the high bid, okay? Let's go ahead and do this. Richie Havens, I've already shown that. Let's go ahead and do that. I've already showed that. Dale Shannon, Littletown Flirt. We got a lot of new vinyl, so I wanted to go ahead and mix in one crate of vintage pre-owned stuff. Dale Shannon's VG $19.99. Also, James Gaines' Greatest Hits, VG $14.99. The London Howlin' Wolf Session with Clapton, Winwood, Wyman, Watts, VG $14.99. And Stephen Steele's VG Plus $14.99. One more really cool piece of memorabilia. It's nothing like the signed Metallica album, but I think it's pretty dang cool knowing it was, well, I'll just show it to you. And this was at one time in a high-end auction house, Julian's. And we'll probably run this probably here soon. It'll probably be a random day during the week when we do memorabilia. But for y'all Stones collectors, I know we got a few watching already. I got a shirt that an original Rolling Stone Some Girl shirt that was property of Bill Wyman. It was property of Bill Wyman. It was sold at a Julian's auction about 5 years ago. But it's a vintage Rolling Stone shirt that was owned by Bill Wyman. I just said his name, so on that record, I was like, that's pretty cool. We got that in too. Aussie's at $2,400 right now. Let's go back up to the top. So Morbid got a new bid for $76. Now it's at $80. And then over here, Aussie's at $2,360. George Burleson does get the Grateful Dead. That's so to George Burleson. And then Stephen Parton on the London Sessions. That's so to Stephen Parton. Jen Cast, you were second. Does Dale Shannon have Runaway on it? Dale Shannon, Littletown Flirt. This does not have the song Runaway on it. Nope. VG, $19.99. Aussie, $2,400. And then over here, we have Aussie at $2,440. And then over here, Aussie's at $2,500. Morbid's at $81.82. Sonny and Cher is EX $16.99. Elton John Tumbleweed Connection, a German press. VG Plus. Boy, look at that label. How cool is that? The Hansa label. VG Plus $24.99. And a million or more bestsellers. VG Plus $9.99 on that. Okay, track listing on Charlie Daniels. Track listing on Charlie Daniels. Billy the Kid, Carolina, High Lonesome, Woman of the Crown, Right Now, Tennessee Blues, Roll, Mississippi, Slow Song, Tennessee, and Turn My Head Around. Now we have Mahogany Rush 4, VG Condition $9.99, and From Lulu with Love. And this is EX $19.99. We have Aussie at $2,600. Stephen Tinley's out on Morbid. Final Call to Deckelman for $82. Final Call to Deckelman. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that is Ghost. Boy, take a look at this. It's Opus Eponymous, and it's a 2010 UK blue vinyl, OG blue vinyl from 2010. Right now, the cheapest available is $211. We're going to start ours at $165. $165. Aussie's at $2,650. Next over here is Johnny Bond, Star Day, famous Hot Rodders. That's a cool cover. Look at that. Famous Hot Rodders, Johnny Bond, VG $9.99 on that. Also, Sweetest One, The Metros, a mono 1967 soul album from RCA, $99.99. This is the original first Aussie. This is the first Aussie. It's the first series. It's pretty much near mint. Complete, signed, of course, has the flexi disc on top. Very, very cool. Yeah, we need a lot more likes. Right now tonight, though, we're looking at almost a record for all-time viewership. So let's keep that going. The more y'all hit the like button, the more you'll see stuff from Collectco. I hope that I've gained some new customers tonight. And for those that watch every night for the past several years, I hope y'all are having fun. Fun night, big night. It's Metal Night, Aussie and Hulk Hogan tribute. Let's not forget about the great Chuck Mangione that passed away today, too. Big losses. We are all here Aussie fans. You never hear hardly anybody say anything bad about Aussie. My goodness. What a legend. And I woke up to Hulk Hogan today. I was like, oh, my gosh. But I hope that we have a lot of new people watching. Feel free to join in on the action. Some nights it's like this almost every night. Usually on Thursdays, though, we focus on metal auctions, okay? Metal auctions, Thursday night, okay? In the bins, you might see a little bit of everything, but for sure, we always have metal auctions. Metal auctions always going on. Michael Freiberger on Johnny Bond. John Bo Bing Gear 7. Aussie's at $2,700. Somebody got Lulu already. I hadn't pulled it. Amanda Darby. Amanda Darby got Lulu over on Twitch. I forgot to pull it. And then Joe Salomo was next, okay? And then over here, Johnny Cash the Baron. Wow, you won't see that one too often. VG $9.99. And Elvis, nice. Another blue font mono. This one's actually from 58 too. Nice. VG $12.99 with the blue font. That's the first issue of that one. So Morbid is sold. Thank you, Justin Deckelman. Let's sell that Justin Deckelman for $82. Thank you on that. It's gone. And then over here, 00 Platinum on If. I bet that was for Johnny Cash, right? He put If. I bet that was for Johnny Cash. He probably got auto-corrected. If that's not right, 007, let me know. Destructo Cat. You bought from us before, right? Destructo Cat. Destructo Cat. So let me go ahead and sell this to you. If you're a first-time buyer, if not, let me know. Henson, next on Johnny Cash, then Tom Sullivan, then Cody, then Steven. And then Aussie's at $2,860. And then Ghost, and then another Johnny Cash and another Johnny Cash, okay? So here's Ghost, Opus Eponymous. It's the original pressing from the UK, 2010 blue vinyl OG, and this has a high bid right now. Blue vinyl Ghost, it's at $165 with John Kaiser. No, with Jason Short. Sorry, Jason Short. Aussie's at $3,000. Next is ZZ Top Eliminator. She's got legs. VG $14.99. Does have some cover damage. $14.99. And Elvis, His Hand in Mine. That's VG plus $12.99. There's another Elvis. All right, now we need another auction. And that next auction is perfect time for Christmas. Folks, it's Christmas in July. No Presents for Christmas, King Diamond. It's an 85 euro OG 12-inch single, VG Plus, $20 start. No Presents for Christmas, King Diamond's now up for bid. A lot of people on ZZ Top, but first we got Ghost, a new bidder, and he's bought from us before. I thought so. Welcome back, Destructo Cat. John McPatriot on ZZ Top. Let's go ahead and sell that. That's going to be my last record in this bin. Steven was next, then Joe Delgado, then Chris Bocci, and then Scully Mack. And let me pause right there. And we have filled up our 4th crate for tonight. And that is sold. And now that crate's full. We do have more new vinyl to go through. John's got 4 more crates over here, vintage, which I will be taking offers on. And we got a lot more new vinyl to go through. Sorry. I was having to breathe. That sounded like SpongeBob when he was stuck underground and he was going, we would like to buy a bus ticket. Here we go. Next. King Diamond, Ghost 170, King Diamond 21, King Diamond 30, King Diamond 30, King Diamond 35, King Diamond 30, King Diamond 37, King Diamond 40. The box set is at $3,000 with Harold Ackerman. $3,000 with Harold Ackerman, okay? There's that. King Diamond's at 42. Be sure you stay late with us. We had an epic late night last night. We went through all of our Discogs listings and we sold like a whole crate of high-end records off of Discogs last night. Shout out to Guy Shard. He bought another set. We had an air horn last night at like 1:30 a.m. We sold those 4 Taylor Swift singles, again, a whole nother set last night for almost $2,000. Another set of Taylor Swift singles. Shout out again to Guy Shard. He was on late, and we did another bundle deal on some Taylor Swift singles, almost $2,000. So we did a lot of cool stuff last night. A lot of people went to bed early. We was going through Discog stuff. We were making deals. We were doing late night auctions on Kiss stuff. It was pretty epic. We had a fun night. Last claim over here was Elvis Presley, and Elvis Presley was sold to Chris Gardner. Now, Chris, I'm assuming you wanted that one. If you wanted this one, let me know, okay? Now, over here, we have the Elegant Sound of the Royalettes. This is VG Plus, $19.99. 66 Mono Soul, VG Plus, $19.99. The Elegant Sound of the Royalettes, VG Plus, $19.99. And Jethro Tull War Child, VG Plus, $14.99. Jethro Tull War Child. Also, another Elvis, this is GI Blues, 60 Indianapolis, VG Plus, $19.99. All right, Sombrerez is out. Harold Ackerman, you have the Aussie box for $3,000. Going once, going twice. We're about to sell the Aussie box. We still got a lot of other stuff to do. Final call. Final call. King Diamond's at 50 with Ivan R. King Diamond's at 50 with Ivan R. Over here was Ghost. Jason Short at 180. The other bid on the other price on the Elvis was VG $12.99. Okay? There's that. Next, Elvis Potluck, a 62 Rockaway, VG Plus $19.99. Potluck, VG Plus $19.99. Fever Tree Creation, VG $9.99. Fever Tree. And we have Lead Belly, VG $16.99. The spine has a major split in it, but Lead Belly in mono, Capitol Records, $16.99. King Diamond's at $51. Ghost is out. That means a final call on Ghost to Jason Short for $180. Next is Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free, with booklet, EX $16.99. Elvis Presley, Elvis, VG Plus $19.99. Tom Sullivan on Lead Belly, so to Tom Sullivan. Jefferson Airplane Flight Log, EX $24.99. And we have the Beatles, Abbey Road, Orange Capitol label, VG condition, $19.99 on that. New vinyl coming up next, just FYI. I am going to go ahead and blow the air horn for Aussie, sold to Harold Ackerman for $3,000 Aussie, see you on the other side box. Let me put on my ear protection. If y'all are new and you don't know this, when we sell something for over $500, whether it's a straight priced item or whether it's out of the bin or whether it's out of an auction, it doesn't matter. We got to go over here to this, and let's do it. My neck is adjusted. Deep breath. That's all she wrote. That's all she wrote. Aussie might have heard that from the other side. He might have heard that from the other side. Oh my gosh. By the way, this thing weighs about 500 pounds. This thing weighs about 500 pounds. Crazy. That's how it goes. Flying high again. No more tears. Tears. Okay. King Diamond. No presents for Christmas. 85 euro single. This is VG Plus condition. And this is Ivan R's at 55. Gerald Whitworth bid 185 on Ghost. We sold Lead Belly. I see your question about Steven Steels. Give me 1 second. Brandon Johnson on Rod. So did Brandon Johnson. Jeremy Rourke put B. Jeremy, was that for the Beatles? Jeremy Rourke, B for Beatles. Steven Steels. I hadn't forgot about you, John Smetzer. I promise. I have not forgot about you. Steven Steels here. This one does not have an original inner sleeve. No. It has a polyline bag. Okay? And then over here, King Diamond 58. Ghost 182. There's Ghost. King Diamond, all still getting bids. Let's finish up this crate of vintage. Just a few more and then a new auction. We've got Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, VG Plus $39.99. The Rolling Stones Let It Bleed, EX $32.99, nice. And the Capitol Disc Jockey album from August of '67, promo only, VG Plus $9.99. Artist from Capitol. Okay, there's that. King Diamond. Let's put up another auction. I almost said Aussie and auction at the same time. Chad, can you run volume 4? It's Sabbath 4-track. Sabbath 4-track. We've already sold Black Sabbath volume 4, just FYI. I may have another one, but right now I am going to put this up. And this one is going to be, let's run this. Let's run Master of Reality. Let's run Master of Reality. And this is the Rhino cut. With the wow, they did the poster just like the original too. 2010 Rhino, 180 gram EX, a $20 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, King Diamond's at 60 and Scott got the Rolling Stones. I'm not going to go through this crate again. I'm just going to read the titles, and if you want a price, let me know. They'll be conveniently right here behind me. First, I'm going to go ahead and knock out the next puzzle, which I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list for. And if you don't have this one already, now's the time. This is Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son puzzle. These are from the UK. How much are they? $24.99. And the Seventh Son poster or puzzle waiting list was, I have a waiting list for Number, Run to the Hills, and Steve Weaver. So Steve Weaver, you was on a waiting list for Seventh Son puzzle. I've got 2 extras if anybody else wants one, okay? 2 Iron Maiden puzzles left if anybody else wants one, okay? That is Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. I've got 2 of those left if anybody wants one, okay? Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. Those are available. Chris Bryant says he'll take one. These are 500-piece puzzles. The only other ones I've shown tonight that are still available are Iron Maiden Killers, Metallica Whiplash, and Metallica Justice for All, okay? Now, I left off over here by saying this. I said King Diamond was at $60, and I said Ghost was at $182. Black Sabbath already has bids for 30, 20, 25, 30, 20, 30, 30, 30, 40, 35. We sold the puzzle 50, 60, 75, 85. If you need a price in here, just let me know. Quick recap. Elvis, as in Elvis. Billy Joel, as in Billy Joel. Elton John. Traffic. Yes, one of my favorites. Steve Miller. The Eagles. If you need a price or information, let me know. Stones is in mono. Earl Scruggs. King Crimson. Stones. Allman Brothers. Outlaws. Ian Hunter. Atlanta Rhythm Section. Cream. Wilson Pickett. Family. REO. Richie. Tom. James Gang, Dale Shannon, Sonny and Cher, A Million or More, Charlie Daniels, Mahogany Rush, The Metros, The Roulettes, Jethro Tull, Elvis, 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 Fever Tree, Elvis, Jefferson Airplane, Steels, Bob Dylan, Capitol Compilation. Over here, we have first, I got Stones. Stones, RS, Rolling Stones. I tagged that a second ago for Scott Fellows. Yes, Let It Bleed. Let It Bleed. Now, next is Black Sabbath, 85. Michael Hamburger wants an Injustice for All puzzle. Sold to Michael Hamburger. Sold. Michael Hamburger. Okay? Thank you. Next, Black Sabbath, 90. Recheck Ghost. Billy Condition. Billy Joel, VG Plus. It has an old retail sticker on the cover. VG Plus, $9.99. REO. That is REO Speedwagon Live. You get what you play for. VG Plus, $24.99. What Fever Tree? Creation. Uni. VG, $9.99. We have GI Blues Info. Elvis. Right here. A 60 Indianapolis VG Plus, $19.99. Black Sabbath, 95. Gerald says, check the Ghost bids again. Jason Short, I have a feeling that means you've been outbid. Gerald Whitworth. Okay, Jason had bid 100. Jason had bid 182. Before that, Gerald had already bid 185. 8 minutes ago, Gerald bid $185. And then Jason Jones, you went for less at 182. That's why he said recheck it. Jason, you actually went backwards on that one. You probably didn't see his bid over on Twitch. He already had that at $185, actually about 8 minutes ago. Okay? Now, King Diamond has had about 1 billion bids. And then King Diamond, the last bid on King Diamond, it's got about 1 billion bids. The last bid was the final call. KD, Ivan R's had it for almost 5 minutes at $60. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. $60. And now I'm all the way at the bottom. Black Sabbath is at 90. Now it's at 95. Info on Yes and Condition. That was right back here, close to the edge. Close to the edge was EX on the vinyl, probably a VG cover. It's a 5-digit reissue, non-barcoded, $17.99. Billy Joel is sold to Stephen Freyu. Okay? REO track list. You'll have to give me a second. I usually skip over track list for claims, just so you know, it really slows down the show. Black Sabbath album is Master of Reality. This is a 2010 reissue. Can I get the Black Album puzzle? I don't think they make that one. That would be tough. I've never seen one, though. George Sambera has got GI Blues. Price on James Gang. James Gang is 16 Greatest Hits, VG $14.99. Ghost has a new bid for $187. Ghost has a new bid for $190. King Diamond has a new bid for $65. Ghost has a new bid for $195. Ghost, King Diamond, and Black Sabbath all up for bid. Black Sabbath's moving to a final call. MT Matt has it for $95, okay? On that. Did the album with Steve Wynn and others? Yes. Craig helps me with the track listings. The track he's wanting on REO Live, you get what you play for. I mean, I could do it in about 15 seconds, but Noah's kind of new. No, I don't want to be a jerk about it, but I've always just skipped over track listing claims. If I stopped to read every track listing, we would probably slow down by about 20%. and then I'd have some restless people. They'd be wanting to start rioting and protesting. And then people would show up here, and then I'd get jumped, and then I'd get abducted, and then we wouldn't have any more live sales in again. And it would be from the anti-track listers. So I'm sure you don't want that to happen. I'm sure you don't want that to happen to me. The anti-track listers. But yeah, the key, like Patrick just said, if you're looking for a song, I know what songs are on what albums faster than I can read a track listing. Like usually somebody say, Chad, what's on this? And I'll say, no, it's not on there. That's not the album you're looking for. Just saying. Okay, here we go. First thing I have is Ghost. He's done. This is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $199. King Diamond. I'm going to make sure Ivan R is done. Brian Campbell has it for $65. Anybody else? And now Black Sabbath is sold, and Black Sabbath is officially sold, and this is done, and this is sold to MT Matt for $95, okay? There's that. Here's this, and here's that. Now, first thing we have is our next auction. Our next auction is going to be this, Y&T, Mean Streak. Y&T is an 83 USOG EX edition, a $15 start. An 83 USOG, a $15 start. Y&T, Mean Streak, $15 start. That's now up for bid. Also, we're also going to go ahead and put this up. Let's do this one right here. Aussie, the Randy Rhoads tribute album. Nice. An 87 US Carrollton OG, direct metal mastering. Very clean, except for one blemish on Suicide Solution that causes some noise during the guitar solo. So other than that, this thing looks like it was just made. $65 start. There's one LP. There's two LPs. There's the Randy Rhoads tribute album. It's a gatefold jacket. Very nice. It's a $65 start. $65 start. There's bids already on Y&T up to 20. We're done on King Diamond. Or excuse me, there's a new bid on King Diamond for 66. Brian Campbell, you've been outbid. Okay? You've been outbid. There's our next auctions. Good luck to everybody. I'm going to be pricing some more stuff here on the fly. So let me go ahead and knock that out. There's even some waiting list here, and I've got more puzzles to do, okay? First thing, I'm going to work from this crate from the back, front, back. And this is $99.99. I repeat, $99.99. This is, let me put the stickers on them first. That would be faster. Boom. Boom. These are the Van Halen for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. That's the only way that album's in print, unless you get the Van Halen Volume 2 box set. CD, DVD, Blu-ray, Van Halen, $99.99. These have already come in. They sent me a couple extra copies, it looks like. And this is $39.99. And this is the new album that comes out tomorrow by Tyler Childers. Tyler Childers' new album comes out tomorrow. We've already done the pre-order. We have two extras, and I've got two more over here if anybody else wants one. This is, let me look it up right quick. I'll get you a price. Some of these I'm pricing on the fly. Sorry, Ed, I didn't have the sheets made out. Ed's birthday today. Thank you as always, Ed. A great job here. Same thing for everybody that works here at Collectco. If you're new, this week, counting Moose's help, and I think some other people that's come in and helped, there's probably going to be about 15 different people on staff this week, probably on payroll, that's going to make all this show happen every night. A major production here to get all this ready, all the way from buying. If you count the buying crew that came back from this 9-day buying trip, if you count the buying crew, everybody here that works here almost every day, the extra help we've had come in, for those that know, from beginning to end, from buying to getting it shipped and customer service, there's about 15 people here on staff at Collectco to make all this work. Alphabetizing, sorting, customer service, shipping, packing, logistics, tacking, watching, to make all this happen night after night. We've got almost 15 people now here off and on all week to make all this work. So I always say, when I can, big shout out to all those people. Thank you as always, okay? And for those that don't know, it takes a lot to get, I mean, I'm pretty much nonstop just to get here on time every day to get this going. Luckily, everybody else is taking care of everything else, okay? That's why we're able to do it all in a big way. That's why we're all able to do it in a big way. Otherwise, these shows wouldn't be as exciting. Now, let's go back over here and let's run down King Diamond. Man, this thing keeps getting bids. Did he get another bid from Brian? Did he get another bid from Brian? He's out. This is sold to Ivan R. And Ivan R gets this for $66. That's sold. Let's go over the Aussie again, okay? And let's go over Y&T. Y&T is out of print. Their catalog is essentially not available. So always very desirable. Let's jump right over here. And here's Y&T Mean Streak. The high bid on this is James Hicks at $38. James Hicks at $38. That is an 83 OG EX Edition VG Plus jacket. Does Aussie have a bid yet? This is the Randy Rhoads tribute album. It's an 87 Carrollton OG. Direct metal mastering with the original on her sleeve. Very nice. It has one blemish on Suicide Solution that causes a little bit of noise. Okay? A little bit of noise during the solo. But other than that, the discs are immaculate. Now, Aussie got one bid with Joe Delgado for 66, okay? Joe Delgado. Brooks Valder bid 65. Joe Delgado bid 66. I think we're done, right? I think we're done. Are we done? We might be. Are we done? We might be. Okay? $66. There's that. And then... Now, Craig says, Van Halen, if you haven't heard an extra. Does that mean you want a Van Halen, Craig? I've showed Van Halen. Noah wants REO Speedwagon from the last bin. Let's sell this to Noah Colwell, okay? And then Y&T's at 40. Aussie has gotten a lot of bids now. Okay, I was about to say, something must be up there. I've only shown 3 records here. Van Halen 99, Tyler Childers 39, and Dead Kennedys 24. Okay? There's that. And I'm pricing new vinyl here on the fly. Next is $33.99. $33.99. I thought that was a claim. Okay, wanted to make sure. Let's add another auction too. This is Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, gatefold, $33.99. Craig wants a Van Halen. One left for $99.99. Y&T's at 43. Aussie's at 90. Aussie's at 90. Y&T's at 43. Aussie's at 90. Y&T's at 43. That's the high bids right now. Next is going to be Queensryche. And yes, this is OG. 1990 OG Euro. Both discs are VG++ or better. Very nice. 2 LP. We've cleaned them. We've got them in new sleeves. There's the original inner sleeves. We have the original inner sleeves and a nice jacket. That is now up for bid. And what did I say starting bid was? We'll start that one out at just $35. OG Queensryche. Aussie is at 90. Y&T's at 45. Who bid 45? Melanie bid 45. Melanie Clausen bid $45. The most recent bid's 43. There was already a bid for 45. Now Aussie's at 92. And Dead Kennedys is Bedtime for Democracy, $24.99. There's Linkin Park. Right behind that is this right here. These are, let me check them right quick. I think they're $38.99. I'm pretty sure they are. And this is $38.99. This is actually really cool. $38.99. These are, Seth wanted me to order these, so I wouldn't have had them if he hadn't have asked me. Y'all probably remember us looking this up the other night. Tom Petty, Petty Country, a country music celebration of Tom Petty. It's Tom Petty being covered by Chris Stapleton, Thomas Rhett, Dolly Parton, Luke Combs, Justin Moore, Dierks Bentley, Lady Antebellum, Jamie Johnson, Brothers Osborne, Winona Judd, Lainey Wilson, Willie Nelson, Eli Young, Ryan Hurd, Steve Earle, Margot Price, Midland, Cadillac 3, Marty Stewart, Rihanna Giddens, Silk Road, George Strait. That's a Tom Petty country covers album, 38. So country artists covering Tom Petty. I've got 2 available on green vinyl for $38.99. 2 are available on green vinyl if anybody wants them for $38.99. Okay? I have 2. Never had that before. Didn't even know it existed. Let's go right over here. Y&T's at $60. Y&T's at $60. That's with George Samberez. Right in the middle is Aussie. Aussie has a high bid with Brent Robley at $105. Tim Graham gets Petty Country. That's so to Tim Graham. And then Queensryche, The last bid on Queen's Rock was Craig Sweden at $50. Y&T has a new bid for $52. Price of new vinyl. What else could I possibly have? For those about to rock, Fire. AC/DC's $33.99. This is $33.99. Gatefold, brand new and sealed AC/DC. This is really cool. It's got embossed cover. It's $33.99. 007 Platinum wants a Lincoln Park Hybrid Theory. That one has In the End, Nothing Else Matters. Queen's Rock has a new bid for $60. Y&T $52. Y&T $62. BK on Tom Petty Country. That's sold. Buddy Cordova on AC/DC. Aussie, Josh Jones is out. Brent has it for $105. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Make sure everybody's hit the like button on Facebook. Make sure everybody's followed us on YouTube and Facebook, or I should say subscribed over there. We got Greg Smith on AC/DC. Greg, you bought from us before, right? Thank you. If not, if anybody buys and I miss it, and you say you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer, because there's a lot of new people on tonight. I want to make sure I don't miss anybody, okay? I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list for this David Gilmour, so let me look this up right quick. David Gilmour, the price on David, this is on an island. They're just $33.99. They're just $33.99, and I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list, so let me check on David Gilmour, vocalist, guitarist, lyricist for Pink Floyd. May have heard of him. He has great solo albums, too. The waiting list for David Gilmour was Blaine Zapnick. Thank you, Blaine Zapnick, on David Gilmour. That is sold to Blaine. I've got 2 extra copies if anybody else wants one. So here's the most recent details. Greg got AC/DC. Queen's Rock 65, Queen's Rock 65. Wes Wild, I'm going to put you on a waiting list for Tom Petty, okay? Petty Country Salute. Put Wes Wild on a waiting list. Put John McPatriot on a waiting list for AC/DC. Put John McPatriot on a waiting list for AC/DC. Condition of Aussie. Aussie was super clean except for one blemish during Suicide Solution that causes some noise. One stray mark. Other than that, it's really nice. And then Ryan Eaton also wants a Petty Country, okay? And then over here, we got Tom Sullivan on a David Gilmour, and now Queen's Rock is at 70. So the last bid on Y&T over here was George Samberez at 70. Before that was James Hicks and then Kristen Driscoll. So I think it's up to Kristen Driscoll to keep the auction going. Excuse me. To keep the auction going. If he says out, it's sold to George Samberez. The last bid was George Samberez at 70. We got to make sure Oso says out on Aussie. It's a final call to Brent for $105. And then Queen's Rock is right over here. This is quite the battle. MT Matt has it for 70. And the last bid before him was Travis Woods and Joshua Day. Right now, MT Matt has it for 70. There's one David Gilmour left if anybody wants that. Over here, I guess I've only got one of these. Let me check on it right quick. And there's a huge delivery of new vinyl, probably also coming tomorrow. I want to let everybody know we're probably going to do like a Metal Night Part 2 or 1.5 tomorrow to get some more of this stuff sold off, okay? This is Winter Sun, $36.99. Winter Sun, $36.99. Winter Sun, $36.99. Gilmour's $33. And now Queen's Rock is at $75, okay? Now, this is Y&T, and he went out and hammers up. I was making sure Kristen Driscoll was done. Queen's Rock 75.80, and he says pass on Aussie. This is sold for $105 to Brent Robley. Thank you, Brent, on that. Thank you, Brent, on that. There we have it. There we have that, okay? Here we go. And now, there's that, there's that. Amazing. And then this is next. These are $33.99. These are Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. Pink Floyd is $33.99. Momentary Lapse of Reason. One of them has some tears in the shrink. And there was one person on a waiting list, okay? One person on a waiting list. Let me find out over here. So we have Pink Floyd. And the waiting list for Momentary Lapse of Reason was, I feel like I just seen it, Jan Gunther. Jan Gunther, and I've got 2 extras if anybody else wants one, okay? Now, Y&T has a new bid for $73. That was the last person I was waiting for, $73. Before that, George Samberez had it for $70. Now, Queen's Rock is at $85. We're not done on either one of those auctions. Let's go ahead and put up something else. Let's go ahead and try this right here. This is something I've never seen before from Black Sabbath. Paranoid War Pigs, Iron Man, and Fairies Wear Boots. This is a 1982 UK limited edition clear vinyl EP. Very interesting. Black Sabbath. It does have quite a bit of cover wear and damage. Just creased. It's creased up here, and then just as you can see, cover wear. It's a black cover, shows a lot of wear. That's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. Queen's Rock still getting bids. Y&T's now at 80. Kristen Driscoll, it goes back to you again. Now Queen's Rock is at 88. Y&T was EX or better condition and a VG Plus cover. Jetstream gets the last David Gilmour. If anybody wants one, let me know. It'll be a waiting list. Black Sabbath already has a bid for 50. Next auction is going to go up right now. And this is Testament Brotherhood. Give me 1 second. I'll tell you price. Testament. And this was green vinyl, $36.99. Green vinyl, $36.99. Here it is. I've got two of them. Final call again on Y&T at 80. And then Black Sabbath at 50. There's two bids for 25 that just came in. Y'all were jumped immediately right here by Henson. He's over on Twitch. He's at 50. What about Queen's Rock? Empty Mat, 88. I got to wait for Joshua Day to bid or say out. Okay? Claymore says Gilmore challenge flag. I saw where you at. Oh, he did say sold. My bad. Jetstream, I've got bad news. Clay did ask about this first. He asked if there was a price. I thought he never did say he sold one. Okay, and then Jerry Stone wants on the Tom Petty waiting list. I missed that. So I missed a little. My phone must have jumped a whole page. Put down Jerry Stone for the Tom Petty waiting list. And then Clay Moore was first on Gilmore. So Jetstream, I'm going to have to add you to a waiting list. If not, that's up to you. Okay? And now Jerry Stone, yes, I missed your comment too. All right, so that's done. And then Y&T up to Kristen Driscoll. He's got a very delayed connection, but we'll have to give it one more chance because it's already been 3 more minutes again. George Samberes has it for 80. And now Queen's Rock. Travis Woods has it for 90. Empty Mat's out. And now Black Sabbath at 55. There's Testament for 36. Y&T was already at $80, I think. And now he bid 77. Kristen, it's already at $88. And you might want to severely make sure you have a updated connection because I think your bids are coming in about every 4.5 minutes. Just FYI. That's about what it looks like your delay is. So you probably need to refresh your lag. 4.5 minutes is typically not normal. Just saying. Okay, now, first thing we have is Black Sabbath at another bid just came in at 35. That's way out of order. So let me clarify right now. At 9:04 Central Time, 9:04 Central Time, 9:04 Central Time, the high bid on Black Sabbath is $60. And let me give everybody a tip of advice on bidding so your bids don't get out of order. If you're looking at your Facebook chat, you're looking at the wrong thing. If you're looking at your YouTube chat, you're looking at the wrong thing. Right here is what you want to be looking at because sometimes before some of y'all bid, you're just looking at your Facebook chat. There's already 4 or 5 people on Twitch that have bids $30, $40, $50 more than you because you're just looking at your Facebook chat. You've got to, if you can see this, if you can get it on a screen big enough where you can see it, where my hand's going up, that's the master chat. And that's how bids get really out of order. There'll be bids for 65 and then 80, and then somebody bid 55 because the last bid on Facebook was 50. But over here on YouTube and Twitch, there's already people bidding 70, 75, 80. And before y'all even see them, there's already higher bids because you're not looking on the screen bids, just saying. Plus, the lag may be a little bit slower here or there. So you can bid as often as you want. I would wait until you see what the most recent high bid over here is, and then you can place another bid, okay? Now, we also have Y&T. He's done, so this is sold to George Samberes for $80, okay? Sabbath and Queen's Rock is still getting bids, and let's put up some other auctions. I'm going to do Aussie next. Was it Blizzard? Do we have a Blizzard? I'm sure we do. I'm going to drink some water, too. Aussie 2.0. Tonight we just sold one for 3,000, so I would say less than that, but I don't know, 2.0, couple $1,000 maybe right now. I mean, tonight we've seen where one sold for 3,000, just saying. But I hadn't been looking at prices really. Queensryche. My staff here, they look at prices. I honestly don't have a lot of time to check. I know what I think I can get for something, or we just auction it. That's what I've always done. And most of y'all keep up with the prices from what I've seen. Queensryche is a final call. Let's update this again. It's a 1990 Euro OG with original inner sleeves. It's VG++ or better. Dwayne has this for $105. $105 on that. $105 on that. Okay? The catalog number on Black Sabbath, 12NEX01. 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 It's an 82 UK clear vinyl. Okay? And the last bit over here, was Josh Jones at 78. Okay? George Samberez said he wants to pay for the Y&T album. He's going to pay for this, and he wants to send it to Melanie Clausen as a gift. He says he wants to pay for this, and he wants to sell it to Melanie Clausen as a gift. Okay? All right. We're back in business, folks. Let me take a walk around the store and see what I can show next. Here we go. There's a waiting list for this one. One of my favorite puzzles. We're going to knock out a bunch of puzzles. I think there's a few guitars and a few toys over here too. But there's a lot more other stuff to get to. Holy moly. I'm ready to go through some vintage best offer. I don't know about y'all. Here we go. We got Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. This is a 500-piece puzzle, $24.99. And there should be a waiting list here for Elton John. Let me check on it right quick. Elton John puzzle. The waiting list was Bill Sammis and Marsha Collins. One of our best sellers ever. Bill Sammis and Marsha Collins. I've got 2 sold. These are 500-piece puzzles. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? 500-piece puzzles. There's 2 more sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Those are now for bid. Let's get some auctions going. The last thing we have over here, Queensryche. The last bid on Queensryche was with Dwayne Sevilla at $105. And that was 3 minutes ago. If I get to the bottom and there's not a bid, I'm selling it. Black Sabbath, the same thing. I'm seeing outs. I think we're done. And now all 3 Elton John puzzles are sold. Okay? Chris Frazier wants to know the price on Black Sabbath. The hammer's up. It's about to sell to Josh M.F.er Jones for $78. Dwayne, I'm at the bottom. This is sold to you for $105. Okay? That's sold to Dwayne for $105. Thank you on that. And now, I'm going to put this crate over here. There's Sabbath. Okay? Pantera, the big Pantera records next Thursday. Yes. I've already had some people ask me what I think that's going to bring. My auction estimate is 500 plus. It's probably the nicest copy I've ever seen come through. Let me get a new crate going because we've sold all 3 of these puzzles. And Brent, just so you know, I've still got you on a waiting list for 1,000 piece. Okay? Black Sabbath, $80. And then these 3 are sold. Okay? And these puzzles sold to Brent, Kristen, and Jetstream. There's those. Yes, so y'all 3 got one. Yes. Let's introduce some new auctions, okay? Here we go. New auctions are this. I have Pantera. Let's do it. I got Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, the Revolver exclusive. Revolver exclusive, Cowboys from Hell, 2010, marbled white and whiskey brown, numbered 1604 of 2000. This is a $35 start. It's a 2021 limited edition revolver, numbered with a book. With a book. I didn't know much about Pantera. I seen them live. I become a fan. I seen them live a second time. I became more of a fan. I seen them live a third time in Denver, and now I'm really a fan. The more I've seen them live, the more I'm like, wow, and the more I've listened to their music. I mean, and the more I've, I'm like, wow. I've been missing out on some amazing metal for a long time. I've kind of overlooked them for a long time. And I didn't even get to see Pantera live. I saw half of Pantera. I didn't even get to see, I'm just talking about since they've been touring with Metallica. So, I didn't even really get to see Pantera, but seeing Zakk Wylde play with them is pretty cool. So, all right, Megadeth puzzle. Let's knock one more puzzle out. Megadeth puzzle. Let me see if there was a waiting list, and then I'm going to update these comments. Okay, Megadeth puzzle. This is piece sales, but who's buying? Jerry Rock and Steve Weaver. Y'all was on a waiting list. Jerry Rock and Steve Weaver. I've got one Megadeth puzzle left. Okay? And that's piece sales, but who's buying? There it is, if anybody wants it. One puzzle left, if anybody else wants it for Megadeth. I feel like I hadn't shown a record. What's the waiting list for 1,000? Is the 1,000-piece Elton? If so, I don't need another one. Yeah, that's a 500-piece Elton, and I've got you down for 1,000. If you don't want that, let me know. And the waiting list is for the 1,000 Elton John piece, but they're not in stock. Okay, Pantera 40, 40, 50, 45, and then 55, 58, 50, 60. And then Brent wants this Megadeth puzzle, Pantera 65 and Pantera 65. Now, what about Black Sabbath? A bizarre release over here that I don't see too often. The EP. The EP over here. The last thing that showed up was Josh Jones at 87. Chris Frazier, you're out. Josh Jones has this for 87. Chris Frazier, just so you know, okay? And then over here, Metallica. I'll put up another one right now. I'll see what I've got next on this. And then thousands up, put back 500. Okay. So there's an extra Elton John if anybody wants one. There's an extra Elton John if anybody wants one. That is Goodbye Yellow Brick Road puzzle, okay? Let's get another auction going. And this is a great night to be tuned in for puzzles. I've been trying to keep an Aussie record up. We'll give one break on that to one of these other, well, there's a Black Sabbath of, never mind. Let's do Ride the Lightning, okay? And folks, this is OG Ride the Lightning. This is OG Ride the Lightning. This is an 84 US OG specialty inner sleeve VG Plus, $115 start, Ride the Lightning. It has the original inner sleeve. It's $115 start. Blizzard's on deck. Yes, we'll do that one next. Black Sabbath has a new bid for 90. Pantera's at 80. So they're still bidding on Black Sabbath. They're still bidding on Pantera. And then there's Metallica. That's an OG pressing. We got requests for TNT. Now, I hadn't recapped this bin. This was all new stuff that I just priced right now. Van Halen for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, $99.99. Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. Tyler Childers, $39.99. Metallica, Dead Kennedys, Bedtime for Democracy. You know what my brain did? I saw this Statue of Liberty and I thought, and Justice for All. I have no idea how that just happened in my noggin, but it did. $24.99 for Dead Kennedys. I've got two of those left. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory 33. Winter Suns on orange vinyl. I listened to some of that. Great stuff. $36.99. And then over here is Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. That is $33.99. And then Testament, Brotherhood of the Snake, Testament green vinyl, $36.99, okay? And let me see where I've left over. I left off over here for Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath is at 90, 007 Platinum, 90, okay? Pantera, 80. Blizzard of Oz is on deck. So is TNT. Metallica, 115. Did Guns N' Roses use Illusion 2? Travis, they actually don't make those anymore. There's no Guns N' Roses 2. There's only a 1. Okay, Metallica 130. And then what did I say on Metallica? Metallica, and then Brian Call wants Dead Kennedys. And this is sold to Brian Call. Okay, thank you on this. Thank you on this. This is Metallica. What did I say on this one? This is, I think it's an 84, but it's Elektra. Yeah, it's an 84, but it's the Elektra label. Yes, it's an 84, but it is the Elektra label. I'm not for sure what, from the comments, it looks like I might have misspoke on that one. Yes, okay, and it has the original on her sleeve. So I think in 84, it was on Silver Megaforce and Elektra. That's the Elektra label, which would be still 84 release year, but the second label on Elektra. Okay? And there's that. Pantera still getting bids. Black Sabbath. Yes, this is a 1982 UK reissue. It's a limited edition clear vinyl. VG minus cover. The disc is near mint minus. Okay? There is Pantera's at $85. The bid on Metallica right now is $130. The last time I had a nice Silverforce Megaforce, a Silver Label Megaforce, I think we sold it for over $500. And I know Paul was here one night, and he sold one when I wasn't here for, I think, over $500. This is still a tough record to get, a 1984. Still a tough one to get. I have the high bid with David Saunders at $130. Okay? Now, over here. Are we done? I got to swap out crates. I told you I was an auction. I literally can't swap out crates because everything still keeps getting bids and questions. Okay? So, nope, I got the one from Paul, $375. It wouldn't have brought that if I was here. I wouldn't have sold it for that. I think I know the one you're talking about. It was in shrink wrap. It was near mint. And he sold that, and I was like, man, I didn't really even want to sell that. It was laying over here on a table off to the side, and I really didn't even want to sell it. And I'm going to swap out crates before something else pops up on my screen, okay? And I'm going to run down these one more time, let everybody know who has the high bid, and I'm going to bring over a crate, and we're going to go through some vintage buy it now best offer. It's an auction-heavy night, literally. Heavy music and a lot of heavy stuff. It's only $9.19. We've got metal auctions for the next 3 hours. For the next 3 hours. Gregor, if you want to sell that back, I'll give you $380 for it right now. Good profit's better than no profit. I'll give you $380 for it right now. I'll buy it back. Those are very hard to find in high grade. Kelly Gabney on Pink Floyd. And then let me run down the list on the auctions, okay? And let's do some vintage OG type stuff, best offer, okay? Looks like John's got us all kinds of different stuff in here. We're about to find out why we keep all these auctions going. And all these are going to be best offer. Then I'm about to find some more new sealed vinyl because I think I've got a stash of metal over here, okay? So here's what I've got. As soon as I stretch. Hey, some of this stuff I regret selling. If I ever say I really don't want to sell this, you want to buy it. That guy who bought the Robert Plant signed album, I've already offered him like $1,000 profit on it because I sold it so cheap one night. And he said, I'll have to think about it. And then there was another guy who I sold a signed album. I offered him a $500 profit on it from about 2 years ago. And he said, nah, I think I'm going to hang on to it, Chad. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is why I don't like selling stuff. I'm about to shut down the store and just become a hoarder. I'm going to hoard thousands of OG Metallica albums and Black Sabbath and Rush and not sell it to anybody. Okay, I think this is done. I've already given the update on it again. There was no other bids, and the final call on this was a long, long time ago. It was 7 minutes ago with Shane Devers. He gets this. He gets this. Let me go look at that one more time. It sold $90. It's gone. $90. Happy birthday, Carol Puckett. Also, happy birthday to Hatchet Ed here at the store. Okay. Now, we got to do a final call on Pantera. It's the Revolver limited edition numbered brown and white whiskey numbered with book. Matt Marco, $98. Matt Marco, $98. Cowboys from Hell. I can't believe this is going to sell for $130. Ride the Lightning's a 1984 Electra. It's still from the year 84. Ride the Lightning. It's in VG Plus condition. It has the original on her sleeve. It's a final call for $130 to David Saunders, right? Yes. Creeping Death, Ride the Lightning, Fade to Black, For Whom the Bell Tolls. Wow. Hammers up, 130. Pantera has hit 100. We're about to do best offer vintage, puzzles, toys, miscellaneous, collectibles, and keep these auctions going. We have a request to do Aussie, Blizzard of Oz, and TNT, and Guns N' Roses, and Wasp, and Aussies, and Black Sabbath, and Judas Priest, and Metallicas. But first, here's Aussie. Aussie, Blizzard of Oz, a 1981 Terre Haute OG. The disc is not bad, EX vinyl. It has the original on her sleeve. Nice. Mr. Crowley. The cover does have noticeable ring wear. We'll have to grade it VG minus, a $30 start. Susie says she'll take a Rush fly-by-night puzzle. So does Susie. Stripers on deck. Stripers on deck. One Elton John puzzle remains. There it is. Don't forget about Pyromania and the Iron Maiden puzzle next to it. Pantera, 100. Metallica, 135. Metallica, 140. Metallica, 135. Pantera, 110. Aussie, 30. Aussie, 35. Aussie, 35. Journey, Girl Can't Help It, live. Never seen this before. A 1986 promo, 12-inch single. Girl Can't Help It and Girl Can't Help It live. It has their tour schedule on the back. $24.99. Everything in here you can go ahead and buy, or you can make an offer on. Atlanta Rhythm Section, 3rd Annual Pipe Dream, $9.99. Also, Traffic, Shootout at the Fantasy Factory, $19.99. Original die-cut cover. Solemn Choir 2, Leon Russell, Mark Bueno, $19.99. And Elvis, The Other Sides, Worldwide Gold Ward Hits, Volume 2, $29.99. Hammers up on Pantera. Final call to Matt Marco for $110. Hammers up on Metallica. Angie Ray has it for $140. Aussie's at $58 with Tom Sullivan. $58 with Tom Sullivan. Next puzzle in queue. What is the next puzzle? You may say, Chad, what is the next puzzle you have? And I'm like, wait till you see this one. You've actually seen it before. It's one of my favorites. Awesome artwork here. And you know what? It's available. I think we have a waiting list, though. This is Iron Maiden the Trooper. What amazing artwork on Iron Maiden the Trooper here. This is a 500-piece puzzle, and we have 4 of them. Let me see if there was a waiting list over here for Iron Maiden. The Iron Maiden puzzle wait list. We got a wait list for No Prayer. We got a waiting list for Run to the Hills. We got a wait list for Number of the Beast. And there's no wait list for the Trooper. I just went ahead and bought 4 more because it's such a great one. There's 4 still left of Iron Maiden the Trooper puzzles. $24.99. No waiting list. So all these are available. MT Matt wants one. Now I have 3 left. 500-piece puzzles, $24.99. Okay? First thing, Ed and Riviera offered $19 on Journey. Sold to Ed and Riviera for $19. Angie Ray backing on Metallica at $150. Josh bid $148. I'm assuming Kelly Gabney, never mind. Kelly Gabney wants a Trooper puzzle. I said, never mind. I was about to say Pantera over here. Pantera, the hammer was up. It was a final call to Matt Marco for $110. And I was going to make sure Josh Jones said out. Josh did say out. So to Matt Marco for $110. Very nice. Very, very nice. Domination. That is now sold. Revolver numbered. That is gone. Now, Metallica is at 155 with Josh Jones. Angie Ray, you're out. And I think I've already said Aussie 58 once. Are we done on Aussie? $58. Tom Sullivan, $58. Nick Bargeron was out. We're about to sell it. Traffic was stickered right here at $19.99. Shoot at the Fantasy Factory. Also, Elvis Gold Awards Hits Volume 1. That has the book with it. It's got like little stamps, and it's got a book. And that one is $34.99. Back-to-back Elvis box. And guess what? Another Elvis box. And that one's $59.99. It's called Elvis Aaron Presley. Let's add a new auction. Probably two, because the hammer's up on Aussie. TNT, Knights of the New Thunder. TNT is an 84 US PRC Richmond with the original under sleeve EX condition, a $20 start. It has the original under sleeve. It's in shrink with hop sticker. Now up for bid. Aussie sold to Tom Sullivan for $58. Thank you, Tom Sullivan. Metallica still getting bids. Metallica is still getting bids. There's that. Let me put this right over here. There's this. There's this. There's that. There's that. I will go ahead and say, I've done some deals on some stuff, not only these collections, but next Thursday, including the Pantera I've just showed, the Danzig album, gosh, and I've got some signed stuff. I'm going to wait and show it the actual night I'm going to announce I'm going to sell it. Otherwise, I don't want any confusion. But, yeah, there's some great stuff in the oven. And more stuff on the way. We have Bing Crosby. This is $9.99. Looks like a compilation. Art Tatum, Masterpieces, Volume 2, and James P. Johnson plays Fats Waller. That's a double LP, $19.99. And Lester Flatt, Earl Scruggs, and the Foggy Mountain Quartet, You Can Feel It in Your Soul, $19.99. Okay, next auction. Check this out. Do we have an Aussie item up? We don't. So let's go ahead and do this one. Also another album. Never been reissued and not in the Aussie box set. And this is a 1982 U.S. Carrollton OG. Original under sleeve, EX condition, a $50 start. This is Aussie essentially doing Black Sabbath live. It's got two inner sleeves. It's Aussie, and it's him doing Black Sabbath live. Symphony of the Universe, Snowblind, Sabbath, Fairies Wear Boots, War Pigs. Awesome. It does have some cover damage at the bottom. That's now for bid. Carol Puckett, It's Your Birthday, and I Will Sell You Traffic for $15. I forgot to pull that. That's sold to Carol for $15. And now TNT with lots of bids, Metallica with lots of bids, and now Aussie's up for bid, okay? Any chance you could show the signed right albums you'll be selling? I don't think those have JSA with them yet. Hold on a minute. The right albums aren't JSA'd yet. No, the right albums are like 60 days out. The right out, some of those are a pretty good ways. Some of this stuff we've got to get double checked. If it's already got a cert with it, it's good. I'm going to sell it. Some of it, we've got to wait until we get it back from JSA. Okay, we've got to wait. And some of this stuff, you know, we got to get certified. So it's going to be a while. It's going to be at least 30 to 90 days before some of this stuff's back where we can sell it. It could be as much as 120 days. We got to get it checked. Some of the stuff requires letters. They've got to go to Florida. They got to get notarized. They got to type them, match the photos, verify it again, send them to us. So just be sure you're following us. Any kind of big signed item and big LP is always announced ahead in advance. So, but yeah. All right, so let's see where we left off. Metallica, 175. The gray box is Elvis. It's a compilation box. Metallica, 178. TNT 30. Aussie, 60. TNT 30. TNT 34. TNT 35. TNT 40. And then over here, Metallica, 180. TNT 40. And then over here is TNT 45 and Metallica, 183. Next is Webb Pierce, Fallen Angel. That's $9.99. Hubert Laws, Morning Star. That's $19.99. Cat Stevens numbers, a Pythagorean theorem tarot, that's $14.99. Let's pause here with CCR Pendulum, gold and blue fantasy label, $34.99. I'm going to go ahead and grab the next puzzle. We got some pretty cool ones over there. Still got 2 copies of the Trooper. I feel like we've done a lot of Iron Maiden and Metallica, which we have. I've also got a couple toys and miscellaneous stuff. But first, let's do one I don't see as often, and I know there was a waiting list for. And that means we at least got one sold. And this is who? Yep, you heard it right. Iron Maiden, Run to the Hills. 500-piece puzzle, $24.99. And Kenny Cates Jr., you was on a waiting list, sir. Kenny Cates Jr. So here's one sold to Kenny Cates Jr. I think that's officially going to fill up my crate over here. And I've got 2 Iron Maidens left, Run to the Hills, if anybody else wants one, okay? And I have filled up another crate. So let me do a little bit of switcherooey over here. Let me do a little switcheroni. And let me find a new empty crate to start filling up. I also got the Aussie and Black Sabbath figures tonight. No one's really requested them. My friend Moose really wanted to buy them. I told him, I said, I'll do this. If we got somebody that really wants to bid on them, I'll put them up. I put them in the hot picture. I think they're kind of pricey, but if we got some people that want them, I'll put them up, okay? I've got the Aussie statue, the Black Sabbath cover statue, and then the complete Black Sabbath set, okay? First thing, though, is Metallica 190. We have an offer on Webb Pierce, Michael Freiberger 7. We are in a best offer crate. 7 on that. Sorry, I just smacked the camera with the Iron Maiden puzzle. Moving down the line, TNT 5556, Metallica 190. And then TNT 60, Metallica 195 200. James Vasquez gets the Trooper puzzle. And then Chris Bryant wants Iron Maiden Run to the Hills. That's so to Chris Bryant. And that means I've got one left. And CCR OG Condition Texture Cover. This is a textured cover. Yes, it's on the gold and blue label. It's actually a really nice copy. Very little signs of wear on the jacket or vinyl, $34.99. And then over here is this, and this, and this. And, okay, so Aussie is Speak of the Devil. And I hadn't seen a bid come up for this in a while. So it's moving to a final call. It, of course, is OG. It's never been reissued. 82 OG, nice. Does have cover damage on the bottom. And the last bid on Aussie that came in is a final call to Oso Adventure for 65. The first bidder on Aussie was Nick Bargeron at 60. Oso still has this at $65. We sold Webb Pierce for 7. We sold those puzzles. Melanie Jennings wants Elton John. And Elton John, that is sold to Melanie Jennings. So that was my last Elton John 500 piece. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'm going to replace Elton with Metallica Whiplash. I have 3 of those available if you didn't see those earlier. Metallica Whiplash is $24.99. CCR sold to Henry's Choice for $25. Devil has new bids. Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue, $34.99. And the Smithsonian Collection of Classic Jazz, wow, $44.99. It's a 7 LP box set, $44.99. Now, Metallica had got up to a high bid. Josh Jones went out. Angie Ray, $201. TNT got a bid for $60. TNT's at $63. TNT's at $63. Whiplash is a 500-piece puzzle. Whiplash is a 500-piece puzzle. One sold to Chad Thompson. I've got 2 left if anybody else wants one. Whiplash, $24.99. All right, next thing over here is Gene McDaniel sings more movie memories, $12.99. Chad says scratch that. He probably just heard it was a puzzle. Yes, it's a puzzle. That's a puzzle. So is Def Leppard, so is Iron Maiden, so is the Trooper. We have over here Aussie at $71. That's still getting bids. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works is $19.99. And Songs from Mary Poppins, $9.99 on that. So TNT's out with Stuck. It may be looking like a final call then to Tony Bradford for $63. He did request that, okay? So he's about to get it. And now Metallica, we can go ahead and sell that for $201 to Angie Ray. Thank you on that. Filter. Filter is something we just got in, and you've probably seen that from the Facebook ad that's running right now. Filter has to be JSA certified before we sell that. It's going to be 30 to 90 days is what I've been telling everybody. So right now there's an ad of stuff we just bought that's posted, And what I do with that, we announce what we buy, but we always take an additional step with autographs. Anything worthy of getting authenticated, we get it authenticated. We want to make sure it's real. We have a great relationship with JSA, and in the last 2 years, we're now approaching like 3,000 certified autographs. So just so you know, if you ever see us post new stuff that came in, if it's an autograph, unless it's already authenticated, it's going to be a while before we actually sell it. We had that signed Iron Maiden. It was 6 months before we finally sold it. And it was worth the wait, right? Oh my gosh, I wish I had that back too. There's some stuff I wish I had back that I've sold here. Here's our next puzzle. King Diamond, Abigail. This is a 500-piece puzzle. Susie Breedlove and Steve Weaver was on a waiting list. Susie Breedlove and Steve Weaver. I've always been telling people, just make sure you're following our page. We have, here in stock, we've got about 1,000 autographs still in stock that never have been sold. That's never been advertised. I keep quite the stockpile of autographs. So coming soon to a Collectco near you. Abigail, $24.99. TNT still getting bids. The last bid on TNT was Tony Bradford at $63. Kristen Driscoll has bid $69. First, Susie Breedlove got Mary Poppins, sold. Next thing over here is Aussie at $77. And then Elton John, $15. I think that was back here. Is there an Elton John in here? ELP, $15. That's sold for $15. And that is sold for $15. And who got that for $15? I just missed it. Rob Davis. There's that. Over here, Jules and Brian. Julie Driscoll and Brian Auger in the Trinity, $14.99. King Diamond Puzzle, Abigail, in stock, $24.99. That is available. TNT still getting bids. Aussies at $77 with Nick Bargeron. He outbid Thomas Hujar. It's all up to you. Next, speaking of King Diamond, here's Merciful Fate. Merciful Fate is an 83 UK 12-inch. It is VG Plus, a $45 start. $45 start. Merciful Fate, and this is up for bid. Tom Sullivan, I saw your offer earlier on that. The Jazz, let's do $10 off. I'll do it for $35. $35 on that. Country Sunday, 20 great artists, it says. It's a country comp, $9.99. And the best of Tim Harden, $24.99. Also, the Castaway Strings play the Elvis Presley songbook, VJ, $9.99. And we have Tony OK, Romeo Unchained, $12.99. Merciful Fate, $45. Tom Sullivan gets the 7 LP jazz box for $35. TNT is at $77. Merciful Fate's at $46. And Aussie Out, Final Call to Thomas Hujar for $78. TNT, Kristen Driscoll still bidding. We have 2 people that heavily requested the auction, and they're still bidding on it. Let's go ahead and wrap up this crate or show a few more. I'm going to grab a couple more puzzles. Feelings, Milt Jackson and Strings. Feelings is $19.99. The Dave Clark 5 Return is $9.99. And let's pause here with Milt Jackson. This is Not Missed on red vinyl, $19.99. TNT 80, Merciful Fate, $65. When I come back, I'm selling Aussie to Thomas Hujar for $78, unless there was another bid. All right, and then the first thing I'm going to do is this, grab another puzzle. While I'm over here, I'm going to grab 2 different puzzles. I'm going to grab 2 different puzzles while I'm over here. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm going to grab 2 different puzzles. I've got Megadeth, Rust in Peace. I got Megadeth, Rust in Peace, and Pink Floyd, Adam Heartmother. These are puzzles, and let me check the waiting list for these. The first on Megadeth was Rust in Peace, Kenny Cates Jr. I've got 1 extra Megadeth if anybody wants it. Rust in Peace, that's sold to Kenny Cates Jr. And now there's 1 extra, and then let me check Pink Floyd. I don't think there was a waiting list for Pink Floyd. I will check, though. Pink Floyd. And the waiting list for Pink Floyd was absolutely nobody. So both of these are still available, okay? Brent Robley gets a Pink Floyd. James Vasquez wants a Rust in Peace. And now we're sold out of that. And we do have 1 Pink Floyd left, okay? We do have Pink Floyd left. Striper. I've got a whole crate over here of metal we hadn't got to yet. We still got 2 hours of metal auctions to do. If somebody does have to step away for a while, you will miss something, but we still got a lot more to go. We've still got a lot more to go. I mean, we're hot and heavy. Okay, first we can go ahead and sell Aussie. I said if I returned and there was no questions or no bids, I was going to sell it. So let's sell it. And this is sold. Aussie is sold to Thomas Hujar for $78. All right, that's gone. That album's worthy of a reissue. That one's probably not going to happen before a lot of other stuff, though. That one is long, got a print. Okay, now TNT, we had 2 people absolutely in war. Tony Bradford at $80. Kristen Driscoll, you're back out again. Tony still has that for $80. Let's go ahead and show Merciful Fate again. Merciful Fate just got a bid for $68. 83 UK 12-inch and side open sleeve. So it's a side open sleeve. I think that's a variant. It's a side open sleeve. John Kaiser, $68. Now, I think there was an offer on something. Jared Inc. on MJ Knight. Milt Jackson, that sold to Jared Inc. for $15. Thank you. We sold the puzzle. We sold the puzzle. Poison's already sold. And now we have the best of the Dave Clark 5. That's $12.99. And we have Jerry Mulligan Concert Days. Jerry Mulligan, $12.99. And Sniffing the Tears, Games Up, that's $12.99. And Atlanta Rhythm Section, Back Against the Wall, $9.99. TNT's at $88. Merciful Fates is $70. Next auction's going to go up right now. Oh, wow. It's 1970 OG Black Sabbath. This is VG minus. Laura says, I play tested this one and it's noisy, but it did not skip. So it does exist. However, it's a well-loved copy. $10 start on OG Black Sabbath. VG minus, VG minus. VG minus, VG minus. Put down Thomas Hujar for a Megadeth puzzle waiting list. It will be a waiting list, but we'll put you down for one. We always have waiting lists for some of these puzzles. Speaking of, we just filled up a whole nother crate, mostly with records and puzzles. Mostly puzzles. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a couple more puzzles. Let's do it. I still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I've got 12 other puzzles over here I've never shown before. And folks, this one's going to sell quick. I've only got 2, and that's it. I've only got 2. I ordered these before the rush, and I was going to get them. And I was glad to get them, is what I meant to say. I've only got 2. We can take a waiting list, but no guarantee when these are coming back in. Bark at the Moon with the UK colors, because these are UK puzzles. Aussie, $24.99. I've only got 2. I've only got 2. $24.99. Same price as all the others. All right, let me see if I can find another empty crate. Boy, I am exponentially losing crates tonight. I'm probably going to have to do a condensing right quick. Yeah, let me condense these over here. I am exponentially losing crates tonight. Puzzles fill up. We've already filled up 8 crates. 7. About to be 8. All right. Chris Frazier and Brandon Lack. We can take a waiting list. I can order them, but no guarantees, okay? So Chris Frazier, Brandon Lack, 007, and Michael Rudolph on the waiting list. Same thing for Nick and Susie, okay? And then TNT, are they done? He's out. Sold to Kristen Driscoll for $88. That's sold to Kristen Driscoll for $88. And then Merciful Fate, I just seen where John Kaiser went out. John Kaiser's out. I got to get caught up on comments. That means this is a final call to Paul Catridge for $75. VG minus, Black Sabbath. VG minus, Black Sabbath. The last bid on that was Jim Cooper at $12, okay? Now, before that, Larry Smith offered $9 on the Dave Clark 5. That sold to Larry Smith for $9. Black Sabbath, $12. And then over here, Dwayne also on the Aussie, and Mike Pierce also on Aussie. And then also over here, Mary Poppins Info, it's already sold. Songs for Beginners, Graham Nash, $12.99. New Riders is $16.99. ADC Band, Long Stroke, $14.99. And Brighten the Corner with the White Sisters, $19.99. That's an early record there. Pretty cool. Okay, now there's a few Elvis box sets in here, and let's go through another crate. But first, I'll give the details of these, and then I'll give you the information on everything else, okay? Merciful Fate, looks like it's about to sell. Over here, I still got Aussie, I still got Rat, LA Guns, Alice Cooper, Vinnie Vincent, Quiet Riot, Poison, White Snake, Motorhead, Bon Jovi, Dio, Kiss, David Coverdale, Kiss, Twisted Sister, Motley Crue, Motorhead. Let's do a Rat. Round and Round, an 84 Japanese OG out of the cellar with Obi, EX Plus condition, a $55 start. $55 start on that. Black Sabbath 15, Black Sabbath 15. Okay, so there's 3 Elvis boxes in here. There's an Elvis Gold Ward Hits Volume 1 and Volume 2. And those are 34 and 29. And then over here is the Elvis Aaron Presley, an 8 LP with 20-page book. It is numbered on the back, and it is $59.99. Everything in here is best offer, okay? Merciful Fate is officially sold, and that is sold to Paul Catridge for $75. Rat has a bid for $55. Jennifer Schrader said she'll try out the Aussie Bark at the Moon waiting list. Not a problem. The VG minus Black Sabbath is tied at $15. Rob Davis and Stephen Lawson are tied on that. So our next auction is going to come from right over here. And, oh man, I forgot about all these picture discs too. Oh my gosh. So what else is in here? Here we go. Let's do this. Metallica live at Grammys. Oh man. Metallica live at Grammys. 2010 Record Store Day, out of print. VG Plus. I remember back ordering these, and my distributor sent an email. He said, hey, I'm getting word this is the last time they're pressing this. And Grammys is here in Nashville. Metallica kind of played a secret show there. It was under the radar for a long time, and then they played at a record store in Nashville, Grammys. Metallica. This is now out of print, and we're going to put it up for just a $20 start, live at Grammys. Very, very cool. That's now up for bid. I know several people that was there at that show. It was just probably, less than 200 people maybe. Rat has a bid for $55, and Black Sabbath is $16, and the White Sisters is sold to John Darden for $15 if you want it. Okay? And then over here we have Atlanta Rhythm section, Leon Russell, Mark Bueno, Bing Crosby, Art Tatum, and James P. Johnson, Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs, Hubert Laws. We got Cat Stevens. We have the Rolling Stones, Gene McDaniels, Julie Driscoll, and Brian Auger. Country Sunday, we have the best of Tim Hardin, the Castaway Strings doing Elvis, Tony O'Kay, Milt Jackson and Strings, Dave Clark 5, Gary Mulligan, Sniffing the Tears, Atlanta Rhythm, Graham Nash, New Riders, and ADC Band, okay? Now, first thing we have over here is, yes, these are 3 puzzles. Def Leppard puzzle, Metallica puzzle, Iron Maiden puzzle, $24.99. And then we got the complete Dio box set. I need to sell this tonight on Metal Night. It's a 9 LP complete Dio discography through 1993, $329.99. Dio is $329.99. It's available. Okay, first thing was Black Sabbath got a new bid for $16. Metallica 20, Black Sabbath 17, Black Sabbath 17, Metallica 20. Does Rat have insert or stickers? I've never seen a sticker with Rat. It does have an insert. I've never seen a sticker with this before, ever. I've had probably 300 of these. An 84 Japanese, insert and Obi. One bid for $55. We're about to sell it. Bing Crosby is just called Bing Crosby. It's an Metro label compilation, $9.99. Now we got Rat has a new bid for $60. And now Jared Inc. on MJ for $15. That was the other Milt Jackson, right? That's sold to Jared Inc. for $15. And then Metallica 20. Thomas Hujar says he'll take a Whiplash puzzle. I have 2 Whiplash puzzles left if anybody else wants one. 2 Whiplash puzzles left if anybody else wants one. I still got Iron Maiden Run to the Hills. I'll go through all the puzzles in just a second. I'm about to bring over more right now. Now we have Rad at 61, now 70. Now Black Sabbath 20, Jared Inc. on Gary Mulligan for 8. Let me find where that is. That's right in here somewhere. It is, where was it? It must be now near the front. It was right here. That's sold for $8 to Jared Inc., Michael Rudolph on Bing Crosby, and Metallica 32. Okay? Black Sabbath is VG minus, VG minus. Let's knock out the next puzzle. And the next puzzle we're going to do, let's finish off this tower here. Let me bring these over, and let me bring this one over, okay? Very, very nice. These are officially licensed 500-piece UK import jigsaw puzzles. I've got one I know for sure I have a wait list for, and I have Dead Kennedys. So $24.99, Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience, and Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. And I know there's a wait list for Motley Crue, so let me double check that. And it is Scott Markheim. Scott, you're down for Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. That's so do you. Okay, and I've got two left, Shout at the Devil puzzles, and then there's Dead Kennedys, which I haven't had during this most recent restocking blitz, okay? So those are $24.99. $24.99. Now, let's go back over here, and I'm going to say that Black Sabbath was at 20, Metallica 32. How much are both Atlanta Rhythm sections? This one here was $9.99, and the other Atlanta Rhythm section, let me find it. It was right here, and I think it's also $9.99, Scully Mac. And then we have, we got another rack coming up, Metallica 3536. Angie put Metallica 65. Did you mean rat, Angie? I think you meant rat, right? No? Rat was at 70, unless you are bidding 65 on Metallica. Thomas Hujar wants Motley Crue puzzle. You got it. Now there's one, Shout the Devil. So they've kind of done the, they didn't do like just the black pentagram cover. They did a little different one there. Okay, Metallica out, 12 on both. Sell these to Scully Mac for 6 and 6. I'll go ahead and do that. And then let me update where we're at on everything else. Where are we on everything else? What about Black Sabbath? It's a VG minus, VG minus. Out. I got Stephen Lawson at $20. It will play. Matthew Sherrick also wants Shout at the Devil. So the puzzle, the last Motley Crue puzzle, so to Matthew Sherrick. Thank you, Matthew Sherrick. That's so to you. Okay, now let's go over that. So that's a VG minus Black Sabbath. It is OG. Laura test played it. She says it's noisy, but it will play through without skips. Rat is an OG Japanese pressing with insert near mint minus. Okay, and that is a final call to Gregory at $70. And now, Angie, I want to make sure I didn't miss where you maybe bid or set out, because a stereo over on Twitch has it for $70. $70, okay? Now, Metallica is an original pressing from 2010 of their double 10-inch live at Grammys. They did it as a 2 10-inch live at Grammys. Michael Hamburger has this for $40. Angie, you tied them, okay? Is the Elvis A. Presley set complete? Yes. The sticker has some tampering. I think that was actually on the shrink wrap. Somebody peeled it and put it on the cover. But yes, everything's here. It's got the book and all 8 jackets. The jackets have shelf wear. So does the box. $59.99. Okay. Steve Lawson gets this for $20. Let's go ahead and end it, and I'm bringing over another crate. Stephen Lawson gets Black Sabbath for $20. That's done. Let's change out crates. More puzzles coming. If you decide you want something in there, all you got to do is make my day and say, Chad, I'll take this, this, and this, or would you take this, this, and this for that's this, then that. I've got other puzzles not from the same company, too. I've got some pretty unusual stuff too, but I want to get through all the music stuff first so we're not confused on price or anything else. But let me do a couple that I haven't had in a while. Let's do this one, and let's do one of my favorites, one of my other favorites. And I'm going to go ahead and bring over another crate of vintage to go through for best offer, okay? And yes, while I'm walking by, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to Gregory for $70. And he gets the Rat for $70. While I'm walking by, that's a good idea. That sold for $70. Now I'm about to introduce 2 more auctions. It's only 10 o'clock. We've got about 2 more solid hours of metal auctions to do. You're going to be seeing vintage stuff on sale, discount, miscellaneous puzzles, and other toys coming. Picture disc. Yes, I've got those still to auction too. That's all part of the next 2 hours of metal. Looks like John's got some cool stuff in this box. So let's go through more vintage stuff, best offer, as we continue to show you some other stuff. Now, we got Metallica at 56, Metallica 57. First thing I'm going to do is show you 2 more puzzles. We got a very cool David Bowie, Aladdin Sane. And we got a very cool Pink Floyd Division Bell. That's probably one of my favorites there. That's got to be up there with Elton John as far as like puzzle and album covers to do a puzzle of. I just think that's really cool. Division Bell, and then there's David Bowie. When these are completed, they measure about 18 by 18. Okay? Now, somebody did just have a great idea. When that rat's done, put up the other. Let me condense all the auctions now into one crate. And then I have a secret crate I hadn't been telling about. Shh, don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. I've got a secret crate I hadn't been telling anybody about. Shh, don't tell anybody about the secret crate. Okay, we won't, Chad. We won't tell anybody about this secret crate you have. Jerry Stone on David Bowie. I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen. And now we have an offer on Elvis, sold $50 to Levi. Metallica, 60 and 65. I'm going to do a random surprise pull for the secret crate. A random surprise pull for the secret crate. Venom, American Assault. Venom is an 85 USOG, 12-inch EP, green combat label, extremely nice Venom, just a $25 start. Whoa, $25 start. We still got a Bowie, and we still got Pink Floyd left. Striper, yes. Nick Bargeron said he would be back in just a second, and I said, well, somebody else has been asking for Striper too. Let's try an Aussie first. Over the Mountain. Nice. An 81 UK 12-inch 45 RPM. This is got tons of light marks, but it plays fine. Visually, it doesn't look too good, but it plays VG or better. And this is going to go up for a $10 start. So graded as if it's VG or VG minus, it's a UK 12-inch single of Over the Mountain. And I don't know. No. $10 start on Aussie. Okay, just a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Over here, Stripers on deck. Don't go to bed, Matthew. Stay right here. There's no telling what you're about to see. Metallica 67, Venom 25, Venom 25, Metallica 75, Venom 26. All right, let's get started with Buy It Now Best Offer. I have the following. Kinda Kinks, The Kinks, $19.99. The Kinks, Kinda Kinks. Jonathan Winters, The Best of Maud Frickhart and Elwood P. Suggins, $12.99. Over here, The Best of Savoy Brown. Never seen it before. Never seen it before. Of all their album jackets on the cover, it's in shrink, $19.99. John Fred and his Playboy band, Aang's English, Judy in Disguise with glasses. $19.99 on that. And then let's pause right here with a classic. Let Me Play You My Green Tambourine. $19.99. These are all Buy It Now Best Offer. Venom's at $30. Aussie's at $10. Aussie's at $10. Metallica's at $77. Angie, it's back to you. David Baber says my mic isn't working. I think you just have your volume turned down. Next thing over here is this. Another Puzzle. And what do we have next? Let's do these two right here. Let's do this one and this one. Okay? And I know we've had a ton of Iron Maidens, but honestly, I don't think we've had this one in a while. I don't think we've had this one in a while. I did say LA Guns. Okay? And then Iron Maiden is right here. That's their self-titled album. We've had a ton of Iron Maidens, but I don't think we've had that one in a while. $24.99, 500-piece jigsaw puzzle. Jigsaw puzzle. There's Iron Maiden, and then I'll go ahead and show this. A Whole Lot of Rosie. If you want blood, you got it. AC/DC, $24.99. AC/DC puzzle, $24.99. I have 2 of those in stock. All right, let's jump back over here and see what's going on. First thing was Aussie got 2 $10 bids. Venom jumped up to 30. Now Metallica at Grimey's was at 80. And then Aussie got another bid for 12. Metallica got a new bid for 86. Aussie got a bid for 20. The Savoy Brown label was right here. Savoy Brown shrink wrapped. It should be on a UK Deca. Yeah, it's a UK Deca. It might be made in Germany. It's made in Holland. It's made in Holland. Nice, clean copy. Aussie's at 20. Okay? And then, Chad, if you had a copy of Rhino Black Sabbath, it was on a video rack. Those are all gone. Those are all gone, unfortunately. I don't think I have anything new sealed in stock with Aussie or Black Sabbath anymore. Everything has all been bought. Venom 31, Aussie 16, Scott Markheim on the AC/DC puzzle. That's sold to Scott Markheim, and that has pretty much filled up this crate. I'm glad I just emptied another one, so here's this. And now let me start filling up another one. And luckily I just emptied one right over here. And there's that. Okay. And then Green Tambourine is sold to Samuel Kopich. Henry's Choice gets Savoy Brown for 15. Metallica, Michael Hamburger's out. Angie has that for 86. She's about to get it. The last bid on Venom tied at 31. 31, and that was with Robert Warner and Jim Cooper. So, Jim, you're out. And then Aussie is at 22 with James Hicks. Also, Davy Jones, you may know him from The Monkees, $19.99. Moby Grape Live Grape, $19.99. And the Kinks, Celluloid Heroes. The Kinks is $19.99. Same price, or excuse me, not the same price. The Sandpipers come Saturday morning. Folk music there for $9.99. And Juice Newton is $9.99. David Saunders is in on the Metallica. Angie, you're out. Aussie's at 23. Hammers up for Venom. Going once, going twice to Robert Warner for 31. The Aussie is Over the Mountain. It's a UK 12-inch single. VG minus, VG jacket. VG minus, VG jacket. It's not really any fillable marks. It looks like it was played a lot as a single, if you know what I mean. That means somebody probably like used it as a 12-inch single, sometimes even like a DJ, so they have a lot of marks and stuff, but usually nothing that affects playback too much. Okay, let's jump back over here to this big one. I'm only going to bring over one puzzle, but I've got 4 of them, and it's one of my favorites as well. This one will keep you busy. It's got a lot of stuff on it. It's Elton John's Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy. Brown Dirt Cowboy. Man, I love how that song builds up. $24.99. Brown Dirt Cowboy. Let's look at Elton John. Make sure I didn't have a wait list. I had one for Yellow Brick Road. We've already sold out of that. And then here is Brown Dirt Cowboy. I've got 4 of them, and those are 5 of them. Wow, I went ahead and bought 5 of them. I knew that one might sell out tonight at 5. Elton John. That is amazing. That is sold to Brent Robley. I have 4 more if anybody else needs one. I also see a couple questions. So let me go ahead and address some of these questions. First thing is this. We have Venom out, and now there was a new bid for 33. So Metallica 90, Aussie 33, Aussie 24, Aussie 25. Or excuse me, 23. So Aussie 23, Aussie 24, Aussie 25. We hadn't sold Guns N' Roses yet. And then Venom was at 33 with Trent Peasley. Aussie's at 25. Metallica 91. 00 Platinum. Let's see. Iron Maiden puzzle. Did I put it away? Scott Markheim on. Let me make sure. Scott Markheim. I don't think I did because I still got 2. I didn't. I ran out of room. So yeah, 007 Platinum needs this Iron Maiden. Thank you for the reminder. 007 Platinum needs this. So thank you. And where's that comment? Okay, so Venom got a new bid for 33. Aussie 25. Metallica 91. Okay, then Larry Smith, Juice is called Can't Wait All Night. Juice is $9.99. How much was Davey? $19.99. This is all a buy it now best offer crate. Brent got an Elton John puzzle. Metallica 95. How much for Aang's English? That was also $19.99. These are buy it now best offer. Also over here is Doobie Brothers, the Captain and Me. It does have writing. It feels like a foreign copy. It is. It's a German press, and it's clean, $14.99. Robert's out on Venom. So Venom is about to sell to Trent Peasley for $33. Cooper and Robert both went out. And then Metallica, still getting bids. David, you're back out again. And now Aussie is a final call to Chris Gardner for $25. No, you tied, you tied 007 Platinum. So you're actually still out at $25. First thing is Davey, sold for $15. We do have an offer on Juice for $7. What I'll do is, if Larry Smith wants it, let me know. He's passing. Okay, so let's say I'll do $7 on Juice. $7 on Juice. Marshall Tucker Band is $24.99. And the Ides of March Common Band, $29.99. Okay? And, of course, songs on this, give me a second, but it does have Judy in Disguise with Glasses. That's the big hit song on that. Let me jump over here and grab some more puzzles. And the first thing we have is this one and this one. Let's get back to the metal stuff here. Almost done with this first wave, and then it'll be time for a big recap before I move into the other miscellaneous stuff. So the first thing I have here is Metallica's Kill 'Em All, and I have Number of the Beast, and there might actually be waiting lists for both of these. There very well could be. Let me try first with Metallica, and the first thing I had was, I can tell I've been busy tonight. I hadn't looked at my phone since I got started. I just pulled my phone out of my pocket. It bumped up against this table. I have not unlocked my phone since after we did pre-orders. Golly, that's how I've been focused tonight, folks. I've been locked in. Metallica, Kill 'Em All, Steve Weaver. Steve Weaver was on a waiting list. So one sold to Steve Weaver. Thank you on that. And then the other one is who? It's Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden, and the wait list for Iron Maiden. The wait list for Iron Maiden was, and this is what? Beast? Yeah. Number of the Beast is Kathy Dumas. Kathy Dumas. You was on a waiting list for this, Kathy, okay? So I still got 2 Number of the Beast, and I still got a Metallica Kill 'Em All. Those other people were on waiting lists. Looks like I've been ordering 1, 2, and 3. Let's jump back up to the top and see what I left off. Metallica was at 98. We sold Davey for 15. We had a pass on Juice, songs on Aang's English. And then over here, we have Aang's English. This is sold to Holden for 15. And then Power Metal, Carolina. We're not going to do that till next week. Next week on that one. Brian Coulsar. Brian Coulsar on the Doobies for 9. Brian, if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. Thank you and welcome to Collectco, okay? And then Metallica's at 100. So first thing we're going to do is definitely sell Venom. And Venom is sold over here to Trent Peasley for $33. That's sold to Trent Peasley for $33. Thank you on that one. And then Aussie, Over the Mountain single. And I think we were tied, but I may have not heard back from somebody. So I got to go ahead and sell this for $25 to 007 Platinum. Sold to 007 Platinum for $25, okay? That is gone. And now we need more new auctions. Metallica's at 100. Yeah, we're going to do Danzig and some of the certified autographs. We already got back in some of that other stuff next week. Somebody asked about the Black Sabbath figures. I don't really have them over here yet, but I'm working on it, okay? Next thing we have is Neil Diamond Hot August Night. Neil Diamond's a 1987 press, $24.99. And we have the what? $49.99. This looks interesting. The Moberlys. The Moberlys is a garage album from 1979, $49.99. The Moberlys. The Moberlys, okay? The Moberlys. Not too familiar with that one. First thing is this. Let's go ahead and run Quiet Riot 3. Quiet Riot 3 is an 86 USOG, original sleeve, shrink and height, VG++ or better, $25 start on that, okay? We have Metallica, David Saunders at 100, Angie Ray at 101. They're still bidding on that. So Brian's a first-time buyer. Let me take a moment to introduce Collectco, and let me thank you for joining us tonight. This is Collectco. Live every night, $8 in limited shipping. That's for 7 shows. It starts on Sunday, if we have a Sunday show. That is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, tonight. Anything you buy tomorrow, and anything you buy on Saturday. Saturday night, when I say good night, that's all, folks. That's it. That's it. I'm up front grabbing a Monster out of the fridge right quick. I'm up front grabbing a Monster out of the fridge right quick. I need it very badly. I'm also going to grab a Slim Jim while I'm up here. Got to have some Slim Jims. Thanks, everybody, for joining us tonight. Amazing turnout. At one time, we had 400. I looked up and I saw 481 viewers. I haven't seen that many times at all. Take a minute and grab a bite of Slim Jim. I need some brain food. I knew it was 10 o'clock. Yep. Here we go. I need your email address and I need your mailing address. Email address and mailing address, okay? Send that to a messenger. You'll get an invoice on Monday. You'll get an invoice on Monday. I'm about to get some advanced hydration, electrolytes, reduce fatigue, increase concentration, vitamins B3, B5, B6, B12, coconut water, and biobotanicals. We love some biobotanicals. Oh, man. I should have grabbed 4 or 5 of those. My mom, she bought those Slim Jims. I was like, man, these aren't going to last long. I'll be knocking out 5 or 6 of these a night. Little bite-sized ones. You got to be kidding me. I need the full size. All right, sorry. I'm in a transition mode right now. We invoice through Square. Excuse me, Paul, to answer your question. We invoice through Square. We invoice through Square. You can pay with any credit or debit card, all that. Bank account, it's through Secure Square. Thousands of weekly transactions, verified and certified. Nothing to worry about with us. Thousands of weekly paid transactions, okay? We got Metallica, live at Grimey's. Boy, this has been a battle. I have not heard back from David Saunders. Angie Ray has had it for 101 for almost 5 minutes. It's a final call. 101. An official pressing, of course. Welcome all first-time people. Some people watch for a month before they make their first purchase, okay? Some people wait for 2 months. Some people watch all week. All right, and then quite right, Haley Creeder has it for 40. Everybody else is out. Trent just bid 41. He's out of Metallica. This is sold for 101. Sold for 101 to Angie Ray. Locals can pick up anytime during business hours. Yes, but only after the conclusion of the week. So, James, if you buy something like on a Wednesday or tonight, it's not ready until we reopen on and invoices are sent out. So we're closed on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. When we open on Wednesday, you can pick up the stuff you bought the week before. So if you buy something tonight, you basically can't pick it up till next Wednesday because it all has to go into logistics, sorting, invoicing, alphabetizing, printing, and then packing. Packing as in getting your stuff together and bringing it up front. But just make sure you let Ed know that you are picking up, okay? And you can do that when we open at 10 o'clock on Wednesday. We're open Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 10 to 4. Or you can have it shipped for $8. It's a great value. This is VG++ EX and shrink wrap. Striper's going up right now. Sorry for the timeout. We're back to full action. What was the striper? I don't even know. Let me see if I can find it. What was the striper? It was... I don't even know what it is. What is it? Let's see. It must be over here in this other crate. Or is it a picture disc? Is it a picture disc? I don't even see a striper. Where'd y'all see that at? You'll have to give me an update. But first, we're going to run this. Okay? We're going to run this first. This is Aussie. This is Ultimate Live Aussie. And this is a limited edition picture disc. A $35 start. It's in the original plastic. And it is from the live video shoot, Kansas City, 1986. A very well-known live Aussie. There he is. Very cool. It's a picture disc. A $35 start on that. Let's keep going. First thing we have is Mini Ripperton. Moberly's $8. We are $42 apart. I doubt we do a deal. $29.99 on Mini Ripperton. Also, Juice Newton and Silver Spur. That's $9.99. Strive Streak and Fine Burton and Cunico, $14.99. Did we do a deal on the other Juice Newton? I don't know if the other person ever said sold for $7. I'm not really for sure. And then over here is Gene Autry Favorites. Gene Autry is $9.99, and ZZ Top Afterburner is $24.99. Now, what striper did y'all see? Because I just flipped through everything, and I did not see a striper. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look one more time and see what maybe y'all have been talking about all night, because honestly, I do not see anything. All right, and now Aussie already has a bid for $75. Quiet Riot is at $50, and LA Guns is coming up right now. Steve Weaver, there's been a bunch of puzzles come in. I've called off your name a bunch tonight. About everything you've went on a waiting list for came in, including Injustice for All. Yes. LA Guns. This is an 88 USOG Vertigo. Original under sleeve, VG++. A $65 start. This is a really nice copy. Inner sleeve. LA Guns, a $65 start, okay? The Juice Newton right back here is Come to Me, and that's $9.99. We have No Harrison Santa Monica Pier. No Harrison's $9.99, and It's a Mother, James Brown. 69 Terre Haute, James Brown, $39.99. Blue King label, very nice for a James Brown record, okay? Let's step over here and grab the next couple puzzles. And I've got one more official from this album artwork series. And then I have other album artwork puzzles from a different company. And I'm going to go through some of those again. And I'm going to show everything at least once before we do a recap, okay? First, though, we have Rush, Permanent Waves, and Nirvana, Nevermind. I've still got 2 Nirvanas, and I've got Rush, Permanent Waves. Those are 500-piece puzzles. Rush and Nirvana, $24.99. I've got those in stock, okay? Over here, it was Jeff Hansen on the other juice. Okay, I think I told you earlier I would do this one for $7. And if you want this one for $7 as well, we'll do 7 and 7, $14. Lucky number 7s. Quiet Riot got a new bid for $51. And that means the next person is out. And that last person was Matthew Sherrick. So, Matthew, you're out on Quiet Riot, just so you know. LA Guns is up for bid, and Aussie has got a Blue Million. Nice. Sergeant Pepper's. This is a 2012 press, $39.99. On that, Thomas Hujar wants a Nirvana and a Rush puzzle. You got those Thomas Hujar. There's that and there's that. So I've got 1 Nirvana left and 1 Rush left. Those are $24.99 each. Thank you on that. Over here, we got Cats. And Cats is $24.99. That's a 2 LP. Master Jack, 4 Jacks and a Jill. That's $9.99. And Atlanta Miles from 1989. That is $29.99. And Striper was in the video. Okay. I think I've got everything condensed. So let me look through it all one more time. And that's in the video, so it's got to be in this crate. I got Alice Cooper, Vinnie Vincent, Poison, Whitesnake, Motorhead, Bon Jovi Dio, Kiss, David Coverdale, Kiss, Twisted Sister, Motley Crue, and Motorhead. Wow, I don't see it unless somebody come back here and rob my crate again tonight or this morning. No, let me look in this other bin. Did I do some condensing earlier? Okay, well, here's a Striper. I don't know if this is the one y'all were talking about, but here's one. And I'll run it in just a second, okay? All right, there's that. Aussie 150, Aussie 175, Quiet Riot 61, so that's still getting bids. What about LA Guns? LA Guns had that one bid for $80 of Angela Ledbetter. We sold the puzzles. Aussie 150, Aussie 75. And then Atlanta Miles is sold to Travis Woods for $22. Okay? We have Ian Hunter from the movie Teachers, a 12-inch single. I Am the Teacher, $9.99. And Nantucket, Long Way to the Top is $14.99. Also, Sea Wind, $12.99 on Sea Wind. And Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, $34.99. Very nice copy. Okay, let's jump over here. And now I've got some other puzzles from a couple different other companies. And let me go ahead and knock those out before we do a huge puzzle recap, okay? We'll do this one, and let's do this one. And they may be, okay, Ed marked them, good. Some are 24, some are 29. And I'll show you the 24 one first. The first 24 one is this, Pink Floyd. It's, what do they actually call this? How about nude women with Pink Floyd album covers painted on their body? That is a 1,000-piece puzzle, $24.99. I have those, Pink Floyd. And then this is an actual album cover from a different company. But man, what an iconic one. Ziggy Stardust. These are in much bigger boxes too, 500-piece. These measure 19 by 19. Ziggy Stardust, those are 29. Ziggy Stardust puzzle. That's almost as big as like a huge board game. Okay, and then over here, Quiet Riot's at 66. That's still getting bids. Aussie's about to sell then for $175 to 007 Platinum, and I can't believe it, but LA Guns just got one bid for Angela Ledbetter for $80. I don't think I usually sell those for under $100. So Angela, that's so to you. Let's go ahead and introduce that striper then. So there's the Pink Floyd puzzle. There's the David Bowie puzzle. And guess what? Here's Striper, To Hell with the Devil. Striper is a club, no year listed on Discogs. Wow, so you can just assume it's OG. It's in VG++ condition. It has an original inner sleeve, and we're going to start it for just $20. To Hell with the Devil. Jerry Stone wants a David Bowie. I don't think those will even fit in the crate, will they? Will that fit in the crate? Yeah, it'll fit in the crate. Okay, good. That means they'll probably be able to fit into a box. Good. Thank you on that. Those are pretty nice. Jerry, you'll have to let me know how that thing looks, because they have other ones. I think I have one more from this company. This Rock Saws might have some competition. They might have some competition. I wish I knew how they licensed all that and how you do those deals. I would be interested in stuff like that. I don't have anywhere to make a puzzle, but I have stuff I've thought about licensing. I just don't know how to officially do it. I guess you got to get a lawyer first thing, right? Okay, here we go. Striper has bids. Quiet Riot still getting bids. And let me go ahead and show a few more records. Hudson Brothers is $9.99. This is Deep Ear. It's one of those Warner Brothers compilations. $19.99 for Deep Ear. And Norman Greenbaum, Back Home Again, that's $24.99. Now, I was going to give it 5 more seconds, 007. Aussie sold for $175. $175. That is sold. That is done. That's gone. Let's put that over here. I hadn't seen any Stripers. No, I would have ordered those by now. Yeah, there's a lot of bands. I'm like, man, where's the Zeppelin at? Where's the, you know, you could just keep naming bands, you know. Stripers at 20, Stripers at 30. Also, we have Jackie. This is a Jacqueline Kennedy. Wow, it has a cutout cover with an easel where you could prop it up. I've never seen that one before. $14.99. And then Ian Hunter Live is $29.99. Let's go ahead and do this. And wait a minute, we need an, oh man. Okay, let's do this. Merciful Fate, a picture disc. We still got a series of picture discs to run too. Buried Alive, Sold on My Soul, die cut, how cool is that? 2021, Merciful Fate, a $35 start. Queensryche is at 68, Stripers at 35. Also, all-time greats, Paul Revere and the Raiders, $16.99. Flat and Scruggs is $24.99. Paul Revere and the Raiders, Midnight Ride, $9.99. Motorhead will be next. Motorhead will be next. Still trying to chip away at some Aussie stuff too. Okay, let's show this. I'm going to do one puzzle and one figure now. One puzzle and one figure. What would you think if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Here it is. This is actually double-sided. Sgt. Pepper's, this is $29.99. And then the back is the Sgt. Pepper's Drumhead. 1,000-piece puzzle, 25-inch by 25-inch. 25 by 25 when that was completed. 1,000-piece Sgt. Pepper's. That's a puzzle, $29.99. This is $59.99. Thank you, Ed. $59.99. This is a Cliff Burton action figure from Super 7 Reaction. Let's go ahead. Y'all probably want to see it, so let me open it up. This is Cliff Burton, and let's see here. It might be easier if I just cut the tape. So it's weird. A lot of Cliff stuff is licensed, and they don't make any other. They just make Cliff Burton stuff. I don't know if that's something they're doing like for the estate of Cliff Burton, because they don't really say Metallica. It just says Cliff Burton. I think it might just be something his family and estate does, from what I understand. But this looks pretty cool. It kind of looks like the Metallica logo. Burton. Look at that box. That's pretty sweet. And then there he is with his bass. He's got he's got the middle he's got a middle finger. And looks like his bass guitar is on fire, sort of. I have one, and I was basically going to show one and take a waiting list, okay? So I didn't want to order too many, but that's pretty sweet. I like the artwork on the box. So, yep, $59.99. Brand new, as you can see. And it looks like we've already sold a couple. I've only got one right now, I think. And I'll check the rest of the toys tonight, but that's it. And let's go ahead and sell this then. And we got a couple of the puzzle claims too. So first thing I need to do is this. Let me update these auctions before I get too deep doing anything else. Quiet Right was at 68. Striper was at 35, another 35. Merciful Fate, 35. Phantom Canuck on Hudson. Was that in here, or was that just a... Did I miss something? Hudson? Maybe not. And then Striper, 40. Quiet Right, 70. Striper, 38. All right, so Matt Marco gets Cliff Burton. Steve Weaver, I'll put you on a waiting list. Striper, 31. Scott Markheim wants a Beatles puzzle, and so does Tim Vigari, okay? So there is Scott Markheim, and there's Tim Vigari. Y'all both get those, okay? Thank you and thank you. And now Oso Adventure also wants a Cliff Burton. Oso Adventure also wants a Cliff Burton. And so that's two people on a waiting list. Striper's at 39. Jerry Stone wants on the Sgt. Pepper's puzzle waiting list. And now Quiet Right's at 72. Striper's at 40. All right. And then over here, Merciful Fate. If I come back and there's not another bid, I'm selling it to Jim Cooper for $35. Whoever's watching the sale, I'm not going to put these down in a crate, the Sgt. Pepper's. Well, because I don't have enough room, really. Let me see if I can get one down in there. I'm trying to pack these crates to save space and time, but also where they can still get the stuff logistically. Yeah, we're probably just going to put these on the table, okay? I'm probably just going to put these on the table or just start a new crate because it's kind of at a weird point. I can't put another puzzle in there. So I'm just going to we'll put the two Sgt. Peppers on the table, okay, for whoever's watching. They're going to go right over here next to the Aussie box set. I'll put them right there like that. All right, I still got several more and other miscellaneous items like that. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is put the Quiet Right over here as well. Put the Cliff Burton figure over here as well. And just so everybody knows, there is a waiting list for that. Very cool. Very nice. I'm about to bring these Black Sabbath figures. They've been over here looking at me all night. They're just so big and they take up so much space. I'm going to try to sell them because I told everybody a lot of these toys from this collection, we're either going to have to do a whole night or do it another, soon, maybe even tomorrow, to get a lot of these toys. And I'm not talking about new stuff. I'm talking about stuff from this collection. It is new stuff we just got in, but you get what I mean. It's brand new collectibles we just got in. Jim Cooper, you get the Merciful Fate picture disc. Let's put that right over here. We're going to finish up this crate. A lot of cool stuff tonight. Striper is at 40 with Matthew Sherrick. Everybody else is out. Striper's catalog is out of print, so you cannot order new copies of that. They hadn't been pressed in years. Quiet Right is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $72. If you want on a waiting list for Sgt. Pepper's, they are $29.99. Cliff Burton is $59.99. New auction. First thing, I'm going to do a big read-through, okay? I've got a Slayer picture disc. Yep, I got a King Diamond picture disc. A Merciful Fate Guitar Hero Metallica picture disc. Wow, that looks pretty cool. I've got another Wasp picture disc. Yngwie Malmsteen, King Diamond, No Presents for Christmas, another one. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Ooh, let's do the Guns N' Roses. I got another Slayer picture disc. Guns N' Roses, Wasp, Motley Crue, Aussie, Black Sabbath. Let's do that because it's a Rhino press. And then another Aussie, the Memoirs of a Madman. Judas Priest, Ram It Down. Rat self-titled debut. That needs to go up soon. And then, wow, an OG Metallica Master of Puppets. That's just in one crate. And then over here, I got Alice Cooper, Vinnie Vincent, Poison, Whitesnake, Motorhead, Bon Jovi, Dio, Kiss, David Coverdale, Kiss, Twisted Sister, Motley Crue, and Motorhead. And I have my secret crate. And I've got my secret crate. And I've got my secret crate. So that's the three I've pulled. John handed me one surprise Aussie record I have not shown yet either. Whew, it's already 10:30 too. Okay, so Michael Hamburger said he already bid 40 on this earlier. He did. Michael Hamburger bid $40 on this a long time ago. Matthew Sherrick, you tied him like 3 minutes later. Matthew, you are in fact out on Striper. Michael has it for $40. Okay? The Cliff Burton action figures proceeds to go to the Cliff Burton Music Scholarship Fund. Awesome. Makes me want to order even more. All right, then we got requests for Slayer, Wasp, Striper 42, Wasp, Poison. And then a long time ago, somebody asked about this, which was, I think, Paul Revere was $9.99. Also over here, Paul Revere again, that's also $9.99. Spirit of 67, nice. King Crimson, a 72 OG Presswell, $39.99 for King Crimson. 4-digit Atlantic, not bad whatsoever. King Crimson. These are all new arrivals. Best offer. Procol Harum, Shine On Brightly, 24. Moby Great, great. Has some writing on the cover. Looks like it's a promo copy. This is $24.99. We have new sealed vinyl, Chris. I had a lot of stuff earlier. Hardcore, thrash. We already sold some of that. Punk. I don't know if you missed it, but we did have some earlier. I'll go back through all that again later. Here is this. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. The Lost Appetite for Destruction Sessions. This is an unofficial Appetite Sessions, unreleased, VG Plus, just because it has one small mark. Other than that, it looks nice. GNR, a $35 start, okay? Striper, $45.46. The Master of Puppets we're going to be selling here in just a second is an OG retail copy. It looks like it's OG retail. All right, there's GNR, there's Striper, and now let's put up Black Sabbath Sabotage. Black Sabbath is a 2011 Rhino, 180 gram, EX and Shrink, a $20 start. Next, The Clown Died in Marvin's Garden, Beacon Street Union. That's $29.99. Neil Young, Live Rust. Neil Young's $44.99. The Moody Blues, 7th Sojourn. Moody Blues is $12.99. Graham Central Station, a 74 promo, $29.99. And Paul Cantor, Planet Earth, $14.99. Striper, $55. Striper, $48. Striper, $55. GNR, $35. Black Sabbath, $40. That's the high bid right now. Let's go back over here to the miscellaneous cart. And I'm going to grab 2 more puzzles. I'm going to do this one, and then we're going to do this one. Okay? Price, $24. And let me see what the price on this one is. We'll show this one first. Here's a different David Bowie Aladdin Sane. We had one earlier. Here's a different one. Different company. Aladdin Sane, $24.99. And then over here, for anybody, it's getting asked about Godzilla. This is a Godzilla. It looks like a vintage movie poster. $24. And this is actually Rock Saws. No, this is Super 7. Same company's making a lot of cool new stuff now. They did the Cliff Burton figure. That is Godzilla, $24.99, okay? So I've got Godzilla and David Bowie here, sold to Brian Mallard. 500-piece puzzle, $24.99. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. And we also have Dean Martin, Dino Latino, and that is a white label promo for $9.99. And look at this. Living Legend, Sun House, Skip James, Booker White, and Big Joe Williams on Verve, a 66 mono, $49.99. A 66 mono, $49.99. Very cool. That's clean. Everything in here is best offer. A lot of attention tonight, though, on the auctions, the metal stuff. Right now, Black Sabbath at 50. Striper, Brian Frenfrock went out. It's up to Matthew Sherrick, and it's up to Michael Hamburger. Michael Hamburger still has it for $55. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. Guns N' Roses is at $40 with Bubba. Black Sabbath is now at 50. Black Sabbath 50, Matt Marco. Guns N' Roses, $40, Bubba. Striper, 55 with Michael Hamburger. Michael Butler offered $45 for Legend, sold to Michael Butler. GNR 36, it was already at $40. One David Bowie Aladdin, same puzzle left. I'm going to go ahead and take this one in here and start a new row of sold merch. We are the Puzzle Kings here. Adam Bernardi, I'm going to sell you both of these for $15. They're very nice copies. Sold to Adam Bernardi for $15. Stripers at $60. GNR $42. That means we're about to sell Black Sabbath for $50. Actually, you know what I want to do? Before we do the last crate of new vintage stuff, let's go ahead and go through some of that new stuff one more time, because I got to kind of clean up anyway and get organized back here behind me. So y'all should see the messes I've made. It's pretty incredible, honestly. Pretty incredible, honestly. So let me do a little crate condensing. And looks like we're about done with some more auctions. And let me throw this empty crate right over here, because I'm going to need it in a minute anyway. There's the 2 crates of Discog stuff. And there's my secret crate. We might show some of that later. Who knows? We might be on here late tonight still auctioning stuff, because everybody's still watching. I mean, we've got 300-plus people still tuned in right now. I have a feeling some of y'all are going to be around for a while. Stick around. We'll keep putting stuff up. We rely big on Thursday nights as part of our success here. All right, there's this. First thing we have, though, is Striper 60, GNR 42, and then Striper 68. Guns N' Roses 45, 18 for ZZ Top near the front of the crate. Afterburner, sold to Josh Brown for $18. Scully Mac, Nantucket, $10. Sold to Scully Mac, 1965. Coverdale of Jimmy Page. No, that album is not in print. We get that occasionally, but it's pretty rare. I don't think anybody else bid on Black Sabbath, so we can officially sell that to Matt Marco for $50. Now, that crate's full. That's what I wanted to happen. We're going to read through these one more time. I just helped myself out a lot by freeing up a ton of space right then. That was amazing. So let me do that. Let me do the rest of it right quick. Now I can stack these puzzles over here. And now I can grab this crate. A lot of requests on deck. We're getting to them. We're getting to them. Okay? Now, GNR, Tony Bradford, 48, Alan Hagen, 50. The Lost Appetite for Destructions. Boy, are we done on Striper? $68. It's still up to Matthew Sherrick. Michael Hamburger has that for $68. $68. And then over here, GNR just got a bid for $52. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. And that next one is going to be this. We're going to do... I'm kind of curious on what version this Slayer is, so let's take a look at it. It is a 1985. Wow. So Slayer, that's the original sleeve for it. An 85 picture disc, no condition notes. That's pretty dang cool. 85 Slayer picture disc, no condition notes, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. If anybody wants a price on anything in here, let me know. Here's the titles. The Kinks, Kinda Kinks, Jonathan Winters, The Best of Maud Frickhart, Moby Grape Live Grape, Kinks, Selly Wood Heroes, Sandpipers, Marshall Tucker. If you need information, don't hesitate to ask. The Ides of March, Neil Diamond, Hot August Night, The Morbiles. We have Minnie Ripperton, Strive Stricken Fine, Burton and Cunico, Gene Autry Favorites, Noel Harrison, James Brown, It's a Mother, Juice Newton and Juice Newton. We never did make a deal on those with somebody. Man, Sergeant Peppers, also Cats, Master Jack, Ford Jackson, Jill, Ian Hunter, Sea Wind, Neil Young, the Hudson Brothers. That was for Phantom Canuck, right? Sold for $9 on that. Sold for $9 on that. Blizzard of Oz is already sold. Over here, we have Guns N' Roses, 52, 55, 60, 56, GNR is at 63. First question is Guns N' Roses details. And then out over here is this, Neil Diamond. Neil Diamond, Neil Diamond. Neil Diamond, Hot August Night. A 1987 press, no condition notes, $24.99. Slayer has an opening bid of $40. Steve Mason, you must have not heard me earlier. We are not even in the same ballpark on the Morbiles. This is marked $49.99. $49.99. We are a long ways away. You offered 8. Guns N' Roses at 65, and then I meant NY bundle. ND, NY details. I meant NY details. Neil Young, maybe. Guns N' Roses, 68. Did Matthew Sherrick ever bid again on Striper? Let me go back up to the top. This was a final call to Michael Hamburger 4 minutes ago for $68. I'm going to scroll through here and look through Matthew Sherrick. He did say out, so this is sold. This is sold to Michael Hamburger. Michael Hamburger, thank you. That's sold to you for $68. Thank you. All right, that's done. Sergeant Peppers, I can grab that one in a jiff. That is sold. GNR is at 70. Slayer has another $50 bid. And now that's with Steve McGee. He's first on that one. Neil Young, this is Hawks and Doves. No condition notes, $34.99. This is Sergeant Peppers, a 2012. Also near mint, $39.99. Was there another Neil Young in here? There's that Neil Young. And then we had Deep Ear, which is a Warner Brothers compilation. Norman Greenbaum, Jacqueline Kennedy, Ian Hunter, Parvier and the Raiders, Flatt and Scruggs, King Crimson, Procol Harum, Moby Grape, Neil Young again, Live Russ, that's a 2LP, $44.99. Moody Blues, Graham Central Station, Paul Cantor, and Dean Martin. All right, Guns N' Roses at $73, Slayers at $55. Let's move those right over here, and now we're ready for another auction. And now let's go ahead and put up Rat. Oh boy, still never has seen a reissue. Oh no, it's trashed. Paul graded it trashed. It's thrashed and trashed. It's very low grade. It's fair, good plus. $1 start on Rat. You can play it, but it's probably not going to sound pretty. Slayers at 55, Guns N' Roses is at 75. Okay, Procol Harum is Shine On Brightly. No condition notes, gatefold jacket. Procol Harum is $24.99. Let me find that. I got Hudson pulled for you, Phantom Canuck. This is Shine On Brightly, Procol Harum. Very nice disc, $24.99. What else was asked about? Sergeant Peppers, it was asked about. And then what else was asked about? I think that's it. All right, let's put up a new crate then. I'm going to put these over here kind of out of my way for right now. But if you change your mind, whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. All right, actually, I'm going to leave those there because that's the Discogs records. That's my other crate. I'm going to put those right there for right now. All right, there's not priced. I still got a few things to price, honestly. And then I had a few Laura records. She might want me to wait and keep all those together. I don't know if she's going to be here tomorrow. I think they've swapped some schedules around or something. There's the other crate of vintage we went through, which was check condition. All right, let me go ahead and show some of these then. All right, Rat 5, Rat 8, GNR 75, GNR 78, and Slayer is at 55. So Steve McGee, it goes back to you. So very quickly, I think this is one of the first crates I marked. Yep, let's knock these out right quick. I have Dead Kennedys, Plastic Surgery Disasters, $24.99. Comes with a 36-page book. Misfits, the collection, that's $34.99. DRI, crossover. There's some of the punk I ordered, $29.99. Also, Coheed and Cabria, the second stage turbine blade, 20th anniversary transparent black vinyl, $38.99. Turnstile, nonstop feeling. There was something else hardcore I ordered. Chris Bryant, $29.99. Rites of Spring, that was something else hardcore I ordered, $29.99. Dag Nasty, that was something else hardcore I ordered for $29.99. Hatebreed, the Concrete Confessional, there was something else hardcore I ordered for $29.99. Lydia Lunch, Smoke in the Shadows, that's $33. And then Metal Warrior, and this is Crushed Souls of Our Enemies. That's a 2LP, $44.99. Let's sell Adam Bernardi, the Procol Harem, for $20. And let me go over here and grab a few more puzzles and miscellaneous. I'm almost done with this whole cart. And that way I can use the cart as a table to do a recap and show you all the puzzles that's come in tonight and everything that's left, okay? It's Sgt. Pepper's OG. No, it's not. This is sold to Adam Bernardi for $20. Where are we at on Guns N' Roses? Tom Harris is out. That's at $78. Chad Sauls wants the details. This is a bootleg unofficial Appetite for Destruction demos and unofficial Appetite Sessions VG++, just because it has one small mark. And this is an unofficial, and it's sessions from the original Appetite for Destructions. Tony Bradford has it for $78. Slayer, he's out. This is sold to Matt Marco for $55. An original Slayer 1985 picture disc. That is sold. Comes with the original sleeve as well. That is sold. Let's put that away. And now Rats at $10. Jared Inc., it's all up to you. Jared Inc., it's all up to you on that one. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. There's that. There's this. Darren Johnson wants a DRI. That is sold to Darren Johnson. Now there's one left if anybody else wants one. Also, we got 2 copies of Overkill, The Years of Decay. That is on red marble vinyl, half-speed master. That's $33. Dio, Holy Diver, 2LP, $44.99 on Dio. And Misfits, Earth AD, $34.99 on the Misfits. And music from the Star Trek saga, blue vinyl, $33.99. That was new for tonight. And Sleep is $29.99. And this one's called Volume 1. Chris Bryant on the Dead Kennedys. Thank you. That's sold to Chris Bryant. Adam Garvey over here on Overkill. That's sold to Adam Garvey. That means Rad is sold for $10 to Scott Arnold. Nice pickup. Even though it's low grade, those can get very difficult to find. And then Guns N' Roses, Chad's out. And this is sold to Tony Bradford. And now we're ready for 3 new auctions. So don't go anywhere. That's sold for $78. Great selection of new vinyl that came in. And if y'all hadn't heard earlier tonight, we're pretty much going to do a Volume 2 Metal Night tomorrow. This is like 10% of the vinyl that what I thought was going to be delivered today. But they pushed the puzzles up, and they shipped the puzzles before they did all this vinyl. And just the way UPS works, we only got about 1/3 of the boxes that was supposed to come in. I think they hit a quota on delivery, and they're like, hey, we can only give you like 15 or 20 boxes. Otherwise, you're going to fill up an entire truck. So that's what happens, and we didn't get everything. So I told everybody, man, tomorrow and new arrivals, a lot more metal, a lot more hardcore and punk, so make sure you can tune back in tomorrow. And just because of that, I'm going to do, if I don't finish this secret crate, I have a whole nother crate of metal auctions that's already tagged, and Paul said he was going to be working on some hardcore and punk stuff tomorrow too for featured auctions. Actually, let me show y'all those pictures. He already sent me pictures. Brian Ballard on Sleep and Jat225. Who is Jat225? Can you let me know who you are? That is sold to Jat225 over on Twitch. You probably knew over there. Let me know who you are if you're a regular, okay? Or if you knew, let me know. Paul already sent me pictures, yeah. Let's see. He already sent me pictures. I don't know what some of this is. Some of it I do know. AC/DC, Dead Kennedys, Holiday in Cambodia, Dead Kennedys. There's image number 1. Here's Dead Kennedys, The Darkness, Sam Hain, which is an unofficial. This is stuff going to be sold tonight. Devo, the 101ers, the 101ers, however you read that one. Circle Jerks, G.G. Allen, Anti-Nowhere League. That's for tomorrow. Also for tomorrow is Anti-Nowhere League, Black Flag. I guarantee a lot of these are OGs. They look like it. OG Butthole Surfers. And then over here we have whatever that is. And then the Cramps and the Birthday Party, whatever that is, the Birthday Party. And over here we have Wow. We have Plasmatics, we have State, all wrong. And then over here, we have What? We have The Clash, we have The Lords, we have Devo, we have The Clash. Wow, big show again tomorrow. Big show again tomorrow. Jay Nutra. Okay, Misfits is sold to Jay Nutra. And then over here we have Sean Druin on DRI. And we had a question, though, first on DRI. Somebody asked about a track. Have suit and tie guy. That is not on here. That's not on here. So I'm assuming you don't want it. I'm going to go ahead and give it to Sean Druin. Different track listing. We can find out right now because I have that record behind me. And then those are Australian AC/DCs. Yes. Yes, so big night tomorrow. Did y'all see all that stuff? Oh, my gosh. That's going to be happening again tomorrow. And we got a ton of new vinyl that fits those kind of categories again tomorrow, too. Holy moly. Let's go ahead and put up King Diamond. Christmas in July. No presents for Christmas. King Diamond is an 85 UK. It has some cover wear and some tape on the cover right up here. Almost looks like it was in a radio station. A little bit of cover damage right there. King Diamond. The vinyl's nice, though. EX. $35 start. $35 start. And yeah, Motorhead. Let's see what I have first. The first Motorhead I have is this one. I think it's a reissue, though, and then there's another one. We've already sold Orgasmatron tonight. This is a 2015 US reissue, 180 gram, VG++, $15 start on that. Okay, and then I've got more new vinyl. And Paul, let me show you the track listing on those, okay? But first, we're going to do the rest of this, and I'm probably going to go ahead and show this stuff Laura ordered, and because there might be more in tomorrow. I'll try to keep it all together and show it once. We like to make a Laura crate sticker and stuff. Don't tell her I showed anything early, okay? We got Van Halen for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. Van Halen's $99.99. We have Tyler Childers, that's $39.99. Snipe Hunter, that's the new album. Another Dead Kennedys, Bedtime for Democracy, $24. Linkin Park is $33.99. Winter Sun is $36. Momentary Lapse of Reason is $33. And Testament, green vinyl, Brotherhood of the Snake. And this is sold, Sean Druin got a Testament, okay? King Diamond, $35. Motorhead, $25. What is Van Halen? Van Halen is not in print any other way except this. The original album is very rare because of when it came out, 1991. This includes a 2 LP. They've remastered it to 2 LPs, a CD, and a Blu-ray. A 2 CD and a Blu-ray, I'm pretty sure. So it's a super, we won't call it super, it's a deluxe edition. A double LP, disc, and Blu-ray, $99.99. It's essentially a box set. That's why it's $100. Also, they know originals are very expensive. So they probably say, well, you can buy that one or you can go track down an original. All right, King Diamond, one bid, $35. Final call, Motorhead, $15. Boy, I better find that Metallica before it gets too late. Here's Metallica, Master of Puppets, an 86 USOG specialty. Now, this was the first album not on Megaforce. So there is no silver Megaforce. This is it. Wow, this is nice. This is actually a really nice copy. It's got a couple scuffs right there. Right in there, there's some scuffing. Looks like just sleeve scuffing. It's nice. We're going to call it VG++. And this is a $125 start. An 86 US specialty, OG with the original inner sleeve. A $125 start. Master of Puppets. Wow, that's up for bid. Now, Motorhead is out of order. Ever since there was a bid on Motorhead, the bids have went down. They're supposed to go up, okay? We have bids for 25, 20, and now 15. And now we're back up to 30. So Motorhead's at 30. King Diamond still just has one bid for 35. Metallica has a bid for 130. That needs to bring a couple $100 like the last one. If not, Chad's going to be angry, and then I'm going to start ripping stuff in half like the Hulk. A couple more tchotchkes here to show you, and then I'm going to go through some new vinyl that's never been shown before, okay? Here is this. Somewhere in Time Eddie, Funko, $14.99. Mr. Eddie is $14.99. Somewhere in Time, number 248. I've got him. Let's put them right there. I've got two of them. And I think this is Kurt Hammett. I think this is Kurt Hammett's a Ouija board. No, this is, we're about to find out. This is from Axhaven. Boris Karloff, The Mummy. Kurt Hammett of Metallica, custom ESP guitar. I've got 2 of them for $39. These come with a mini guitar stand. This goes in part of your $8 in limited shipping. Very well made, very nice. Boris Karloff, The Mummy, Kurt Hammett guitar, $39.99, okay? Let's go back to the top. Metallica, opened at $130. Metallica, $155, another $150 bid. Susie wants an Eddie Funko, so does Susie Breedlove. Next was Metallica, $155. Chris Bryant says Eddie Funko for Preston Bryant. Put that down for Preston Bryant. Motorhead, $31. Metallica, $165. Steve Weaver wants a Kurt Hammett guitar. There's one Kurt Hammett guitar left. Those are $39.99. All right, let me take these right in here. Thank you. Great cool metal collectibles, also for metal auction night. Awesome. And let's do a crate of new vinyl, never shown before. Metallica's at $188. I can't believe I'm saying this, but a long time ago I put up King Diamond, and it just got 1 bid. And he's probably like, any day now, Chad. Jim Cooper bid on this 6 minutes ago. He was the only bidder, and it sold to him for $35. Okay? And Steve Weaver says he called for a testament, too. Thank you. You got it. Motorhead. The last bid that came in on Motorhead was Scott Arnold at $31. Metallica. MT Matt has it for $88. Obey your life comes faster. Okay, next, going up for auction is Judas Priest, Ram It Down. Judas Priest is a 1988. Unfortunately, though, it's VG minus. VG minus, the hype sticker's been attached to the cover. That's pretty cool. With the original inner sleeve, a $10 start. Metallica's at $199. Hammers up on Motorhead, Scott Arnold at $31. And he outbid somebody who placed a bid for $30. I think it was Buddy Cordova. So, yeah, Buddy, it's up to you on that. Chad's going to take a drink. I've got a gigantic Michael Myers. I don't have a small one, but I've got a big Michael Myers up front. All right, let's go through this crate of new vinyl here. I don't know, I might have ordered some of this too. I bet if there's 3, let me, hold on a second, before I show some things. Oh, I think Laura ordered probably 3 because she wanted one. Let me not sell anything that she wanted. I'll pull out of this. I bet she wants one of those. Yeah, everything else she ordered 2 of. I guarantee she wanted one of those because she ordered 3. All right, Motorhead details. Priest, Judas Priest, Metallica guitarist, and Ram It Down a promo. Details of Metallica. Okay, so 1 second, please. Um, Okay. Sorry. Let's start over here with Motorhead. Motorhead Iron Fist. Motorhead is a 2015 U.S. reissue, 180-gram inner sleeve VG++. Motorhead is at $33 of Buddy Cordova. Scott Arnold says he's done. In the middle is Metallica, Master of Puppets. This is an 86 U.S. specialty OG. It has the original inner sleeve. It's a VG Plus cover, just a little bit of a crease right there. VG Plus, VG Plus. It looks more like EX vinyl to me. Plus, that thing plays loud. Motorhead, 35. You're out, Buddy Cordova. Judas Priest is not a promo. It's an 88 US VG minus. VG minus, and Stephen Lewis Jr. has it for $20. Okay, Tom Sullivan, does that mean you want the Metallica Kurt Hammett guitar, Tom Sullivan? You put Metallica guitarist. Okay, let me know if that's right. All right, I've got MF Doom, Food, 20th anniversary, pressed on 3-color Sweetheart marbled effect double vinyl. MF Doom is $34.99. Also, Beach House Bloom. Beach House is $33.99. And this is Fancy That Pink Pantheress. Fancy that. That's $33.99. And then Mike and the Mechanics. Honestly, I might have an old waiting list. This is an import only, $59.99. Mike and the Mechanics. Let me see if I have this. Yeah, Troy Robinson. Troy, I don't know if you're watching, but this sold out originally, and they just now came back in. Looking back, the living years, okay? And so this is sold to Troy Robinson. I have one left, $59.99. Judas Priest is at $25. Are we done on Metallica? That's a big one. Alex CeeLo at $199. It's up to MT Matt if he wants it, okay? And then we have Judas Priest now at $25. That is Beach House. Bloom, $33.99 for Beach House. Mannequin, oh no, it's the P word again. It's the P word again. $33.99, Mannequin. And then over here we have the 1975, Being Funny in a Foreign Language, clear vinyl, $33.99. Craig Ruth on Mike and the Mechanics, that's $59.99. And then this is Movement. And no, this is Molchat Doma Monument. Molchat Doma Monument. Limited edition blue vinyl, $24.99. We have X Mile Deutschland. Early singles, 81, 82. That's $28.99. And this here is La Dispute Wildlife, $39.99. I wish Laura was here to tell us more about these. Unfortunately, she was not here to tell us more about those. I did pull one of the records out that she ordered 3 copies of. I have a feeling she wanted that. So there's those. Okay, and then I was going to make sure MT Matt said out on Metallica. Tom Sullivan, I'm assuming you did not want a Kurt Hammett guitar. And so let's go over here to Metallica. He's out. Alex CeeLo, that's sold to you for $199, okay? Thank you. We got a lot more stuff to get to. I promised probably metal auctions up until midnight tonight. We're definitely on pace for it. And then we still got another vintage OG crate to take offers on. Judas Priest is moving to a final call. Matthew Sherrick has it for $25. And what about Motorhead? Did Buddy Cordova go out? He did. So did Ken Crooker for $35. Mike, these are all new arrival sticker price. Susie put Kirk. Susie on the Kurt Hammett guitar then, right? Okay, unless that's what Tom Sullivan wanted. What's the bid on Iron Fist? I just sold it. It was $35. We've got more stuff to put up, including more Motorhead. Susie, I'm going to go ahead and give you the Kurt Hammett guitar. Okay? Now, let's see what else we have over here. Scott Arnold says he had Judas Priest 25 first. Okay, I could have swore I seen where you went out. Never mind. Matthew Sherrick, you're out on Judas Priest. Scott Arnold has it for $25, okay? $25 on that. Anybody else on anything else in there? If so, just let me know. I actually got to do the last of the flip crate from this morning and show you the leftovers. But we're about to do a massive puzzle recap, okay? Because I got to get them restacked and packed over here. We're about to do a massive puzzle recap. But first, more vintage stuff to go through. Best offer. That's probably the next best thing. Scott said I went out on Motorhead. Okay, so that means you're out on Judas Priest, Matthew. How much was Ixmal Deutschland? $28.99. $28.99. Candlemass is already sold. Yes. Black Sabbath figures. Let me look at my notes. I think I had Paul and Tanner text me the starting bid. While I have some space here, we might go ahead and put these up. Let me show them right quick. Let's see here. Yeah, they're expensive. One second. I think I got a text message over here with information. Yeah, I mean, just the Aomi sold for $350 back on June 9th. I think it's a pretty expensive set. Let me see if I can find one. Wow. Yeah, it's gonna be like a $575 start on the statues. No, they're gonna cost some extra shipping. We probably need to do. I mean, just Tony Iommi sold for $350, and that was in June 8th. I've got all four. Is that the same one though? Well, I'd be willing to put them up for $595. I'd be willing to put them up for $595. I mean, they're pretty tough to find. There's not many comps. Let me show them over here. I'll show you, okay? But first, we got to do. My stream says I'm in front of Scott, but no worries, he can have it. You're probably looking at your Facebook chat. Scott was in first at 25. So that's what I was saying earlier. Make sure you don't look at your Facebook chat. It's never going to be right. This is sold to him for $25. Him being Scott Arnold. Thank you. All right, let's put up some new auctions. Alice Cooper, raise your fist and yell. Alice Cooper is an 87 U.S. Club, EX or better. A nice Alice Cooper, raise your fist and yell. $35 start on that. Next is Motorhead, and this is a $30 start. Motorhead is a Books A Million exclusive on limited edition silver vinyl. It's EX Plus. That's going to go up for a $30 start. Alice Cooper Motorhead, and now a third auction. And guess what? We're going to do Aussie. And Aussie is right here. We're going to do his Patient Number 9 album. And this is a Go Vinyl Walmart exclusive. And this is a 2022 USOG Go Vinyl. Aussie's a $25 start. Yep, I got to pull Deutschland. And I got to pull Deutschland. And I got to pull MF Doom. I still got 2 more pulls to do over here. I hadn't forgot about you. I was working my way. Okay? And now let's show those figures, and that's going to be our fourth auction. So Jeremy Bryant got Deutschland and MF Doom. MF Doom is sold to Mike Monroy, okay? So Alice Cooper has bids for $35.35. Motorhead and Aussie also up for bid. Ghost is gone. Let me show you these figures. They're a $595 start. They're pretty incredible. We have a set of 4. I'm going to show you Bill Ward first. There's Bill Ward. They're rock icons. New in box, near mint. There's Bill Ward. I've also got Geezer Butler. The original Black Sabbath members here. Geezer. There's 2. And then you probably can tell me who's next. Iommi and Osborne. John Michael Osborne. There's the Aussie. Let's go to the top cam. I'm going to need the space. There's Tony Iommi. Rock icons. Starting bid. $5.95 shipped. They're either going to ship these probably in one big box or probably try to get them all together and put them in or get nice fitted boxes and put them in individual packages, however they want to do that in the shipping department. But that's it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave one here on the table. So we'll leave Aussies on the table so we kind of don't forget about them. And if you want to bid, you can just put Black Sabbath, okay? And I'll start putting it on a mental timer while you're thinking about it. If you get on eBay, you'll see the same results I did. Probably for a set, probably the cheapest you can buy them right now. One Iomi individually looked like it sold for $350. Somebody might have needed it for a set. Who knows? I'd say if you have 3 of them and you was looking for the other one, you might be willing to step up to complete your set. I've had to do stuff like that too. Let's do another crate of vintage stuff, best offer. Then I'm going to try to go through some other vinyl over here that's sealed and new. A lot of metal stuff as well. Make sure everybody's got as much they want for tonight. Here we go. So, what we've got is, let's go down the line here. I put up 3 auctions. We had Alice Cooper at 35, Alice Cooper 35, Aussie 30, Aussie 25, Aussie 35, Alice Cooper 36, Aussie 40, Alice 38, Aussie 40, Motorhead 40, Aussie 45, Motorhead 30. Yeah, that was the starting bid. So Motorhead, Gregory's in on Motorhead at 30, Alice Cooper's at 48, and Aussie's at 47. Let's go through some vintage stuff, best offer here, okay? And one more auction, don't forget, the Black Sabbath figures, $5.95. How tall are they? Well, the box here, I have a feeling it's pretty close to the box. Limited edition, $3,000. The box is like 18 inches. I have a feeling they're probably at least 12 or 14. They all come with like a platform with like a mirror. Yeah, they're pretty good size. Yeah, the box. So here's an album jacket, and it's a good, which is 12 inches, and it's the boxes are at least 18. So I bet the figures are, because I imagine it's like in styrofoam. So they're probably at least 16 or 14. So they're probably, they're probably this big. They might be as tall as an album jacket after the foam, because I bet it's styrofoam right there, and then the figures down in it, and then styrofoam at the top. Okay, and yeah, the details on Alice Cooper. We got it. Alice Cooper is Raise Your Fist and Yell, an 87 US club, a Columbia Record Club edition, EX or better. EX or better. $9 by $7.5 and $7.5. That starting bid of $595 is for all 4 of them. That is for all 4 of them together. Cat, a 1970 album from RCA. Discogs has it as rock, $29.99. Neil Diamond Moods, $12.99. Mama Yancey sings Art Hodds Plays Blues, Folkways, Verve, $24.99. Aussie, Josh Brown's out. Michael Fairchild has this for $50. Going once, going twice. Motorhead is sold to Gregory for $30. Thank you, Gregory. That's sold to you. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. And that next auction, let's knock out another one of these really cool picture discs. This looks like it's Slayer. I'm pretty sure it is. 84. Venom. Woman and Manitou. That is an original picture disc. An 84 UK limited edition picture disc, 7-inch. It does have some of the gassing. So it has some of that discoloration, and that's not really supposed to look brown. I think it's supposed to be literally clear, so it's kind of gassed and been turned brown, but it looks pretty cool, honestly. And that's at $20. Oh So Zen on the Black Sabbath statues at $595. They have a bid at $595. Oh So Zen. Oh So Zen. All right, so what else was over here in the cart? I was actually looking on my phone and invoice. I have one more puzzle, and I have a couple more figures here I hadn't shown. So let me knock these out right quick. All right. And here's a unique puzzle. These are $24.99. It's actually round like a record. David Bowie, Aladdin Sane. The third Aladdin Sane puzzle I've had. And it's round and die cut like an album jacket or like a vinyl LP. $24.99. I've got two of those. That's the third different Aladdin Sane poster I've had. Alice Cooper is now at $65. Venom has a bid for $25. And then Aussie, I'm going to show a few more records, and we're selling that to Michael Fairchild for $50, it looks like. Over here, we got Coco Taylor, the Earth Shaker. Coco Taylor from Alligator Records, $19.99. And we have It's All, what does this say? It's All Balcone's Fault in shrink wrap. Balcone's Fault, that's $9.99. So all four figures are going to sell. Oso does have the bid for $595. Going once, going twice. Del Rey and the Blues Gators. That's an 85 press, $14.99 on that. Yipes, $14.99 on Yipes, Y-I-P-E-S. For You, For Me, Forevermore, the Anita Kerr Quartet. Perfect for Metal Night. That's $9.99. And Fresh Air 2 is $14.99. Excuse me. Michael Fairchild, you get Aussie, and that is sold to Michael Fairchild for $50. And now we have Venom. I keep wanting to say Slayer. Very similar. Matt Marco, $25 on that. We're about to sell it. And that means I need another auction up. And that means we need to go ahead and put up probably Rat here. And Rat is Invasion of Your Privacy. An 88 U.S. Club copy with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, $25 start. Lay It Down. OG Rat Club, OG VG Plus, $25 start. It's $5.95 for all the figures. Yes, that's for all four of them. All four of them at $595. Yes, $5.95. Rock Icon, spelt with a Z. Rock Icon, spelt with a Z. 300 made and discontinued. It appears, yes. Yeah. Well, I'm seeing great price. I mean, there's two. Yeah, Justin Iommi, a different series, is listed for $400. Yeah. All right. Rat 25. Alice Cooper has hit 100. Also, we have Sneaker. Sneaker is $9.99. And this is a 1970 Rockaway pressing of Educated Homegrown New Heavenly Blue. Okay, there's that. Let's go ahead and sell the Venom picture disc then. Matt Marco, thank you. That's sold to you for $25. Alice Cooper has a new bid for $110. There's that. And now we have another auction going up. This is Twisted Sister, Come Out and Play. Twisted Sister, Come Out and Play is a 85 US limited edition Allied pop-up sleeve, inner sleeve and merch insert, EX copy, $25 start. $25 start. There's Dee Snider, Twisted Sister. Back to the beginning. Wow, they have that streaming now? And then Alice Cooper 130 and Rats at 40. What was that other thing I just had here behind me? Aha! I've got two Jerry Only figures from the Misfits. These are $34.99. The Misfits, Jerry Only, Super 7 Reaction. And those are $34.99. Never had those before. That's also a new series they're doing. $34.99. $34.99. Jerry Only Misfits figures. I've got two of them. Okay. The statues are sold. Thank you, Oso Adventure. I've got one more Black Sabbath related up to sell. What a great pickup from Oso Adventure. These are sold for $595. Hammer's up. The problem is, or the hammer's already down, no more bids. I can't find my ear protection. Here it is. All right. Here we go. Ear protection. Aussie box set sold earlier. is sold for $3,000. These figures are sold for $5.95. And I think I got a new air horn over here from Mike Massey. And folks, this isn't no pipsqueak. This isn't no pipsqueak. We're going to bring out the big one for this one. This isn't no pipsqueak. Did you call me a wuss? Did you call me a wuss? Oh So Adventure. Thank you as always. Turn down your volume. This could get loud. I'm worried about this one. This thing looks incredible. Whew. Whoa. That was loud through my headset. I had to tighten it. But yeah. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get these off the table. There's one more Black Sabbath statue to sell. It's actually the album cover from their debut album. And it's just as expensive as any of these. Thank you, Oh So Adventure. Let's put those away. Sometimes my distributor offers those for pre-order, like high-end statues like that. And I look at them and like, sometimes individually, they're like $599. I need to start offering them as a pre-order because sometimes I'll look at them, I'm like, man, I kind of want one of those. And if I'm thinking that, y'all are probably thinking the same thing. It could be Metallica, it could be Aussie, it could be, you know, Gene Simmons or Kiss related. And I mean, they are very expensive, but I mean, they're, I'm sure very expensive to manufacture. They're not cheap. It's not a piece of plastic that they just run down an assembly line. So those are sold. And if I have time tonight, we've got other amazing toy we have Slayer from that same company. I think we've got Slayer. I know we've got Metallica. We got Slayer and Metallica. And Paul said there's maybe even more like that kind of quality figures. And we just got to get them out and get them cleaned up and show them. So here we go. Alice Cooper, Twisted Sister, and Rat. Sorry for the delay. A lot going on all of a sudden. Those figures took a while. Alice Cooper, 140. And now, what about Rat? The last bit on Rat that came in, the last bit on Rat was Matthew Sherrick at $40. And he outbid Jeremy Rourke. So, Jeremy, you got outbid on that. And then Matthew also bid $40 on Twisted Sister. Okay, I'm going to show a few more records in here for best offer. We have Kononia Celebration. That's $9.99. Sea-Win, Window of a Child. That's $14.99. Also, we have Long John Silver, a 1972 Jefferson Airplane, $39.99. And the Easy Rider soundtrack. There is some cover damage right here. We're talking Hendrix, Steppenwolf, Birds, $19.99. Twisted Sister has a bid for $43. He's out on Rat. You must have just missed the Jerry Only figures. These are brand new from Super 7. Jerry Only, $34.99. Jerry Only, $34.99. So those are available. Okay? And then I have one extra Charlie Watts drum set. There's Charlie Watts from the Rolling Stones. If you need that, $59.99. Charlie Watts drum set, $59.99 from Axe Haven. Same place that makes the mini guitars. There's Charlie Watts if you need him. I've got two Misfits, by the way, if anybody wants that. We're about to do a big recap on the puzzles. My card is officially empty, and I'm going to use that to stack up all this other stuff. Nice, The Clash. This is $19.99. Magnificent Dance. The Clash Indian Limited. The Clash 7. The Clash Call Up and The Clash Cool Out. $19.99, okay? Twisted Sisters at $43. We can go ahead and sell Rat, though. Rat is officially sold to Matthew Sherrick for $40. And now, I think we're done on Alice Cooper. This is sold to Guy Shard. Thank you again, $140. Twisted Sister has hit 43 with MT Matte. MT Matte. And now over here, we have Dio, and this is Sacred Heart. Dio is an 85 USOG, SRC press, inner sleeve, and shrink VG++ EX. Dio, 25. Who else on the Clash but Craig Thomas? Thank you, Craig. That's so to you. And we have Lita Mbulu Sings, African Soul, 1967, $39.99. Let's check out this other figure over here. That way we can go ahead and take it off the table. And you never know. Also, your interest might be piqued with this one. I think it's pretty amazing. Let me go ahead and take a look at it, though. And this is also, it's from the same company. Yeah, there it is there. Okay, there's a comp. I think there's one of these sold. It's Knuckle Bones. Let me see, Knuckle. And completed. Okay. One second, gonna make sure I get the pricing right for both of us. Yeah, so $275. I mean, it kind of varies. A lot of them overseas, it looks like. But if you try, active is the problem because there's not many that's 365. Okay, I'll do, yeah, 300. We'll do this one for 225. I mean, we just sold those individual figures. That was a great price. If you think about it individually, most of them are $250 each. 225 on this. This is the Black Sabbath, same company, the kind of witch figure that's on the, of course, the album cover of the first album. I'm going to say 225 on that one. Very, very cool. Okay. Over here. So Twist Sister has a new bid for 45. No bid yet on Dio. I guess because it's Aussie night, right? An 85 USOG. No bid for $25 start. Final call on that. Final call on that.